the Catholic priest or whoever says. You're not going to get any understanding off doing it that way. You must stay in the precepts of the Bible, like King David did. Line upon line, line upon line. What is line upon line? Line upon line is keeping it in the context. This is the biggest problem that most people have. It's context. You gotta understand how important context is. Keeping it in the context is an extremely important thing that people must do in order to understand correct doctrine. Here a little and there a little. What does here a little and there a little mean? That means here a little from this chapter, or here a little from this verse, and there a little from that chapter, and there a little from that verse. You piece it all together. Here's an example of here a little and there a little. It's going to be very clear by the time you finish looking at this example. Ephesians 1 verse 1. Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ by the will of God, to the saints which are at Ephesus, and to the faithful in Christ Jesus. So Paul is writing a letter to the saints that are at Ephesus. So now I need to understand who are the saints. This is where it goes here a little and there a little. So I would take this verse and I would say, okay, he said to the saints. So I need to understand, what does the Bible say who the saints are? I don't want to go off of my own opinion. I want to see what the Bible says the saints are. This is who the saints are according to the Bible. Psalms 148 verse 14. He also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Lord. So now we know who the saints are. The saints are the children of Israel. The word even means indeed. It's an old English word. So it's saying the saints, indeed, the children of Israel. That's who the saints are in the Bible. So now you know in the New Testament, when you see the word saints, you go right back to this word, to this verse, and then you connect it together. And you say, okay, I know who the saints are now. Because you have to remember, when Paul is writing this letter, he's already assuming that people know who this, he's already assuming that you know the scriptures from before, or else you wouldn't be reading his letters. He's assuming that you know who the saints are already. So there's no need for him to say the saints who are Israelites. He doesn't need to say that. He's assuming you've been reading before. But this is the problem. People get confused when they jump in the middle of the book. People open up the book and start right at what you call the New Testament. And they haven't read anything prior. So they're starting in the middle of the book and they have no clue what's going on. They have no clue at all. So this is here a little and there a little. You got to piece it together that way. The New Testament is a reflection of the Old Testament. You have to understand the Old Testament in order to understand the New Testament. You need to go here a little and you need to go there a little. Isaiah 29 and verse 10. For the Lord hath poured out upon you the spirit of deep sleep, and hath closed your eyes. The prophets and your rulers, the seers have he covered. God has a spirit of deep sleep on all people out there. He has a spirit of deep sleep on rulers, deep sleep on pastors. He has a deep sleep on all people out there. And that's why, because he doesn't, and the reason he has that on people is because he doesn't want all people to be able to understand this word. Remember, we already said that there's prerequisites. Once people start seeking and start trying to go back and find out the true God, then he'll start taking off that deep sleep. Then he'll start removing the deep sleep from you. And this is everybody. This is not just the viewers that are watching right now. Everybody had that deep sleep on before, including myself. I had that deep sleep. I remember trying to read the Bible years back, and this thing looked like, I'm telling you, it looked like I was trying to read a German or something like that, or Russian, some type of Russian language. I'm like, I don't know what this thing is. I'm trying to read the book of Matthew and one of Christ's parables. I'm like, I have no clue what this thing is saying. No clue. And then I'm reading things in the Bible. I know it says this in the Bible. Then I go to church on Sunday. I was going to church on Sunday, and you go ask the pastor the question, and he tell you something totally different than what's in the Bible. And I said, I know this ain't right. Something's not right about this. Something is not right about this. That was the deep sleep poured out. Everybody has this spirit of the deep sleep. But when you start getting your mind and shaking off the religion, you shake it all off, then that's when the spirit starts getting removed off you. You start taking that deep sleep spirit off you. And the vision of all is become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed, which men deliver to one that is learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I cannot, for it is sealed. They say it is sealed. That's what happens. Who's the ones that learn? The ones that so-called go to their theologian schools and the seminary schools. Those are the ones who you would call learned in the Bible. And you say, okay, now open up the page to Revelations and tell them to break down one of those chapters in the book of Revelations. And they're going to say, oh, go to your pastor and ask them that. Find a preacher and ask them that. Tell them to break this down. Revelations 18, Revelations 17, Revelations 19. He's going to say, brother, that's sealed. Nobody understands that. That's why the churches don't go into the book of Revelations. You hardly see anyone going into that. And then when they do go into it, they destroy it and mar it and tear it up. Go off into something totally different. It's sealed. To them, they're saying, look, this thing is sealed up. All you have to do is believe. Don't worry about that. Just worry about the Gospels. Don't worry about the book of Revelations, or don't worry about this breakdown, or don't worry about this prophecy. That's what this is saying. And the book is delivered to him that is not learned, saying, read this, I pray thee. And he saith, I am not learned. This is the person who didn't get any formal education in regards to the Bible. And you say, look, read this. And he say, man, I can't read that. I haven't went and got studied up on that. The whole thing is sealed. The deep sleep is on everyone, whether you don't went to a theologian school or whether you just a regular person out there who hasn't had any formal education on this subject. Everyone has the deep sleep on them, if you believe the Bible, according to the Bible. Wherefore the Lord saith, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth and with their lips do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me, and their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men. See, they're not going precept upon precept in the Bible. This is how God put that deep sleep on people. People are accustomed and people like the precepts of men versus the precepts of God. So, okay, God says, if you want to do the precepts of men, this is how the deep sleep is going to get upon you. You see it all throughout the churches. People get taught the precepts of men. And that's how God poured out that spirit upon you. He didn't do no sprinkle magic and blow some dust down and everybody's hypnotized. No, he used the people with the precept of men teaching you a lie over and over and traditions of men. And that's how you have become hypnotized and became inhabited by that spirit of deep sleep. And this, everyone this has happened to everyone. So it's not anything to feel ashamed about, but you got to snap out of it. And you stop doing the precepts of men and start doing the precepts of God. Isaiah 29 and verse 18. And in that day shall the deaf hear the words of the book. It says, in that day the deaf shall hear the words of the book. It ain't talking about somebody who lost their hearing. It's referring to the spiritual deaf. Remember, the Lord poured out a spirit of deep sleep on people. So the eyes and the ears are in a state of deafness and a state of blindness. So God says, in that day, there's going to be people that were deaf, meaning spiritually deaf. They're going to be able to understand the words that are coming out of the book. They're going to be able to hear it and be able to process it and understand what it's saying. Because even though you can read the precepts in the Bible to people, it still go through one ear and out the other. They just can't comprehend it because the stronghold of religion and traditions is what got a lock on their mind. And the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness. And the people's eyes, meaning their spiritual eyes, are going to be open. They're going to be enlightened. They're going to be enlightened to be able to see, oh, this is what it was talking about. Or this is what it was saying. Now I understand. That's starting to happen. That's happening now with the Most High waking up the elect of Israel. But then eventually it's going to happen to a lot more people. A lot of people are going to be able to understand, okay, we've been lied to. You know, those things that we've been taught before were not correct. 1 Corinthians 13, verse 9. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. Even though the Israelites are the ones that's given the secrets of God, and he's given all of his mysteries to the Israelites, we still don't know everything 100%. We don't know everything 100%. He has not revealed everything to anyone yet. No one has got that spiritual revelation to understand the whole thing in the Bible, all the breakdowns in the Bible. There's a bunch of breakdowns in the Bible that people will not understand at this moment. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. But it says when that which is perfect is come, who is that referring to? Christ, Yahushua. He's the one that's perfect. It says when he's come, then the things that are done in part are going to be done away. Why? Because he's going to teach us all of the mysteries of the Bible. He's going to break it down. He's the word of God. So he's going to break everything down. So there's no more prophesying in part. We're going to know in full. So let's recap. Now we know how to break down and unravel the mysteries and the secrets in the Bible. You first, like we said, you must be keeping the commandments. That's the first thing on the list. You have to be drawn from the milk and weaned from the breast. You got to be keeping the commandments. That's the first thing in order for the Most High to lift off that spirit of deep sleep and to replace it with a spirit of understanding. That's the first thing. And it needs to be a prophet from the nation of Israel that's going to break down the secrets. They're the ones who's going to break down the secrets, the prophets from the nation of Israel, because God says he's the one. Those are the people that he gives his secrets to. Everybody else needs to sit back and learn. Not try to take the rightful spot of the Israelites and try to teach, because we see what happens when that happens. Christianity is a perfect example of that. When you let the Gentiles start teaching, then the whole doctrine gets perverted and everyone's confused. And you need to stay within the precepts of the Bible. You need to stay here a little and there a little in the Bible. You need to be staying within the Bible. The Bible explains itself. You just need to be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together, because it's ultimately a huge puzzle that's being put together. And you got people around the world that have different pieces. So God doesn't give one piece, or he doesn't give the whole puzzle to one person. That's not how he works. It's different people that have different puzzles to put together. And it all comes together and forms one body, one complete body, one complete puzzle. Hopefully you've got a clear understanding on how this works. Ecclesiastes 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. If you didn't understand how to unlock the secrets in the Bible, if you didn't understand that, maybe you didn't comprehend it, maybe the Most High didn't give you that understanding yet. If you didn't understand that, what you need to understand is you have to keep God's commandments. You have to keep God's commandments. Maybe you might not want to understand the secrets of the Bible, but there's no way of getting out of keeping God's commandments. This is the whole duty of man. That's what you're put on earth for, is to keep God's commandments. Let's find out what one of God's commandments are that we're going to learn this week. Leviticus chapter 15, verse 16. And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water and be unclean until the even. What is man's seed of copulation? That's referring to a man's sperm, or the ejaculation. That's what that's referring to. So when a man's sperm comes out after he's slept with his woman or his wife, then afterwards he needs to wash himself with water. You need to get up and take a shower. That's what this is saying. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the even. And everything that the sperm falls on, like the bed sheets or anything like that, that needs to be taken up and it needs to be washed in the washing machine, whatever you have, or you hand wash it, or whatever method you have to wash clothing. That's what needs to be done at that point. The woman also with whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water and be unclean until the even. And the woman who the man lays with, she needs to take a shower as well. Both male and female both need to get up and take a shower when the seed of copulation has come out and has touched anyone. So that is the law that must be kept within the nation of Israel. That is a practice that God says he wants his people to partake in. So with that, we're going to conclude, and I hope that you have got an understanding on this lesson and that you have been edified. And until next time, I'm Brother Yerushalayim, and I say shalom.
We're going to teach you something as well. What we're going to teach you about, because you know what, right? They keep talking about African, right? And they're not talking about who we are. So we need to talk about the whole world was divided into three. The three sons. But not only that, we're going to explain it to you here and show you where to find it. Because we keep forgetting about these sons here, Shem. And you keep chucking Shem in with Africa when Shem is in the middle, and where Elam is where Iran is, and that's all our oil. It don't belong to nobody. It's all ours. So we're gonna talk about these boys, because you don't never talk about Shem. This is Japheth, which is white people. This is Africans. You don't talk about these, do you? So we're gonna show you who these people are, right? And you find them in these books. We're gonna type it and show you that, and then we're gonna show you the original map as well of who Hebrew truly is, right? Because you're coming with these pagan tramps, and they're the devils, as you can see, because all Gentiles, which the whole world is a Gentile, is under their rules. Because if they can come out with books like this about Gentiles when everyone's a Gentile, you know, if a Gentile strikes a Jew, he's liable for death, right? If you call men, you are called men, but Gentiles are not called men. And it goes on and on. If you read our Torah, they can put you to death. And all children of Gentiles are animals, because you work for Satan, for trying to hurt us. And this is how they can write back now and say that we only, and this is everyone around the world. This is everyone around the world who is under this law of these wicked people. And look how they talk to you. Where's your beautiful young daughters? Look at this one, guys. A girl under 3 years old, if violated, her virginity returned. What the hell this is? A woman is a picture of full of filth. What? But these are the people you signed the contract with to hurt us. And this is Father getting you back now. And you've got much more to come. And you can't even defend children or defend women from talking about your women. And this is all over the world, right? And this is your comeback for going against us and taking the materials, right, of Esau. Esau is devil, and Esau's modern Israel. And this book proves what you've got done. This book proves it. This book proves it. Because this is Israel writing about you, right? And you can't even do anything. Shame on you. You can't protect your kids. So you can put laws in saying that we don't protect children. It comes from this. This is where it comes from. You damn tramp. You're a sellout to children. You're a sellout to children. That's what you are, right? And you're going to die.
All right, shalom. We give praise to the Most High, the creator of heaven and earth. Give all honor and glory to the Most High. And we come in the spirit of his son, Yahushua, our Lord and Savior and our King. Today we're going to touch on the subject of how to keep the Sabbath. It doesn't need much of an introduction, so we're going to get right.
Yeah, I read down here as well, right? As well. Here it is. I want to read you something. Tell your friends and tell your friends' friends. Because you know Sabbath, it ain't for nobody, just us. Look what it says here. But he did not sanctify all peoples and nations to keep Sabbath therein, but Israel, Yasharah alone. Them alone he permitted to eat and drink and to keep Sabbath there on the earth. So I'm going to remember that now. No one has to do the Sabbath. No one has to. Just us. So you can go out. I'm even going to tell African that. You can go out on Saturday. You don't have to do Sabbath. It's only for Yasharel. But you see it in the book then.
Into it. I'm Brother Urasha. This is the Bible Unlocked. How to keep the Sabbath. Exodus chapter 31 verse 16. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. So I want to start off with this verse, just in case people forgot the thought that we are to keep the Sabbath. It is a sign between the Most High and the children of Israel, which are the so-called Negroes, Hispanics, Native Indians, and various people of color suffering the curses written in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter. So it is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. So there's no such thing as Sunday worship in the Bible. So the Sabbath day is what we must keep. So this is the reminder to give people the idea and allow them to know that the Sabbath is something we're supposed to be keeping. Exodus 31 verse 15. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy to the Lord. The Most High says 6 days may work be done. I mean, 6 days is what the Most High gave us to do all the work necessary in order to earn an income. 6 days is what the Most High gave us for all the labor and work we want to do for hobby. That's what the Most High gave us. But the seventh day, which is the Sabbath, Friday sundown to Saturday sundown, that's holy unto the Most High. It's his Sabbath day. It's his day of rest. That's what he ordained from the beginning, all the way back in Genesis. So in other words, the Sabbath day is a day that we're not supposed to be working on.
No.
There's exceptions that we'll get into a little bit later in the video, but as a general understanding, the Sabbath day is a day that we're not supposed to be working on. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he shall surely be put to death. So the judgment is whoever gets caught doing any type of work, that soul shall be put to death. If you were caught, this is the judgment that was ordained by the Most High when we had our kingdom. The children of Israel had a kingdom set up, and we had our own laws that governed ourselves. This was the judgment. Whoever was caught doing work was put to death. Of course, we can't do that today because the world doesn't believe in keeping the Sabbath. The world believes in keeping Sunday. So this is not a punishment today, but in the kingdom to come, which the children of Israel will be rulers over, the 12,000 from each tribe, this will be the penalty for those breaking the Sabbath. Exodus 20 verse 10.
What curse you on about? I have no idea. Christ redeemed us from the curse of the law. Everyone that hanged on a tree. I don't understand what you mean at all, guys. I don't understand what you mean under a curse. I have no idea what you're on about, curse. No idea what you're on about, guys. No idea what you're on about. Christ redeemed us from a curse. I have no idea what they're teaching you, that you're under a curse, darling. No idea at all. No idea. Because what you're learning is not no truth. There's no truth in what you're learning. I know this thing, and I'm reading what you said. I'm saying the only thing I know about the trees when they hanged Yeshua on a tree. That's the only, I don't know about anything about no curse in Galatians. No, nothing about no curse at all. We're under a curse, and I have no idea what you're on about, guys. No, it's what they're teaching you. It's not their book at all. They know nothing about this, guys. No, and that's not even his name anyway. That's not even his name.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy...
You cannot learn this thing from a Christian. You cannot learn this thing from a Christian. Because Christians are the devil. Christians. Did you know that that book belonged to us? And when we got put in, when we was given to them, we had the book in our hand, and they took the book out and changed it and put themselves in there. There's never one word in there that says Christian. No, there is, sorry, once. It says the children of Yasharel. It might say the children of Israel. Get the children of Israel. Gather the children of Israel. Teach. It doesn't say anything about Christians. Don't say anything about Christmas, Boxing Day, Easter. Don't say nothing about your pagan festivals. Right? That book is our book, which they hijacked. You need to get yourself out of Christianity. Children, you need to get, you cannot learn anything from that. Right? That is a Satan dance, whether you like it or not. Right? That is a Satan dance. Jesus is not even his name. Jesus means Hail Zeus. That's what that name means. Right? And you need to stop calling him them names, because he doesn't answer by them names. Go and do your research and find out what his name is. You've been doing this thing long enough now, guys. Go and find out what his name is. And address them by their names, and then their spirit will come into you. Don't call them Lords and God and Jesus, and they're Satan titles. They're not right. And you should know this by now, guys. Come on, call people by their name. These are Hebrews. They're not Christians. They're Hebrews, so they got Hebrew name. I'm a Hebrew. My first name is Misha'el. Right? We are Hebrews. We know who we are now. We're not niggers and gollywogs and black British and all that nonsense. Rasta.
Maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor...
I've never listened to a white person before. Have you ever been an altar boy? Have they ever come for you when you was a little infant to be their altar boy? Yeah? No, they haven't. You have no idea what's going on, guys. No idea at all.
Thy stranger that is within thy gate. So the Most High says again, 6 days you have to do all your work. But the 7th day, everything
I bet you go to church on Sunday. I bet you go to church.
shuts down. He says you couldn't put your sons and your daughters to work. You can't have them in today's time. That meaning you wouldn't be able to have them go outside and go mow the lawn. You can't have them do that, or you can't tell them go out and go pick up all this trash out there in the lawn. That's what the Most High is saying. The sons and daughters, they have the day off of rest. It also says the manservants and the maidservants, those that are working for you. So if you own a business, all your employees have the Sabbath day off.
Let me show you something. This might be too advanced for you. This here might be too advanced for you, which I think it is. Let's go to something that you might be able to understand a bit more. This might be a bit too advanced for you, which I definitely think it is. But it's good that you're asking questions, guys. It's good that you're asking questions. It really is. Really, really is. Oh, I nearly forgot not to spell it. Yeah, man, they're just lying to children, man. That's all they're doing. This wicked Babylon system. That's all it does. Lies, lies, lies. That's all it is. It's a system of white lies.
Here's what's been in your fridge air this whole time.
You know, right? Before we came in the 1600s, you lot were doing pagan. Go and see what you're doing at 1500, 1400, 1300. Go and see what you was doing then. Right? Go and see what you was doing then. You just picked this thing up in 1600 when we came to you. And then you took the Bible from us. But I haven't got your Bible. I've got a completely different Bible. I've never read your Bible before, because that's an idiot thing done. That's for white people, that Bible. Idiot Bible.
You can't smell it, you can't see it, but the proof showed up the moment I put this device on the shelf. What I found out will change how you think about every meal you serve. My friend works in food safety testing. Last month, she watched me put a
You find it hard to hear truth about white people. You find it hard. You're the worst children ever, guys. You're the worst children ever. Believe me, the worst. Let me tell you where you can go find something in this book. In this book here, right? If you go to Jubilees, chapter 23, it would tell you about yourself. Jubilees, chapter 23. Go do it on the phone, and it would tell you who you are. This thing here. And it would tell you to stay away from you, and how you're the worst children on the planet. You don't like elders, you don't like old people, and you're extremely violent. Go and read it. It will tell you that. Jubilees, chapter 23, verse 23. I mean, the stuff you've not done to humanity. And then you want to come and talk about religion. But we're not religious. We're spiritual. Big difference. It keeps us away from you, lot, man.
Well, we're finally at the time in the series where we can speak about the Torah.
In the last 7 parts of this series, we have gone through an intensive study dealing with the common objections people have had when speaking against the Torah.
We don't mean there's no racist thing, because we're not racist, we're beautiful children. But the best way to survive it is to stay away from white people, bro. Man, I tell you, the stuff they've done to me, and I'm a beautiful child.
And why they don't have to keep it.
White people.
We have dealt with the many misconceptions and false doctrines that are taught and spread that has pushed people away from living in righteousness. We are truly at a crossroads in this world. This world is being led towards a new world order, and it should not be missed by anyone that does not want to be a part of it, that the devil has been working in the hearts of men, teaching them that they do not need to keep Yahweh's instructions, which is what Torah means. Torah means instructions. By pushing the doctrine of do what thou wilt in a Christian tone, billions of people are under the sway of the enemy who is steering them towards this agenda. And the only way that you will not be a part of it is to live in righteousness and be what our Father desires. So in order to do this, you must keep Yahweh's instructions and live aligned to his will. And so this series is designed to teach you the Torah and the way of Yahweh according to his word. This is being done in hopes that it gives you strength, wisdom, and understanding to be where Yahweh desires you to be. And so we're going to start understanding the Torah. And to do this, we're going to start in a place I don't think most people expect, but it happens to be the most important part of the whole series. Keeping the Torah means you are serving our Creator and living aligned to his ways and his desires. And he is the beginning of it all. And you cannot live righteously if you do not know the God that you are serving. Knowing him and loving him is the greatest commandment that you can fulfill. If you do not know and you don't keep the greatest commandment, when you stand before him, you will be rejected. And sadly, the majority in this world are in this path of judgment. Everyone thinks that they know the God of Israel. You would never hear a person from the Christian church speak as if they do not care about him or they do not know him. But unfortunately, the reality is the majority do not know him. You see, while most people have heard of him, they just don't truly know him. They know of him. They don't know him because the part of the Bible that they are told to disregard and not to apply is the part that actually explains who he is and how he wants us to regard him. The truth is that there is absolutely nothing wrong with his Torah. It has just been presented to you by people that do not truly know him or love him. When you read his Torah to understand him, you come to have a deep love and deep reverence for him that brings you into a more connected relationship that you become more aligned to his will. In order for this relationship to grow, you must first come to know him more deeply and intimately. You need to understand him and how we're called to regard him. Understanding the Torah starts with knowing and understanding Yahweh. And so the next 2 parts are going to be dedicated to understanding our Creator, the Most High, the most important one in our lives. He is who we live for and who we serve. You cannot get this subject wrong. This is a topic that is between life and death, heaven and hell. I cannot stress this enough. If you do not get this right, you will go to hell. It's really that serious, and I'm going to explain this to you now. You must know Yahweh. You must know him, love him, and serve him. This is what you were created for. Do you know Yahweh? After this video, you will find out. Let's begin. Okay, so who is Yahweh? Yahweh is the Elohim of Yasharel. He is the God of Israel. Yahweh is his name. It is not the Lord. People call him the Lord because they practice the ineffable name doctrine that you should definitely not follow. I've made a specific video about this topic, so if you do not understand it, you can understand it from this video. If you are still calling our Father by the Lord, you should watch this video and understand the huge error that you're attached to.
That's Baal.
So yeah, his name is Yahweh. It was written by the writers of the Old Testament almost 6,000 times before the translators replaced it.
And they replaced it.
We keep his third commandment by saying his name and proclaiming it. You should know there is a strong satanic influence in this world to keep you from saying his name.
That's right.
Be aware of it. People will often try to speak against using his name. And again, this is only from the influence of Satan, whether it's intentional or not.
True.
I do not tolerate nor do I deal with anyone that tries to speak against his name. People like to tell you things that may sound convincing if you aren't well.
I read someone's over there, and it was just nonsense stuff. Just like joining up this line and that just nonsense. I haven't got time for it. I really haven't, bro. I haven't.
Studied. And it may make you feel justified in your rejection of his name.
Like that.
People say things like, well, no one can know.
The one next door he's patient like that. Emmanuel next door. Ice. I always struggle to say his name. Next door, he's patient like that. Not me, Don. Not me at all. not me, because I'm an Israelite. He's not. He's patient. He's been in that Christian shop as well. I've never been in it, though. So I've got no time for Christians at all, because they're just being lied to. So when they're coming up to you, they're coming up to you with this line and that line and this line, and that's not how the Bible works. That at all. Because everything's written in a riddle. Everything is. So this line and that line, you've got to join that up and then join this line up. You can't just go by one line, because one line says this, or this bit says that. It doesn't work like that. Move, man.
His name, stuff like that. But this is either from someone that hasn't studied, or they are purposely trying to keep you away from it. Because here's the simple to understand truth. His name was always written in the scriptures, written in Hebrew. The Old
He has come to us, right, next door, Ice, and even he didn't know Father's name until he came here, and that's Christianity. You're mad.
Testament is written in Hebrew.
Crazy.
If people are trying to say that there is no way to know his...
It stops you from knowing the truth, because the truth is the brown sons, and we're going to explain all the sons. We're going to break down all the sons. There's only 3 anyway. We're going to break them down from Japheth, Ham, and Shem. We're going to break them down and show you there's only 3 sons in this dance, and we're going to show you in a book as well when Father divided it for 3 sons and what they had and what complexion they got. For instance, I'm going to put you in the cold, I'm going to put you in the heat, and I'm going to put you in a blended heat and cold. And this is why the sun burns Africa, the sun don't burn you, because you're in the cold. Japheth, and that's why your skin is the way it is. And I'll write it down and prove it to you, so we know who we are. We start from the DNA, right? So we know who we are, what the earth is, what the suns are, and what Father did, because this is what we're going back to. Not none of this Christian nonsense, because Christians don't tell you about these books, do they? The books, what they took out. No, they damn well don't. They only talk about books when they think they can include themselves. You damn tramp. And everyone in the book, wait for it, everyone in the book is brown. 1 and 2 of them are African, but the majority of them are brown. With woolly hair, woolly white hair, you know, brown skin as olive. Open your eyes, it's written in there, but you're so racist, or you're just stupid and just want to put yourself there before the real children. The Yasharel children, but then he calls it Israel, tries to English it, but it's called Yasharel. Not called Michael, it's called Misha'el. These are the names done. Trying to whitewash our names with your stupid booger wagger Michael, damn tramp.
His name?
And Michael's got no power in it. That's like saying let there be light in English, and you never get light. But if you say it in Hebrew, there'll be light. And there's the bird flying as well. Thank you, Father. Look at that. 5:15 when I said that, the bird flew. Could have damn true, you tramp. You should know what I'm talking about. I'm a child, you damn tramp.
Know how to pronounce his name? Then what they are saying is that they do not truly believe in the Bible itself. They are saying that they don't believe anything that is actually written in the Bible, because his name is written in the same Hebrew that everything else in the Old Testament is written in. So if they don't believe that they would know his name that's in Hebrew, they are saying that they don't believe anything else that's written in the scriptures. And they're actually telling on themselves. Be aware of it. So let's deal with this now. What about Yahweh? Why don't you use that? You may say Yahweh, or you heard it like this. Please know the difference between Yahuwah and Yahweh is the difference between Paleo Hebrew and modern Hebrew. Yahweh is using modern Hebrew, and I do not agree, nor do I use modern Hebrew at all. So this is the difference that you hear. The difference between Yahuwah and Yahweh is the difference between Paleo Hebrew and modern Hebrew. I completely reject modern Hebrew and its origins. Modern Hebrew is a fairly new language, and much of it is credited to Eliezer ben Yehuda. He championed the idea of making these modern Jews speak this as a daily language. And this is recent, like in the 19th century. Modern Hebrew was heavily shaped by Yiddish, because these Khazars who created this language in the 19th and early 20th century, they spoke Yiddish as their native tongue. This is easily researched information. So using Yahweh is using their influence, and I absolutely refuse to do so. On the flip side, you might also hear the Hebrew Israelites, they use Yahweh, and that is based upon Abba Bivens and the influence of that Masonic One West camp. This is also not Hebrew, and it should be rejected. They have added extra sounds to their name, particularly the Vav sound. And here's another common misconception. There are many people that reject our Father's name and say his name is Ahaya Asher Ahaya. Or Christians say, I am that I am. They say that's his name.
I mean, with Christians, I understand a little bit. I mean, they've been reading King James Bible versions that practices the ineffable name doctrine that completely removed our Father's name. So all they see in the Bibles is the Lord. So when they read Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, they see
Hey, I bet you didn't know King James, that same Bible, was a black man. I bet you didn't know that, did you? The same Bible that you're showing off with is a black man's Bible. I got it over there, I can show it to you. So that's what you show. It's a black man's Bible you're reading from. King James is a black man, guys. It's a black. Come here. Because you need to remember that bald-headed white boy didn't create nothing. All he is a damn thief, right? That's all he is. And you're showing up in your little Bible song. That is our Bible, but we don't even read that Bible, right? Because that Bible's watered down. And that Bible's just good for you children, because you don't know what's going on. So that is beautiful, you, because you don't know what's going on. You're not the children. So they can partly with that nonsense. But that Bible you're reading was made by King. Listen, look at his name. Look at his name, right? First of all, what does that say? Look at his date of birth, 1066. Right? I mean, sorry, 1566 till 1625, and they've taken his date of birth, right, and they put it on a white man. Now look at the bottom of it. Read the bottom, and it tells you, right, that he wrote the book, and he's a scholar, and he wrote so many 54 scholars. Look at it properly. That is King James. That is, and it's his Bible. Look, man, King James Bible. Look, read it. Look, look, look. I'm trying to make you see it. I'm trying to make you see it. 54 scholars, and he was king of England, king of Ireland, and king of France. That's what it says, doesn't it? And his name is, look, man, King James, right? And that's his Bible, and there's in kingly character, nothing to do with the white man. And when Father put us in detention, he gave us this Bible. We had it in our hand like this, and then he took it and altered it. But this is why we don't read that Bible. We've got a different one, but it's King James. This is King James, the same Bible that you're reading. Don't forget that, guys.
his name is Ahia Asher Ahia, or Christians say, I am that I am. They say that's his name. I mean, with Christians, I understand a little bit. I mean, they've been reading King James Bible versions that practices the ineffable name doctrine that completely removed our Father's name. So all they see in the Bibles is the Lord. So when they read Exodus chapter 3, verse 14, they see the only thing that refers to what to call him, and they just jump on it. This is one main reason why so many people call the Messiah their God, because they do not understand what they're reading. So yeah, I kind of understand with Christians. It's not an excuse, but I understand why. For many of them, they just need to be taught about the ineffable name doctrine and understand that what the translators of the...
We love all children, as they know, and they always come on our platform because they know we don't tell lies. We're firm, but we're fair. And then once you get to know us, you see we're the greatest child you can ever have. But we only deal with truth, guys. We only deal with truth. And they've lied to you. You have no idea. But everything is a lie, miss. Look, look, look. I'm not allowed to tell lies, right? And you know we love everybody, right? These people are wicked. And we've worked it out because Father let us see it yesterday or the day before, right? Now, this book, Talmud, lets us know the whole world is under Esau. Because everyone is a Gentile apart from us. I done a documentary 2 days ago. Go and watch it, man. Tells you everyone is a Gentile apart from us. So that means that book says all these things that it can do to Gentile. Everyone's a Gentile but us. Now, there is no way in the planet everyone's a Gentile and they're saying these things about you and you wouldn't beat them up unless they had something on you, which they have, and that's what Israel is. They go around bombing everywhere, but then they've got you lot as well. Say, look, you Gentiles, this, that, what, not talking about you. It's you they're talking because they got you. Right, and these are children of Satan that they've got. But guys, come on, let's fight them. What's we fighting of, man? Because you haven't got Yahuwah, that's why. Because you haven't got Yahuwah. And it's modern Israel that control the world. And it's modern Israel that think that Gentiles are under them. But guess what? They are Gentiles. Well, if it says the only people who are not is modern Israel, is. They are not Israel. They are Sham. S-H-A-M. We are S-H-E-M. And we're going to talk about these three sons so everybody knows about the sun and our complexion. And then we can find where we can see it in the book too. Right? Because these tramps are lying to you and they're going to die. And you're going to die with them, guys, unless you get out of them. And we're trying to tell you how to do it now. This is not a joke. The whole world is under the spell Esau. Why? Because it says Gentiles, and you're all Gentile. And the stuff it says, we're going to do this to your girlfriend, we're going to have sex with your children at 3 years one day, and you got to do, and women are did, and no one says nothing. Because you are under that spell, and shame on you, shame. This is why we can't do humanity. This is why, because you gave it up. It's for them lot, and they don't do humanity. They're the opposite to us, and you've got yourself in that problem just to get better materials, or just to go against us, because in that you have to go against us. They're not just going to give you materials, right? It's materials and go against them, because they are our twin, and they think we took our birthright. We did. Yo, go and read the book, man. Before we came out the womb, it said, and I quote, but I think, the older one will serve the younger one. Let me say that again. When the parents start to sit down and talk to each other, right? And she's pregnant. And the bell rings as well. They said, the older one will serve the younger one, right? And even when you came out, Jacob was holding your heel, the little rude boy Jacob, right? And the heel, that age is finished, because the hand is the beginning of the man, and the heel is the end of a man, and that's what it says there, right? So don't forget it, man. And all you lot, you signed up with Satan, right? And Esau, your dance is finished as well, because if he goes, you go as well, you damn tramp. But what we're trying to do, we're trying to break you away from that, but you ain't got the courage to break away from him, have you? Who should have him? Well, you're going to die, guys. You're going to die. You're going to die. Didn't you think there was a real father, and his name is Yahuwah? Didn't you think there was a real one? Huh? And you really think that these lot can defeat? I mean, they're hiding, behind a machine, and behind a crooked system that puts you in jail. Is that why you can't speak? Or they're going to take this from you and let them take it. I had to give everything back, guys. You didn't have more gold than me. You didn't have no more money. You didn't have better cars and all that nonsense than me. No, man. When you come follow me, you get what I hope. I'm just saying, son. I'm just saying. You damn tramp. But Christians, you can have all that and still, Jesus. I don't know who Jesus is. Let me teach you about that then quickly, darling, right? Now, back in the day, right, it was ISIS, right? That's what I used to call him, ISIS, right? Now, I-E, yeah? Or I-U, you can call it, but back there was I-E, and that means hail, right? So that's I-E now. Then you got S-U-S for the us, right? Now they put a Z with that, so it's Zeus. So when you take their Z off and join it together and change it to a J, because they changed the I to a J, that says Jesus. So what you're actually doing is calling Hail Zeus when you call that name. You see how dangerous these people are, Rasta. Because they can't have you on their platform calling our people. They cannot, done. They will kill you. That's how this thing is. And we can't have you on our platform calling them. You see me? Right? And you sign a bad contract because you're known as the Gentiles, right? And they're saying that you Gentiles are this, that, whatnot. And go and read it, man. But maybe you might get strength from it and start protecting your women and protecting your girls at 3 years and 1 day. Tarati. You might even say 1 day to, then they go back to years.
Indeed, when I come to the children of Israel,
Don't you care for children? That they are sexually violating children? Don't you care for children? Don't you care for the women? They're talking about our women like they're shit. They're saying that the animal is better than the woman. And that's all your women from all wherever you come from. Because you're all Gentiles. And they're doing business with all of you. Just like they did when they come and got you and said, listen, they're in Africa. Come, I'll give you this, I'll give you that. Go and get them. It's the same dance done. It's the same dance.
and say to them,
But this time you're going to die. This time you're going to die. This is why it's been revealed. Only certain children can reveal this. They only give me this the other day. Yesterday or the day before they give me this. I had to quickly make a documentary on it, quickly, and push it out there. And now we're doing this one. Right? Because the least we can do is try and make you see what's happening before you die. Before you die. Because it might change you over. Who knows? Perhaps. You're still telling me about your Christian nonsense. We look like bomb-buckler Christianity, right? But just telling us to them steal it from the king. I've just showed you who the king was. King James. And you come into your Christianity nonsense. Rasta.
the Elohai of your fathers has sent me to you. And they say to me, what is his name? What shall I say to them?
Chat to me about Christianity.
And Elohim said to Moses, Ahia, Asher, Ahia.
That's all.
And he said, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, Ahia has sent me to you.
I can't stand
Exodus chapter 3, verses 13 and 14.
Oh, I don't think so.
Now, in English, Ahia, Asher, Ahia translates to, I am who I am. Ahia translates.
Understand nothing about that when they say Christian. Nothing at all, that stuff. When you say you're a Christian, equally saying you're the devil when you say you're a Christian. I am not joking. Yo, grown up people, come here. And you know what it says, right, guys? Wait there. I got it, guys. The sixth trumpet. I have to get it right. Where the sixth trumpet says, 1/3 of people just be wiped out. I believe that's Christianity. I really do. I really believe that's Christianity, because 1/3 of the nation is 2.6 billion, and that's what's in Christianity. Just to wipe it out, bam, completely. Because Christianity is demonistic and it does everything wrong. The Sabbath day wrong, then Sunday it asks people for money. It makes £30 million, right, on a Sunday, every Sunday. 30 billion, 30 billion it makes every Sunday, that church. It's an insult to Yahuwah. Doesn't even call his name. When the boy come here, Yahuwah, when Albany come here, didn't even know who Yahuwah was. And he's a top Christian boy, top. And he didn't even know who Yahuwah was. They made sure in that Christianity, you don't know who Father is. You don't know who Father. So what are you doing in Christianity if it doesn't teach you who Father is? What the hell are you doing in that? And this is a boy who is high in Christianity. He's high next door, and he doesn't even know about Father. Joke ting done. Joke.
To I am. So understand, because of this one verse right here in Exodus 3:14, this has created all the doctrines that I spoke of earlier. Now let me say this.
That's what Christianity has done to him. That is what Christianity has done to him. Made him think that thing there is nice. And you don't need the Father. You're an idiot. Because the Father comes before the Son. Let me tell you that. The Father comes before Emmanuel. Let me tell you that. And Emmanuel don't call us at all. Emmanuel never called me once. Not once. It's Yahuwah who called me. And now Yahuwah's introducing me to Emmanuel. But normally, your way is you go through Emmanuel, and through Emmanuel you get the love of Father. That's how you guys go, not me. Mine's the other way around, as you've noticed, because Father come for me first, right? You've never heard me talk about Emmanuel till now. Everything you heard me talking about is you, Yahuwah. Why? He controls the Ruah, Yahuwah, He controls what? The Ruah. What's the Ruah? The thing that's inside you. Open your nostril. Right, the Ruah is a breath. The Ruah is the wind. And the Ruah is a spirit. That's how powerful this Ruah thing is, right? And anytime you're naughty, just puts it in the wind. There's 4 winds, guys. There's 4 winds, right? This nostril is for good, and this nostril is for bad. So you get blessings and you get curses. The nostril. Don't forget, I told you. Why? Because they reveal little bits to me. Why? Because I'm a good boy. And I got the penis. It might be a bit small, but when you see the nature goes, why, right? But anyway, the penis, the circumcised penis, right? And that's how they come into you. It's the oracle. You don't know about these things, man. You're not meant to. You're not the child. You're not meant to know about these things. But you should listen to the child. You should listen and keep your backside away back. You want to hurt the child, because every time you do something, it hurts you even more. You're damn right it does, right? Because you have no power. You have no power, guys. The religions that they're getting you to do are just man-made religions with traditions. It's all made up Satan nonsense. It's all made up. And none of these Christmas, Easter, none of them are in the book. None of them are in the book. They couldn't put that in the book, right? And the king, who you call a king, who's got cancer, couldn't do an emperor or an empress. How are you having a monarch that hasn't got an emperor and hasn't got an empress? What kind of rubbish is that? And how are you doing an emperor when a king's got cancer? Because he cheated on his wife. He broke the covenant that he made with his wife. He couldn't even keep that. Why? Because I want to be a Tampax to go inside you. You broke the covenant. So that Tampax you're talking about is not about Diana's Tampax, is it? And you're married to Diana. Nah, you're talking about Carmela. And Carmela was the local bike. That's why your mum said, you're not marrying her. She's a tramp, right? All your mates have her. I know, but she gives it to me good. No! Your auntie's got a nice girl, and you can marry her. And that's what happened. That's what happened, man. And he had a virgin girl, and he ruined her. He ruined Diana. She didn't even know what love was. And that was a beautiful child searching for love. And then she went to an Asian guy for love, which was a playboy, in fact, and he just used her as well. Some Asian guy, because his dad's a millionaire. He ain't gonna know how to look after her. And then you find out that his dad's a paedophile. Then you find out that the father's a paedophile. The son's a playboy, and the father's a paedophile. How about that? And that's what you're giving to Princess Diana, because none of you boys could love her. Not one of you knew how to love that girl, and she was searching for that, and she could have given it back to you. If you knew how to give her love, she would have gave it back to you, that Princess Diana. But you ruined her. But before you ruined her and she left, she showed us what you done, right? She showed us what you done, how you got to be royalty, right? You swapped it over with the Moors because you were stinking, you were smelly, you was a tramp. The Europeans were known as smell bad guys. You have no idea. They were the most smelliest of the most smelliest of the most smelliest, and nobody would go near them, right? But the Moors pitted them. And the Moors tried to help them with their hygiene. And what happened? And the Moors are royalty, I forgot to tell you. They're all royalty. Right? And then what did they do? They robbed them, switched it round, and then now you got the royal family. And this is what Princess Diana was saying. And then she gave me a picture of one of the royalty guys, and he looks just like me. And then they killed her. And then John Lennon turned as well. It's like going mad explaining to you. Even the chair he was sitting, he got off on the chair and kicked the chair. I was getting crazy how white man changed it all. And then they cut him off. They cut him off on the show, and then he died. And then he died. Because they're starting to reveal this thing now. White man. You can't hide this thing, white man. It's not you. You've only come about 400 years. 5, we could say. When Father gave you us. That's when you came into the dance. Because before that, you was doing pagan, having sex with animals, multiple gods you was honouring. You was doing all that nonsense until Father gave us to you. And then you add up all this nonsense of bomb, vodka, this, and Christianity. And this started at 1619. And then they done a project, guys, about us. And they wrote books, 1619 to 2019. This is their project. This is their project on us. They write books on it. They got us at 1619. Before all that, they were doing pagan nastiness. They didn't know nothing about the book. Nothing at all. These pagans. And that's who they are. That's who they are. And they're going to die for what they've done, trying to hide it all, guys. And they're not looking to make atonement. And all this wickedness that you see going on is because of what the whole world has done to these children. And they're not telling you. When we got raided at 70, 80, and we started crying, he said, all right then, go to your sisters. No, go to your cousins. So we went to Africa, about 1 million of us. And then when we was there, then the Africans started their nonsense, started burning children and all that. And some of us saw that and said, we like that, we want to do that. And all that nasty nonsense, working with Satan. And some of our children went with it. Some of them went with it now, right? Some of our people went with that nastiness. And we've been persecuted, right, from since the day we was given to these people. And serve our rights, because we're children of Father, and everyone's going to be jealous of us, you stupid idiot. And you're supposed to be a certain way, you're supposed to be set apart, so people can see who we are and want to come and join our Father. But oh no, you always got to think about yourself, and that Father is going to damage you. Believe me, he's going to damage you. Mark my words, damage you.
If our Father, if he just stopped talking, if he stopped explaining himself, if after you read this, the rest of what is written in the Torah, and confirm this, then this would be undeniable. But I am very tired of people isolating scriptures and then teaching from it. They literally just stop reading on just so they can create their own doctrines. It's very irritating. Because understand, this is how false doctrine is created. Someone takes the verse and covers up what was written before it and what was written after it, just so they can make a claim. And because people don't study on their own, and because it just sounds good, and they see it written like that right there, they just declare that it's truth. What people are saying, it's not the truth. Let me show you what I mean. Let's just keep reading. We'll just go to the next verse. We'll unisolate the scriptures. Moreover, Elohim said to Moses, thus you shall say to the children of Israel, Yahweh Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Isaac, and the Elohai of Yaakov has sent me to you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial to all generations. Exodus chapter 3, verse 15. So, wait a second. If we just stop isolating the scriptures, our Father keeps talking? Imagine that. The next verse says, moreover, Elohim said, okay, so he said more. And what did he say? He said, thus you shall say to the children of Yasharel, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, and the Elohai of Isaac, and the Elohai of Yaakov has sent me to you. And what? This is my name forever. Now, did he say it again?
I'm back.
Let's just keep reading. Let's read verse 16. Go and gather the elders of Yasharel together and say to them, Yahuwah, Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Yaakov, appeared to me, saying, I have surely visited you and seen what is done to you in Egypt. That's Exodus chapter 3, verse 16.
We're going to start off with here. Should I do and they divide? No, start from here. And it came to pass in the beginning of the 33rd Jubilee. You can put that if you want, 1569 AM, that they divided the earth into 3 parts for Shem and Ham and Japheth, according to the inheritance of each. Right, we're going to start off with that, right? Because people are lying about white is this and white is that. We're going to explain to you who white is. We're going to explain to you who black is, and we're going to explain to you who brown is. Because obviously they're lying. You damn try. And these books you ain't got in your book. They only left you with 66. These are Bible books, by the way. These are Bible books. These are proper prophets done. Not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And don't forget, Matthew is a convert. He's not ordained. They found him in a booth, right? In a booth. Tax booth, being horrible to the people. And then Emmanuel said, come and follow me. And fair play. He said, I'm coming. Fair play. But what we're saying, Matthew in the Bible, he's not ordained. He used to be a tax collector, right? From poor people. Don't forget that. Try. Not ordained, that Matthew. Not ordained. Wasn't known about before the earth was created. Wasn't known about before the earth was created. Powerful children now. Powerful. Damn tramp. Children that got their name in a place. The place is called them. That's their name. In the tribe of Asher, there is a place called Misha'el. Is there a place with your name on it? You damn tramp. This is serious thing. This is why they don't want people to know who they are. I want to come and chuck you in jail and then come and take away your home for nothing. I'm going to come and say you're antisocial and criminal behavior. Does my behavior look like that, you damn tramp? But that's the only thing Satan could put on me. Couldn't put rape on me. Couldn't put murdering kids or drinking blood. Could ya? Or burning children. Could ya? Damn tramp. No one ain't locking you up for that, are they? Damn tramp.
Gather the elders of Yasharel together and say to them, Yahuwah, Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Yaakov, appeared to me, saying, I have surely visited you and seen what is done to you in Egypt. That's Exodus chapter 3, verse 16. Guess what? He said it again. He said his name, Yahuwah, Elohai of your fathers. So he is clearly giving and communicating his name. And in fact, as you keep reading and you read through the entire rest of this book, the name that is written is Yahuwah. And in the Old Testament alone, it is written and declared almost 6,000 times. And no time after this did Yahweh refer to his name as Ahia. In fact, in Isaiah 42, verse 8, it quite literally says, I am Yahuwah, that is my name. And my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to graven images. Isaiah chapter 42, verse 8. So this to me right here is one of those situations where it's pretty definitive if you're not isolating the verse. Because people that make this claim use one verse, but I can use almost 6,000 verses to show the name that he became known to his people through. You discern who has the most evidence.
After me, if they was after you like that, you would have committed suicide long time, because you're weak, man.
Now, according to the frequency dictionary,
And you don't stand for nothing. You don't fight or stand for nothing. Because if you did fight for women and fight for God, there's no way they could write that stuff. And then you keep implementing it every day secretly. You smelly devil tramp.
discern who has the most evidence. Now, according to the frequency dictionary, discern who has the most evidence.
What was that? That's all the names that's in the books of times was used. Look at that. Yahuwah's name is found in the Quran at nearly, look at that, nearly 6,000 times. And I'm going to take it. And then nobody knows his name. Christians don't know his name, and it's been in, it's nearly 5,989 times, and Christians don't know his name. And Christians don't know his name. You hear me? Christians don't know his name, don't they? Right? But then they want to come and tell me about this thing, but then Father's name's not in there at all. They got Lord, which Lord means Baal. They got God, we don't know which God they want to about, because there's multiple gods that they hide behind. So we have no idea what you're talking about there. Unless you say God of Israel, but you don't. You don't at all. And Christians don't even know the name Yahuwah. And the whole thing is his. So you know that's a Satan dance you're in. If you cannot tell me you don't even know the Creator's name. Joking done. Absolute joke. And you don't even know that Earth's divided into 3 suns. 3 suns. You don't even know the basics. You damn tramp. But you're at the front.
Now, according to the frequency dictionary, the Hebrew Bible, other than small grammatical words like and the, his name, Yahuwah, is the most written word in the Bible. They say a significant word in the Hebrew Bible is the divine name Yahuwah, the Tetragrammaton, which many English versions of the Bible translate as Lord. This name is attested 6,828 times. That's a great deal of evidence right here. His name is used and is written, and is not a haya. So when people are trying to say that this is his name, they are actually working against you, whether they are intentional or not. But on another note, do you recognize that they took his name out of our Bibles? That really is a very big deal, and for me, I have absolutely no tolerance for it.
I don't talk to them neither.
So let's be clear. When someone is trying to pull you away from the name Yahuwah, they are either very much unlearned, or they are secretly an enemy of Yahuwah, trying to get you to remove his name off your tongue. And the sad thing is that so many of you let it happen. So, okay, let's deal with his name. Why is it Yahuwah? Why did we say it like this? Well, his name was written by the Hebrews. Is it Yahuwah?
That's nice. I'm going to take that one. That is nice. I like that one. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That is nice. I want that. I do want that one. I want that today. That is nice. I saw it, Dad. I saw it. Look, sexy in it. No, I saw it. I saw it. Because I'm a boy now. I'm a child. Look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that. Have you seen it? I want it today. Oh, look at that. After I write that, I'm going to print it. I'm going to print it. Father, I don't even know if I've got enough ink in there. He'll make it happen. Look at that. Have you seen it? That's his true name. And it says, is his name. Look at it, man. No, that one's still better. But that one's equal. Nah, that one's still better. That one's still better. But that one is bad still. That one is dangerous still. No, let's stick with that one. Let's stick with that one. Let's stick with that one. Oh, right, let me see that one. Oh, no. Look at that one. But that's got the sky as well. And it's got his name in the Hebrew as well. Oh, look at that, man. I'm confused, Father. Him said, use both of them. Because you can put that at the bottom as well. You could do. You could do. Because it's tough. Look at that, man. And it's got the sky as well. Thank you. You said, you're welcome. Right.
Oh, why did we say it like this? Well, his name was written by the Hebrews like this. This is the Hebrew spelling of his wonderful name.
I know.
The Tetragrammaton is the 4-letter sequence.
Well.
This is the Hebrew.
Take that as well. Take that as well. Because I don't know it like that. But just have it in the house. Just have it there. Right. Just stop it. Right. Just stop it, miss.
Hebrew spelling of his wonderful name.
This was the difference between Isaac and Jacob. Sorry, Isaac and Esau. Because Esau used to just go out hunting. That's what he used to do. Go out hunting because he thought he had the birthright. Right? Which he did. Technically, when he thought he did. But Jacob used to just be at home, studying the book, learning the book, being good to his parents. When his mum's cooking, watching his mum doing the cooking, helping his mum doing it. And where you going to? I'm going back to do my studying. Oh, they loved him. That was Jacob. Jacob.
Name. The Tetragrammaton is the 4-letter sequence of consonants.
good to his
In
parents.
English, our words read left to right.
Son, I like
But in
children
Hebrew,
like that.
it's
I like children who listen to their parents and who defend them. You try to hit their parents, they'll knock you out. They'll bang you out. You try to hit their parents. Good children, though. Very obedient. Very good
Hebrew
children.
spelling of his wonderful name. The Tetragrammaton is the four-letter sequence of consonants. In English, our words read left to right. But in Hebrew,
you walk in the spirit. They can see that walk in the flesh. You walk in the spirit. They can see that. Some people admire it, and some people are jealous of it, and some people want to do something, but they can't. You damn right you can't, because if you touch it, what will happen to you? The forces will come down upon you instantly. This is Yahuwah's child, ordained even before he done the earth, even before he created the earth. This child and many other children, 144, have been ordained. Go find out what that means. Sanctified. Go find out what. There's nowhere written that you've been ordained or sanctified. It's not written anywhere. It has to be written. Where is your name? Is your name written in the book? Show me. It's got to be Hebrew written. Where you've transferred it into. It's all right. Show me. Right? Netanyahu is not your name done. Right? You converted. Your first name is Simon something. So not you. Netin Yah. You got Yah at the end of it. Look at his name. Netin Y-A-H. Then he's got a U. Forget the U. But that's how you do spell his name. Y-A-H-U. Then if you put an A and a H there, then that's Yahuwah at the end of his name. Look at Netanyahu again. Look at the name again. Look at the last four letters at the end of it. Right? It says Y-A-H-U. Now if you put an A and a H there, that says Yahuwah. Right? And that name is not for him. Because he's not a child of Yahuwah. They hate Yahuwah, but he stole the name. His name is Simon P. something. Right? And he's an Ashkenazi, Roman, Russian, Turkic. I mean, there's so much of them. That's who they are. And now they're doing DNA tests, guys. And they're bags. Right, I'm going to play it to you in a bit. After this, I'm going to play it to you. I'm going to picture after a bit. They're doing DNA tests. They're bags. They've got so many different nations in them, apart from Yisrael. And their backs are being lied to. Right, and just think of it. There is no way Father would choose you, children. You are children of Satan. Do you hear me? You need to go and read the book, guys. They've been lying to you, children of Satan. You don't even know who you are, children of Satan. Let me explain who you are, so you know who you are. Malachi 1, 2, 3. Malachi chapter 1, verse 2 and 3. Go and read it. And I'm going to be showing you many more things now. Children of Satan, because you don't know you are. I don't know if you could, if there's any atonement for you. I don't think there is. It's not written anywhere. It's just written that they're going to kill you. There's no atonement for you anywhere. I can't find it. Right? There is for Gentiles. Oh, there is. He's always talking about the Gentiles. If they stop the strangling, right? They stop the worshipping idols that they can't even bleed and see. They stop the sexual immorality. I can say it now. They stop the sexual immorality and the burning of the children. Father said, I'll accept you. But you, Esau, he says, no. I don't care even if you're well behaved. And now the children of Esau, the children of Satan, are now realizing, well, we are not what they said we are. So who are we? Right. Malachi chapter 1, 2, 3. No. Malachi chapter 1, verse 2 and 3. Find out who you really are. You're not children of God. You're children of Satan. That's who you are. And there is no atonement for you guys. There is atonement for Gentiles, because we like the Gentile, right? We never had no babies with you. We was told not to have babies with the Gentiles, and we did. And you have turned the Gentiles against us. It was you. It was you. And then they did that, and then look how you treat them in return, right? You tell them you can have sex with their girls. You know, you can, if they hit you, you can kill them. You can have sex with their boy. There's one in there with boys as well. You can have sex with. I didn't understand it though, but there is one there. You can have sex with boys. I mean, basically, they're just saying what they can do with you. You're theirs. And this is where you got tricked. But there's atonement for white people. There's atonement for Gentiles, sorry. And Gentiles are not white. There's the whole world. Asian, Indians, Africans. You're all Gentiles. But there is a way out for you. But you need to break away from them not quick. And if you can't do it, then you're going to die. And if you think you're going to beat Father, then you're even more stupid than what I thought. Because you're all hiding now. None of you can come out the front and back what you're doing. None of us can, yeah? Because you're all weak heart children. I mean, you've got a whole system with you. Why aren't you coming out? Right, showing us who you are. Like this bomb like Antichrist. When there? Huh? I can't wait to see him done. When there? Right? Because you think you're going to fool me. I'd say that you're the answer. Sit, Rasta, I can't. The first thing, show me your penis. That's the first thing we said to him. Show me your penis. Right? And show me in the book where you're there. Huh? Show me, you damn tramp. Right? Because some children were just designed for this time, and some children were just designed to run away, right? Show me your penis, not who he is. I can't wait, right? Now, brief reminder, all you Satan children, right? Come out the front down and praise him, right? Because the dance is finished. Esau's dance is done, right? And all you beautiful Jacob children, wake up. Jacob, wake up, darling. Jacob, Yasharel, wake up, man. Wake up. The spirits are with you. Your ancestors are everywhere. They would jump inside you, right? All you got to do is do the stuff the Father says. Stop eating pork, right? And stop eating the wrong food, so at least they can come inside you. You're eating all that nonsense, they're not going to come inside you. They tell you, Leviticus chapter 11, what to eat, what not to eat. Guys, they're not going to come inside you if you're eating all that nonsense. They're not. They're Kodesh. They tell you not to eat so they can come inside you. It don't matter if you made a deal with Satan. Right, this is why you need Yahuwah. Because once you go with him, Satan has to run. Satan has to run. His children have to run. And don't forget, these children are dying. They're dead. There is no repentance for them. Right? So you shouldn't have made a deal with them, guys. Right? Because me and you are going to make it the other side. It's written. It's not written for them. Right? So they're trying to drag you with them. So we're trying to wake you up. Whether you believe it, it's down to you. Right? But we're trying to wake you up, man. You mustn't be frightened of them. You need to put that thing, give it to Yahuwah, or go and give it to Emmanuel, Yeshua. His name's not Jesus. That's Hell Zeus, you call him. So when you're praying to Jesus, no, nothing happens. Nothing happens. You're praying to Hell Zeus. That's who you're praying to. That is who you're praying to. Hell Zeus. I just explained it to you. And that's their top god. So everything you're asking, you're not getting because you're praying to him. Call them by their names, and they will answer you. It's not hard, is it? God's sake. I mean,
It's read right to left. The ancient Paleo-Hebrew.
You listen to that system, you start calling what they say to call, and you'll never get anything. Right? Break away from that and do it yourself. Your church is your beautiful home. Right? And stop coming in your house, guys, with your shoes and trainers. Take that off outside. You're coming into your kingdom now. You've been walking up and down or driving up and down in shoes. That's all right. That don't come in your house, done. This is your kingdom, done. Shoes and trainers doesn't come in. This is your kingdom. And when Father starts seeing you treating them, they'll come in. Right? So today, remember, we're going to start off fresh with what? Stop coming in your house with shoes and trainers. That's absolutely filthy. You're bringing all that shit in your house. You can't see germs, can you? Exactly. You can't see germs, can you? Exactly. So what do you think's on your feet? Take your shoes off, take your trainers off, guys. Come on. You're on a different level now. This is your kingdom. This is your temple. This is your palace. So take your shoes or your trainers off when you come in. Right? And show that you've got respect and quality. Children with quality, or grown-ups with quality, don't come in their house with their shoes and trainers. I can guarantee you that.
Has his name written out in 4 letters. Let me make this as simple to understand as possible. The first 2 letters, Yud and He, together make the sound of Yah. The 3rd letter, the Vav, makes the U sound.
Beautiful children.
And the 4th letter is the same as the 2nd letter, He. It makes the Ah sound. It makes the word Yahuwah. Yahuwah. And this is the name written and given to Israel. Yahuwah. People like to say this is not his name because there are no vowels in his name. And that's true. But please understand that this is phonetics. I'm displaying his name phonetically so you can understand it in English. It has nothing to do with the letters that we use in English to write it. It could write it like this, Yahuwah. I'm not putting a U in the name. I'm using the U to illustrate the oo sound for the vav. Understand, in most differences with his name, it often comes down to this third character with the vav sound. If you want to understand the difference, ask the person that is giving the different pronunciations, what sound are they giving the vav sound? Like when you speak in the Hebrew Israelites, ask them, what sound are they giving the vav sound when they're saying Yahweh? For me personally, I generally do not get into debates about his name.
Okay.
My main problem and issue is with people pushing us away from praising our Father using his name. I think this is dangerous and it's very wrong to do, and I reject anyone who does this. His name is Yahweh, and do not let anyone take his name off your tongue.
No.
So why is this a part of the Torah series? Why is this important? Well, be clear, his name is a part of our commands to keep. We are commanded to not take his name in vain. It is the third commandment. It says, you shall not take the name.
It's mine. This is mine, guys. Deuteronomy, right? 5:11. Deuteronomy 5:11. When was you born? I was born 5:11. I was born May the 11th. And it says, you, young man, shall not misuse the name of Yahuwah, your Elohim, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless. Who misuses his name? Or, there's more, or bring his name to naught. Now in your Bible, that bit's not there. Or bring his name to naught. You ain't got that bit in your Bible. You just got the top bit out of it. But anyway, this is serious, right? This is serious. Look, this is on my birthday, guys. This is on my birthday. And then tomorrow, we're gonna do it, I'll take it off now. We're gonna do a documentary on this, guys. Look at this. Do you know what this is? Wait. Do you know what this is? This is where they all are. This is where they all are. Look at it, the grave. Look at this. This is magic. They bring it to me. This is where the people are, and this is where I'm going to get them. This is where they are. This is the grave where they are. You see the tomb where they are? My people. Do they give you these things? No, they don't. Where Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, and all the crew. This is where they are. This is where they are. This is the tomb where they are. You see it? Let's stay there.
Of Yahweh, your Elohim, in vain. For Yahweh will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Exodus chapter 20, verse 7. To take something in vain is to make it meaningless, to bring it to nothing. So to take his name in vain is to make his name meaningless or not important. I always say, what could be more meaningless than to not even say it or acknowledge it? To bring it down to merely a title, like calling him the Lord or just saying God. But yet, this is what the majority...
When people see me, they say, that's Yahuwah's boy. I say, thank you, damn right. That's Yahuwah. That's his name, not Lord or God. Very easy name to pronounce. It rolls off your tongue. Yahuwah, Yahuwah. He controls the Ruah. Yahuwah, Yahuwah. He controls the Ruach Kodesh.
But he does.
No one else.
They take his name in vain. He wants his name known and proclaimed.
And nobody wants to call
now, I know in the
great these pagan names, yeah, and it's difficult now for the Gentile, because the Gentiles are not allowed to say he's not. Why? It's too holy. That's what they're telling people. They can't say Father's name because it's too holy. I mean, have you ever heard so much demonistic nonsense in your whole life? When someone says you don't do that, it's too holy. So you know that's a devil child, don't you? Why? Because it's too holy. Only devil children would tell you that, wouldn't they? Why? Because it's... Are you stupid? Are you a stupider? Huh? Which one? Because if you was around grandma said, you see, you come here. I'm going to show you once, yeah? With a smile. If I have to show you it again, it'll be with a frown. But you see, son, if I, your grandmother, have to show you the same thing 3 times, you are on your own. You hear me? And you know when you're on your own, I hold my head up high and I say, that is not my grandson. And then what do you start doing? I start crying. Well then, make sure you learn it the first time, right? Yes, grandma. Oh. You ever had that kind of training before? No, you ain't.
And scheme.
And even if you would, what would you say? Shut up, excuse me? You ain't got the right grandma.
To take his name in vain, to make his name meaningless, is also to bear shame or be a poor representation of him. To make it like, so you are Yahweh's people? This is truly what it would come down to. But please consider,
Okay, 6 o'clock in the morning. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, good morning, good morning. You know, every time I see him, I always say good morning, because I'm a beautiful child. Good morning, good morning. It is the 3rd of April, 2026, guys. I hope everyone is nice, and dedication to anyone who shares an Earth Day on this day. Happy Earth Day to whoever it is on this day. And may Yahuwah bless you on this Earth Day. And who knows, this may be a time for you to start to get to know Yahuwah. Who's Yahuwah? He controls the ruler. What's the ruler? Open your nostril. Right? The ruler is the wind, the ruler is the breath, and the ruler is the spirit. And we're getting to know the thing what's inside us, and then we'll have power. Right, because they suppressed it, and then they've come inside it, and then they do all their nonsense inside you, and then you got to drink blood, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this and do it. How do I break it? See, I hear you saying, how do I break it? I hear you. This is how you break it. Number 5 says to put poo-poo on Emmanuel. What you need to do is take the poo-poo off. Number 1, because it goes to 20. The first one says, if you read their Torah, we're going to put you to death. Well, you need to start reading the Torah, because that's your strength. And on number 5, it says again to put poo-poo on Emmanuel. Now you need to take that off. And then once you take that off, then you have power. Then you have power. So the fear that you have for them, you need to go back to being a little child. You know the infant? Yeah, there it is. There it is, miss. The nursing infant. That's what they love. That's their words. Nursing infant. Now, when you go back to that and you start telling them how they've been horrible to you, because that's what they want to hear you. They want to hear you plead and beg to them, right? And they will come to you guys. And in the fear that you got for them, you just say, can I give you my fear? And then they'll say to you, are you going to fear me? Are you going to fear me? And then when you say, I will fear you, this is you I will honor and fear. Then they say, give me that fear. And you give them that fear. Right? And then now you're a different person. That's like dipping yourself in the blood. And then when you've given them that fear, then you go and dip yourself in the blood, Rasta, and they can't touch you. They cannot touch you. Listen to your boy. They cannot touch you. You've got to have faith, guys. This is why it doesn't work for you. Because they've got you believing in the wrong thing. They've got you believing in a breath of air. That's what it is, a breath of air. Now you want the air that can say what it's saying, and then it comes to fruition. You want the healer that can touch you and you're healed. That's what you want. And this spirit does healing, and it speaks truths and rights to humanity, and it fights all evil, spiritual, all. Right? And you need to reverse this curse, guys, because you're good children. You need to get away from these wicked people, and you can only do that, right, with Emmanuel. His name's not Jesus. You're not going to get nothing from Jesus. You're calling Jesus when you're calling that. Now you need to call Emmanuel, and that is your strength, not what they're telling you, right? The spirit of him is, yeah, but you're doing it the wrong way. That is infected with devilistic nonsense. There's no power in that at all. That is pure devil in there. Pure devil. Pure. All of it's devil. I should know. They have never once put me in that, guys. When I was an infant, they dragged me in there, right? The Roman Catholic Church. But then Father took me out there quick. When I started getting in the confession book, and I was enjoying it. And Father said, wait, sir, come here. I said, yeah, what are you doing in there? I said, I'm telling him everything I did. And he said to say 10 Hail Marys and 10 Alphabets. And stop! Make I tell you something again, right? It's only one man, right, that can take away sin. And that is me. Right? No, I'm going to put you in sound system. Make I put, come here. And then he put me in front line. And then brought all front line to my house. And that is the story done. Ruled and controlled by Chucky Judah. Listen to the name. Chucky Judah. As an infant. And then taught my mum certain things, like not eating pork and stop beating children. Many things the Rasta taught us. Many. That Chucky there. Many. Right? The child. Never been in your not. The only time is that. And then one time, guys, when they know what's going on, me take the EABC, what they call the BCG, right? What's that? Go and ask Grandma. Back in our days, the BCG. Let me take the BCG. Look, guys, to this day, look, this thing up, look. Right, never again. And because you don't take their injections and that, they write you off. right? They're potions and that. They don't take it. If it bursts the skin, no. I'm not trusting you to burst my skin and put something in there. No. Hell no. No, no, no. No. I've seen what you've done with the blood to your people. You went and got blood from prisoners and then came back to the dance in England and said, I got it, I got it, I got it. And then knowing, watching you, you're feeding these people dead blood. Right? But that was a curse. Why? Father did that curse, guys. As horrible as it sounds. Why? You and me are not allowed to mix blood. Blood is the human, beautiful children. So imagine, blood is the human and you're mixing it with yours. So there's a human in you now. Believe me, guys. Imagine, if Emmanuel left his blood, he didn't leave the flesh, he left his blood, so that is the human, the blood. He didn't leave the flesh, he left the blood for you to dip yourself in. So that's the human. So if you're taking blood and putting blood in you, and no, and Satan knows that. That's why he says, oh, give blood. No, 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 no. So you've got all these different humans in you now as well. What about when you drink it? Why do you think he gets you to do all these things? To make sure Father won't accept you. That's all he's doing, because he knows he's going in the lake of fire. And he's doing a sterling job, because it looks like you're going with him, guys. And this is what we're here to do, right? To give you an option, not to tell you what to do. We're not allowed to, right? All we can do is bring you to the stream. You can see the stream is so clear, you can see your reflection. And that one there, as you can see, is brown and dirty. Which one do you want? He said, T. I said, I can't wait. Where are you going? I have to go and get more people. That's your choice. One is dirty, one is clean. We're going. I'll see you there. We brought you to the stream. We cannot force you to drink it. All we can do is bring you there. And now we're going. Don't go, bye. We have to go get more people back. Don't go, there it is, drink it, man. And you'll be like us, you damn tramp. What do you want me to do? Feed it to you, you little cockle spring. There it is. And there's a dirty one you've been drinking. So which one you want? I ain't even got time to see. I'm gonna go get more people. And that's the dance, bro. And that is the dance, right? With all you wicked devil children. But in there, there's a whole heap of good children, right? That just don't know where to go. Because you're not showing them where they can go. You're not giving them an option. You just tell them about your Satan this and your devil this. And you as adults are supposed to be helping and fighting this thing. But you've just gone along with it. You've just gone along with it, where they can write books about us and talk about our women and talk about our kids like that. And we don't even do anything. And these children are children of Satan who are going to die. One more time. Malachi chapter 1 verse 2 and 3. Read the thing. And you're going to go with them. And that's all they're doing. Because they know what's happening. They know it. All they want to do is have you burn with them. And they don't like you. Look at the stuff they write about you, man. Right? And we're talking about Israel now. Them stupid tramps. And they pawns of the state. Listen, every country that they're in, the state pays for them. The state, whatever country they're in, the state funds them. They're on about 8 different benefits. And they got 13 kids, 12 kids, 11 kids to one family. One family. Because they get benefits. You've never seen them working anywhere, have you? You've never seen them working anywhere, have you? Think about it. Because the states, whatever they're in, pay, because they're Satan's children. And this is a Satan dance. And you can only get on that platform if you sign his contract. And they're his children that bully you. And the book proves that. And you sold out, guys, for materials and to hurt us. Because there's no way they're going to give you all that without a contract of hurting us. And this is where you sold out, guys. This is where you sold out. And this is where you see many people committing suicide because they're realizing that they've been tricked. But we're telling you, don't commit suicide. We're telling you, go and see Emmanuel. Go to him as a child. Explain to him everything because they know what's happening. It's just time to repent. You don't need to kill yourself. We don't need to kill yourself. But you need to hurry up, guys. Because this thing's coming very soon. And this is the real dance. Not the stupidness they show you on TV. This is the real dance. This is what they've hid. Who Father's real children are. This is Father's earth. So this is the most important thing. Because while you're loving the earth, guys, right? Jeremiah, I didn't remember it. Jeremiah chapter 34. No, nearly. Jeremiah chapter 31, one it is. Chapter 31, verse 35, guys. Jeremiah, guys. I want you to go there, please. Jeremiah, please, guys. Please. Thank you. Right. Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 35, or verse 36. Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 35 or 36, where it says, read the thing. Read it. And it tells you, he don't care about the stars. He don't care about the earth. He would smash it all up just for his children. If his children doesn't exist, then the earth doesn't. Read the thing. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 35. I mean, these things are in there, but they're not directing it to these things. They're directing it to nonsense about this stupid Hail Zeus, and just picking bits what fit their narrative and their stupid lies. So what we're showing you is truth, right? Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 35. Go and see that now. And that tells you about the power of these children, right? I'd smash up the whole earth. Don't mean nothing to me, the way these children of Israel, Yasharoni. And this is what the whole world is jealous about. This is it. And this is why they treat us the way they treat us. I went to a man to go and do a t-shirt for me, charged me £60 to go and do a t-shirt with Father's name and Yahuwah's name. Then I went back to go and get another one done. The man said, I didn't charge you 60 quid, I charged you 20 quid. I said, there it is there. So everything now is changing. 1 minute you're charging me 60, and then you're trying to tell me that you didn't. You charged me 20. Now, guys, if you go and buy something, do you think you know the difference between £60 and £20? And this is what it is. It's just been hard for these children here, unless they convert to that nonsense, and then they look out for you. Right? They call you Prince Hall Masonry, because they know they're princes. Prince Hall Masonry. Well, let me just tell you something, Satan. Let's go one more place, guys. Just one more place. Thank you. Let's go to Daniel. Yeah? 10:21. Right? And what does it say about Misha'el? Right? Daniel 10:21. So why the hell would I want to be your made-up prince? Huh? Why would I want to be your prince when Daniel 10:21 says, I'm Yahuwah's prince? And it's written. Not no made up bollocks just to try and capture people and say Prince or Masonry, just for people's materials that you stole. And then under Israel nonsense, modern Israel nonsense, it's not written nowhere. Prince or Masonry is not written nowhere. Nothing biblical, right? But when you go to Daniel 10:21, what do you see? Yeah, because these children are ordained before the earth was created. Because again, when you go to Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 35, did I get it right? Chapter 31, verse 35, yeah, or 36, it tells you, I smashed this thing up because these children I made them before I made the damn earth. So don't you forget these things. Don't you ever forget these things, tramps. And then all the time you've been coming for this child, now you're going to die for it, damn. Now you're going to die for it. So we just explained to you who we really are. So you understand that. So when you do get it, if you're not getting it already, it's me and Father that brought that wicked suffering that you're going to be suffering if it's not started already. You're a tramp. And that's what you get for messing around with children. And there's much more to come for both of us. But you're not built for this. Right? And brown children are built for it. Otherwise they go crazy. Have you seen Paul Williams? Look at the state of what you've done to Paul Williams. Have you seen Winnie? Look at the state of what you've done to Winnie. And you think you can do that to me? Huh? And I've been in all them circles what they've been in, even worse ones, and it didn't change me. Huh? Damn.
If you aren't even using his name, how could you ever bring him to shame? Not using his name is the most basic part of this. It's the most basic application. On another note, this is why I say the Messiah's true name, Yahusha, as well. And I don't play any games with it. People like to say Yeshua, but that is not his name. Yeshua means salvation in Hebrew. But Yahusha has more meaning and more strength. Yahusha has our Father's name, Yahuwah, in it. Yahusha literally means Yahuwah's salvation. By saying the true Messiah's name, I am telling you who sent this salvation to us. Yahuwah is always getting the glory, which is why his name is in the Son's name. Understand, saying Yeshua completely removes our Father from this salvation. And this is the main reason why the name Jesus has nothing to do with the Messiah. Because not only is it a transliteration, and we do not do that with names, but it isn't even a transliteration of his true name. Because Iesus in Greek is a translation of Yeshua in Hebrew. And again, this is completely leaving out our Father. I don't play with this because I love Yahweh. I make sure Yahweh is always known and included, for he is worthy of all our praise. So understand, by refusing to say or use his name, you are literally breaking the commandments. The culture of his people was to say and proclaim his name. His name is literally the most written word in the scriptures. So this is the beginning of knowing and understanding him. Say his name. Proclaim the name of Yahweh.
Mira esa cerda, es tan fea.
Look at that pig. She is really ugly. If you want to learn Spanish, you need this. You speak English, it answers in Spanish. You speak Spanish.
I love you, Father. I love you so much. I really do. Everything you've given us, man. Yeah, I moved the money over. I've moved the money over to help people, you know? That's what we do. And you want to make our lives so difficult, we try, but we still help people. You smelly tramp. You don't like it, do you, Satan? That we help people. You make everything difficult for us, we still help people. You smelly tramp. Smelly tramp. You're a joke. You're a joke. You know you're a joke, innit? Food shortages are certainly right.
Converting, or we have limited supplies in this country. Where are we going to get it from?
Right.
Europe seems to be on fire.
Right.
We can't go to the
Right. That's what I've got to do with my man.
Ukraine. We have problems in the Middle East. We have an American maverick in charge, and tariffs might bring. We can't get food from other countries. Where are we going to get our food from?
What do you want to see change?
I would like an issue brought in so that we can secure our food supplies for the country, because food ultimately is one of those things that we really, really need.
Well, thank you for having us this morning.
No problem.
I'm hearing you. So if I do 200-300 with that, and then get him to give me 100 to get the lights and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna do it this month, because I keep hearing it. And there's gonna be people around it. And the bell rings as well. There it is. Food shortages, see? Because the famine's coming, and there's going to be people around there who are not going to be prepared. And guess what? They've been calling you Nick, not Goddywog, and they've been going against you rare. But I can guarantee you, when their belly is, when they can't even, they're so ill, they would definitely knock my door humbly and say, I'm hungry. And I'd say, take your shoes off, come in. You're not expecting that, are you? You're expecting me to laugh at you. No, we're not allowed to. You came, so we have to look after you. Come, take your shoes off, come in. And this is where we're different now. This is where we're beautiful children. This is where we are. Even if we are annoyed with you, we have to find a solution. If you hit us now, we beat you up because you touched us, but you haven't done that. You've just been infected by a system and this. So we understand that. We understand, because we understand we've got to be balanced. We're priests. We've got to be balanced. But you've got to meet us halfway as well, bro. You've got to meet us halfway as well. Because we're trying to tell you there's going to be food shortage. All this thing's going to go. I know you're showing off with this, that's gone. That's going to be gone. And you're going to go back to who you are, your weak self. And you're going to be so frightened, guys. So frightened. But anytime you knock this door, you'll say, look how long it took you. And you'll be just like, take your shoes off, come in. And that's how we are, bro. We've got people here now who are homeless, and we help them. Yeah, and we teach them the ways, because their ways are not like us. So we're always on them. But he's nice now. He's got the ways. He knows how we are. Spotlessly clean in the house. And he knows that thing now. Just the food that he eats, that booger bag of food. His belly was like that when he come in. Now it's like that, and it's soft. It's tough before, but it's soft. Because you're not eating that booger bag of food as much. That food's no good for you, darling. No good. You're meant to be lean. Dan. But you are what you eat, guys. You are what you eat. And they don't teach you food. And when we put the cameras here, we're going to put one in the kitchen as well, because I cook every day. And we'll have the camera there so we can slowly show how we do it. We're not saying you've got to do it. We're not saying that at all. But we're just showing you, you have a choice of something different. That's all. That's why it's called Yahuwah. The people's choice. That's what it's called. Yahuwah. The people's choice. It's a choice, and you need to be gentle with people, because people are different in their journey of truth. Some people are here, some people are there, some people are all the way there. So you need to be gentle and patient with people, right? Because not everybody's going to get this thing. And this thing's not for everybody as well. Remember that. Some people actually love Satan. You know what I mean, Dan? And good luck to them. That's their choice. But you shouldn't lie so people don't know who Father is. Because once they know who Father is, they fall in love with him. Right? And people of Christianity don't know who Father is. Because if this child in here didn't know his name, and he knows Christianity like anyone, he knows it better than anyone. And I'm not joking. He's high in his Christianity. My boy next door, Ice. But he didn't even know Yahuwah's name until he met me. And that is a sin.
Big about on our Holly Box, haven't you, Laura? Lovely to have you back. Good morning. And you know, lots of the coverage. I went on holiday to Spain with the family for Charlotte's birthday, and
holiday to Spain, Charlotte's birthday. You have to tell people what you did. You didn't, you know. I have to. I went on holiday, in Spain with my daughter Charlotte. You didn't have to tell people that, but they're so show off white people is. But when they see you with style and grace, not showing off, just doing your thing, it irks them. You know what I mean? Because that shows you that they ain't got nothing. They can't. White people cannot show you this. Because they're not the children, Dan. All they do is copy and paste, right? And put makeup on. And you want to go out with that makeup? You want to go out your fucking... Sorry. I do apologize, Father. I'm sorry. You want to go out your bleeding ass with that makeup? That's what you want to do. And live in the real bleeding world. I don't know what you women think that you're something. That you ain't nothing compared to the brown-skinned sister. It's just that you don't put her... Which she doesn't need to be there. She doesn't... She is the earth. She is the earth. She, brown skin, she carries the swing. First woman on the planet, her. Like Misha'el Riviere. Oh, please, her. I'm pining for her, Father. You know I am. I'm pining for her. And I will wait for her. You stay there. And Father says, you ain't got no choice. Because look at this, guys. Since we're talking about her, right? I want to share something with you. You know my name, right? It's the top name. There's no name apart from like as the kids, because Yahuwah is our king, right? But the kids we're talking now. There's no name higher than Misha'el. And guess what? Because he's such a beautiful guy to father, there's a daughter, and guess what her name is? Misha'el. You just put an A there. Stop it. So there's the girl and the boy, and look what it means. Are both one like Yahuwah. Are both a gift from Yahuwah. Look at that. And it says there, it's Hebrew mean, I can't see the bottom bit of it, but look, this is how he treats his son. There's even a woman for him as well. Look at that. Look at that. And they're both the same. Look at that. Misha'el and Misha'el. Worries.
across southeastern areas, but we slowly start to see a change. Less hot air, fresher conditions moving in from the north. The jet stream dips across the UK. The jet stream divide between the hot and the humid and the fresher conditions, and also brings the return of rain. Rain, much needed for many areas, but the sequence and the pressure for the next few days shows the rain is chiefly across northern areas where we haven't got the issues with drought in the south. There'll be very little relief, potentially the risk of some thunderstorms as the humidity builds within the next few days. But for today, again, it is hot and across southern areas, plenty of sunshine around. Outbreaks of rain will be across the north. So this is the latest radar. Rain for Northern Ireland, southern Scotland, northern areas of England. These northern areas of Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England stay cloudy and wet for the rest of the day. For England and Wales, it is heat that builds. Western areas pick up a few showers. Top temperatures, mid-20s in the north, 34 degrees in the south, but less hot, more humid tomorrow. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
I slipped up on our lawn yesterday, our brown lawn, not a single green blade of grass, and it was like landing on concrete.
Yeah.
I mean, the ground is so dry. It was really hard.
And it's got big cracks in it. Looks like an earthquake's been going through it. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Laura.
But it will recover.
But we're still trying to save you. You see how good we are? With your crinkles. Look at the wrinkles on your faces. Look, I just paused them. Look how wrinkled. Now, can you imagine them without makeup? Can you imagine them? And you're still putting your pale, sorry asses there, lying to your people. Going like, you're beautiful, and you're eloquent. You know, you come from, the riches you come from is shit. You come from shit riches, done. That's where you come from. You come from rubbish, right? Europeans stink. Like that's what they're known for, being smelly. And the last smelly you went through was Victorian slums, and that wasn't too long ago, right? And it's called Victoria because Queen Victoria didn't even help you. Didn't even help you. And it was her on her watch. Queen Victoria didn't even help you, right? Didn't. And that just goes to show about you, stop. When you're in crisis, you don't even help each other. When you're in crisis, you don't even help each other. These are the most horriblest people ever. Who go on TV that are nice and caring and show. When trouble comes, they run. These are the worst children you could ever have, man. This is why Satan likes you, because you're so false. You don't fight for nothing. Just give them a bit of materials. They're all right. And tell them to go after the Browns, and they will. And then in return now we can curse them. We can do what we want with them now. And that's what you've done, guys, you idiots.
That's coming up next. What do you think about the gunboats? Do you think it's a good idea? Let us know. You're watching Good Morning Britain.
One nation is very different.
Anna! Help stop recurring bleeding gums with new Corsadil Intensive Gum Repair. With microscopic action for 2 times greater repair of bleeding gums. Corsadil Gum Experts.
At home, life should feel easy. It doesn't need to be perfect, just perfect. But every member of the family, from quiet moments to joyful get-togethers. Let's design a space that fits the way you live. Sharps, welcome home. Book your free home design visit today at sharps.co.uk.
Many Pets Pet Insurance is here for you and your tailmates with affordable cover and super fast claims. And not only that, they're also rated excellent on Trustpilot by their customers. Take it away, guys. Many Pets Pet Insurance. Get a quick quote today.
I won £52,000, a Mercedes-Benz, and a holiday to the Seychelles. Real people do win this competition.
Somewhere, my lover stands on golden sands and watches beyond the sea.
Oh, I get it. On a P&O Cruises holiday, I wake up to a new view every morning. Caribbean holidays from 1599. P&O Cruises. Holiday like never before. At all protected.
Become an English Heritage member for a year.
My life is beautiful. I'm just waiting here until Father comes and gets me. That's all I'm doing, and I believe in it, and I trust in it. And guys, every day in these books, right, he reveals more to me on this journey of who I am and what he wants me to do. What do you want me to do, Father? I want you to get my people and get the Gentiles, the ones that are not attached to Satan. I said, I agree as well. Let's go and get them. Let's go and get the good Gentiles who are lost and who are strangled in this Satan thing. Don't commit suicide. Come and see me. I'll take it out of you. I'll take it out of you. I've done it many times. Don't commit suicide. I'll take it out of you. Don't commit suicide. That's what they want you to do. And then you go in the lake of the fire because you've committed murder. And they pressure you to do these things. It's not a good system. It just looks like that. It's the devil incarnate, this whole system now. Right? And the best place is home. This is the best place, and you need to bring Emmanuel and bring Yahuwah in your house. And this is how we're trying to show you the rules. If you do the rules, they'll come in your house, guys, and they will protect you for what's coming. And they're the ones who are doing it. So don't worry about, just they're doing it. They speak it, and it goes through the wind, and then bam, it happens. That's how it happens. There's 4 winds, guys, and it comes through the winds. I promise you. And don't forget to know, right? You and me are the same. And we can contact each other. How? Open your nostril. Right? And that's what makes Yahuwah different from the rest. Right? Because he's the nostril man. He's not the painter man. He's the nostril man. Don't forget that. This is for good. Right? You get good blessings, and it goes up this one. But when you do bad and you're cursed, it goes up this one. Right? Trust me. Good. Bad. And you can't escape it, can you? Well, you can't tie that one down. Because if you try to do that, you just put it in that one. Right? So we need to know these things, because when you know, then you know how to behave. Because you know, if you do that, this consequence. Because they don't, they tell you do it. Do as we will. They even write it in their law. Do as we will, the whole law. But it's devil children writing these things, guys. Devil children. Alistair Cowley, devil child. We got to respect him because he tells you he's a devil child. And you've got to respect him just for that. You've got to respect a man if he says, I support Satan. Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to sit down with someone. I'll stand up, sorry. And just have a conversation with them, just to understand it, though. Not to point fingers at you. No, just to genuinely just understand it. Not on the computer, because I need to see your spirit as well. Because who knows, I might have to take it out of you. Who knows? But I would. You know where I live, guys. I would like to see someone who's genuinely into Satan and who would just like to talk to me about it. I would definitely appreciate and I would respect you. Right? Because if you're into something, you've got to come to the front now and show people what you're into. Right? And then you might have a conversation with somebody and then you might not be into it, Bob or girl. Right? And where they're keeping it secret, that makes it even worse. But if you was to talk about it with someone, then maybe, just maybe, they might put the power in you to see that it's wickedness because they don't talk about it. So it's got to be wickedness. They do it in secret. But it's not secret because Yahuwah sees. And then he gets hats, right? Because Satan knows what he's doing. And then now what he's done, guys, he's exposed you with the Talmud. Because we know what's going on. We know how to read things. And he's exposed you with the Talmud, showing us he's got the whole world. And now he can write what he wants about them. And they do what he says. And that's just his children. That's not even the Antichrist. That's not even Satan. That's just his children, modern Israel. Wow. Why? Because your hate for us and your love for materials. Let me say that again. Your hate for us and your love for materials. But listen, you didn't even have a hate for us. It's him. Because your love for materials, you then become to get the hate for us because he will give you those materials and more, whatever you want, as long as you do them damage. And there it is. And there it is there. And there it is. And there it is there. And it's been exposed now because of the Talmud. And that is not just white people, that is everyone, because everyone's a Gentile. You let yourself down, guys. You let yourself down. You let yourself down. And that information is true. It took 2 days for that to be worked out. That information is true, right? And you either change that or you're going to die with it done. And that means lake of the fire. And we're trying to show you how to come out of that. Because you know the wickedness that you've been doing and the wickedness that you continue to do. And you still think that you're going to conquer, Father. I would really like to speak to somebody who is a devil child. And I would not hold it against you. No, I wouldn't. I'd respect you. And I swear we'd just have a conversation. Because I want to know, Bob, how it is that Satan has captured you. What lies has he told to capture you? Why you're so in love with Satan. I'd just like to know. Don't need to drink no blood or show me, the rituals that you do. I'd just like to have a conversation with you. You know what I mean? With pork on your breath and blood on your breath and all that. I'd still like to have a conversation with you, right?
Officers on patrol and more criminals on the streets because they'd have to take personnel to monitor the offenders that are released.
The Eye says that 2/3 of Britons are actually supporting a wealth tax on assets worth more than £10 million. That's as the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, refuses to rule one out.
The Guardian reports that Britain could face shortages of some foods, with farmers warning that the prolonged drought is damaging crops.
You know what, guys? We still love you, We still love you. We still love you, especially you British women. You kind British women. Yeah, I got a different personality with British women. Man, British sisters, we're nice. But it looks like they're not getting no service because it says, it says, that's the, oh dear, my sisters. This Trump is talking about my sisters like this. The flesh of a dead woman is like the flesh of a dead animal. The birth of a Gentile is like the birth of a wild animal. A girl of 3 years and 1 day may be acquired in marriage. One who has intercourse with a girl less than 3 years has nothing to worry about. You see this? You see this wickedness? You see this wickedness? You see this wickedness? Well, that is your contract for what you did to us. Look, 20 most disturbing quotes from the Talmud here. And the first one says, don't read our book. And the fifth one says, put poo-poo on our people. And this is yours. This is your wickedness for what you've done to us. This is yours. This is your sin. This is your sin from Satan, what you've done to us, and how you wanted materials. This book here tells the whole world that they got you under manners. That's what this book tells you.
More novel things, and that's where we ended up. And then we ended up in lawfare, which is why now Kemi's saying we have to change the law because the law is being abused, and that's effectively where we've come to. Because never before we have people traffickers in such large numbers facilitating mass migration across various borders of Europe.
The numbers coming through the channel are down. They're down by about 40-45%.
Year on year, but not
year
month
on year.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have to see how the rest of the year goes, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
But there's maybe something, and I've read that there's, you know, you can look at some of the policies that Labour's put in place. It may be that there's, you know, they've put more enforcement agents in place.
Well, there's a new deal
on
with France, which may have helped
the French side. That possibly has helped. Apparently, there's just fewer people in general coming across from parts of Africa and other parts of the world.
Well, they're all going
to
through
Europe.
Spain, right through Ceuta. I mean,
no, that's just some misinformation.
Because that's not, if it irks you, then, you know, it's a free world. Don't come on the platform, Dan. This is Yahuwah's platform. Everything here is done by Yahuwah. So don't come on the platform, Dan. This is Yahuwah's platform. Wear it like it's our nuts.
Tens of thousands, didn't we?
Isn't even on the mainland.
Did you not see the same reports?
I did. Did you see that also? It's not. Did you see the map? That it's not actually on.
No, it's not mainland Spain, but it is a Spanish border with Morocco.
They can't move. They can't go across the mainland without giving a passport, some kind of ID.
22 kilometres away.
So yeah, but.
They're the mass people coming through of immigrants. Mass. Good. And when this thing kicks up and you got them bad boys in your country, finish them. Finish. You better make sure you can fight, guys. I tell you.
Unless they're all swimming across, they can't get across without showing ID.
Let's see if some small boats turn up there, shall we?
And the majority of those people have already gone back. And this is, you know, reform, what they're saying today and what they continuously say on immigration is when they're failing across other areas, when they're in trouble, for instance, on where they're getting their money from, which is a big thing they're in trouble with, various donations, big donations, unaccountable, then they go straight to immigration. And they say things like you say, that you as Tories also tried.
I do remember interviewing Nigel Farage 3 years ago.
It's a genuine problem.
Interviewing him 3 years ago on this programme. And he said then that he thought that the Navy should be used to intercept the small boats and turn them back. The question is, how do you practically do that? How does a great big metal warship turn around a rubber boat, which is determined to get round it and get to the English
without
coast?
putting lives in danger?
Well, that's the point. If you put lives in danger, then you're right. You're in breach of maritime law.
Yes.
And even if you were able to turn the boat round, would British naval vessels go into French territorial waters?
We couldn't even get a naval vessel to go to defend in the Straits of Hormuz. We had one, remember?
Well,
so, I mean, there is another point.
That's a practical
practical of how many are there to do this.
Would a British warship go into French waters, towing one of these boats or pushing it? How would it actually work?
I mean, that's politics. I mean, that's the thing, right? You've been through the process of trying everything, and it's actually practically not possible. So why are reforms saying this? They're saying it to play to the gallery, to take those reports we saw over the weekend from CERTA, which, again, didn't show the map and didn't really talk about some of the misinformation. I think there's some questions about how that was orchestrated as well between Morocco and Spain. There's a lot of politics involved in that region.
And law and legal change, a legal ruling which meant that you could come by water and therefore not be returned.
I mean, apparently they were being waved through by Moroccans on that side. So there's a lot there. What's happened? There needs to be an investigation into that. But they are playing to the crowd and they're talking about things that just can't be done. And I do want to emphasize that the people coming on boats and they typically are from Iran, Eritrea, places that are in big trouble. You know, it's not like they're all fake asylum seekers. They are coming from countries that are, you know, being bombed, do have wars.
Yes, but on the boats they're coming in illegally, and that simply isn't right, is it?
Right, so you need safe routes by which people can apply, and actually Andy Burnham is talking about both the enforcement of the border and safe routes by which people can apply.
Everyone's always talked about
well,
that.
they do. Ukrainian people,
and it doesn't solve the number.
No,
it doesn't solve the number problem. When people look at that amount of, and again, it's young men normally, and they will say they are looking for economic. You know.
Let me tell you the problem there quickly. What's frightening me there? They're young men, and when this thing kicks off, and these are young men, right? And they all like white women. Why? Because when they grew up on the phone, all they saw was American white women. You know, white women. They get their willies out and white women. Now, the white women. No, she's there. White women. Sisters, be careful, man. You don't even know how much hot property you are, sisters. And then the sons here don't even look after you or worship you. Damn tramps. And then these foreigners come in and abuse you. And that is the dance done. And then you've got this Esau idiot saying about, we do this to your women are this, your women are that. And you don't even say nothing about it, you damn tramp. And then we can have this, we can have sex with your kids at 3 years one day. That's your punishment. You mean if anyone said that about us? Anyone said that about... But we are in there. He said something about us in there, right? But we know we're going to beat him up soon, right? And that is our twin, right? And he hates us, and he's got you to turn against us. And then now he's turned against you guys. Come on, you know it's true. Come on.
It's lower than Keir Starmer's was, at the lowest. If that's going to cause personal problems for him.
I mean, I wonder, I hope so, but at the same time, I think probably, we'll see what happens in Clacton, but, you know, you can't count him out. He's managed to come back and, again and again. So I wouldn't assume that this is, the end thing.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I think that, I think we would hope that given all these revelations that would, bring him down and make him rethink and make people rethink about the role that he's played in our politics.
It's impossible to be popular as a politician now. Andy Burnham is currently popular and is having a bit of a bounce, but that's because he's not under any real scrutiny because Parliament isn't sitting and because he's not actually having to come up with a budget yet. He will find he's at peak popularity. Once it starts to wane, then it gets more difficult. It gets more difficult because your MPs get more difficult. And I think in reform, he's had loads of people who've gone, obviously from the Conservatives, and they thought they were going to waltz in to number 10 without, literally with the whole electorate just, sort of clapping them in. And it's looking like it won't be a foregone conclusion. And that's what I think a lot of them are starting to look, not just Nigel Farage, but some of my former colleagues are starting to look a little less comfortable. They may even lose their seats under the reform banner. So I think the scrutiny means that they are going to be less popular and they're not used to it.
No, interesting, isn't it? I hope he's well, actually, Nigel Farage. So just look at him and think, I hope
20 odd a day or something still.
And he's also definitely always denied any wrongdoing as regards to all the financial things. We should say that. Shall we put a bit of scrutiny on tax and see if that buckles, Gillian, under your scrutiny? Front page of the Eye has got some research. 2/3 back on wealth tax on assets worth more than 10 million. Also saying 73% would like to see the basic rate tax threshold frozen, which has been frozen for 5 years, go up, which means fewer people start paying tax at a certain level. It's always confusing when you say a tax threshold going up. It doesn't mean to say you pay more tax, does it? It just means that actually fewer people do. Yeah, exactly. And of course we know that the Prime Minister has refused to rule out a wealth tax. I mean, you're actually a bit of an expert on this. You've got to have views because as director of Tax Justice UK, I suppose it's not a surprise, is it? If you ask people, should we tax the really wealthy? They're going to go, yeah. Should we have more chance to pay less tax ourselves? Yeah. Does it actually mean anything, though?
So what this reflects, actually, when you speak to people, is that people have felt hard done by, right? Because of cost of living crisis, but not just that.
in real terms, our incomes for most people haven't gone up over 10, 15 years now. And so they're thinking, why is my tax going up? And meanwhile, my income hasn't gone up. And so, people are like, this needs to come from somewhere else. People recognize there's all kinds of emergencies, climate emergency, social care. All these things need investment from government. And they don't want to pay more taxes because simply, actually, they can't afford it.
But
and
also,
so you look at the very wealthy.
Well, you do look at the very wealthy, and you think they're already actually, in terms of amounts of money into the coffers, delivering massively.
This is the difference here. So I would agree that we shouldn't increase income taxes anymore, even on the richest. But wealth taxes is a whole different.
Explain exactly what that is then.
How does wealth tax work?
Well, wealth versus income. Wealth is a store of money, right? And so over time, what we've seen is that incomes have held constant, and so often wealth accumulation at the very top has concentrated more and more.
So just to find what you mean by wealth, you're talking about assets like property,
your house,
shares,
no,
all of that.
your house. So the sort of people we're talking about, £10 million. I mean, how many people would just have their house at £10 million?
So
Right?
pension funds,
Pension assets, so financial assets.
All right, how do you tax it? How do you tax it?
Well, so what you have to do is get a sense of how much money people have. Right now, the HMRC themselves don't know how many billionaires we have in this country, for instance. So whilst they know how much of the rest of
Labour are in government,
well,
that's for sure true. And
well,
that is the problem. This wealth is hugely mobile, and every country around the world is trying to attract these people because they're normally business investors as well. And a lot of the wealth comes from. I mean, Pfizer has this view that where's this wealth come from? Usually from earned income.
No.
What's left of earned? I can tell you, usually from earned income. A lot of people will have paid tax already on that when they bought their assets. Their assets will have gone up because that's what you do with capital investment. It's always the simplest thing. Everybody says it. Francois Hollande started it. That's why we ended up with 500,000 more French in the country during that. If it was so simple, everybody would have done it. I mean, years ago. That is the thing. And 5% of income taxpayers pay more than 50% of the
so
income
again,
tax
so
today.
income and wealth is very different.
It
and
is,
if you look at who pays the highest
get
taxes,
wealth through income. I mean, that's
tax
and invest
list.
it.
If you look at the tax list versus the rich list, it's not the same people paying the highest.
The rich list, 20% of them have left. The Times rich list, 20% have left in the last year.
Classic story
the wealth
that's been
tax
told.
historically has never actually been seen to work. I mean,
And
most of
HMRC
our journalistic
don't think
life,
it does.
I've heard these discussions.
Yeah.
Every 4 or 5 years, there's a big debate about a wealth tax, and it never happens because it's so
it's as
difficult
easy as the
to
immigration
avoid.
debate. It's politics. It sounds popular. It's very easy. But why don't people do easy things? Because it's either not that easy or it doesn't result
I think
in the same
it's fine that it's not that easy. A lot of things aren't that easy, but they're still worth doing because it comes down to this.
They'll be in Spain or
It comes down to
Portugal or a
this,
different
right?
country. You
The
can't collect
richest,
it from
every
there.
year we're hearing about how much more wealth they've got. And you can say some of that money's come from earned or mostly earned, but actually, when you look at the list, a lot of those people started off with some kind of inherited wealth. Now, the amount at which their wealth is increasing,
you pay tax on
once you're on 10 million or more, they're getting returns 5-6%, even more a year. So a 2% tax, which is what we argue for at Tax Justice, doesn't even, I mean, that's basically brings them in line with earners.
It's count bin face.
I mean, one other problem is, so how do you feel about capital gains cuts then? Because Lookalike says we need to really get that up. That's not going to help the housing market won't to be building and people selling, is it?
Well, I mean, again, it just comes down to a fairness issue, right? On income taxes right now, people pay 40%, 45% even. And you compare that to capital gains tax, it's a lot less.
But you've already spent your income on your thing that you've put your capital gain in. You've been taxed once. You'd be taxing it again. It literally is madness. Again, the reason Count Binface, he says, I'll lower your taxes and I'll raise everybody else's. It is literally as credible as Count Binface. And he's actually quite credible compared to Nigel Farage.
There are countries around the world that have put in place a wealth tax, and there's things to be learnt from that.
Like who's done it successfully?
Norway.
Spain have got
the people in Norway.
Spain have. I worked in Madrid for 8 years. Spain have a sweetheart deal.
Stop. They irritate you, man. I'm gonna have to change it, man. Their voices irritate me, man. I'm there writing Father's thing, and them not in the background. Oh no, I can't listen to them. Oh please.
That's what the Most High instituted. You can't just pick the Sabbath day off for yourself and say, I'm gonna put everyone else to work. They all have to work though and make money for me. No, the Most High says they get that day off as well. They get that day off as well. And also the cattle. People own cattle. They use cattle and horses and various other types of cattle to go and harbor. To go and tote freight places, or to go and carry wood, or to do any other type of labor-intensive work. You had to leave the cattle alone for that day as well. They got a day off. And the strangers back then that were working for us, for the children of Israel, they also had that day off as well. Everyone who lived in the land of Israel had the Sabbath day off. That was what the law that was instituted by the Most High. So that's how we're supposed to practice it. Of course, there's exceptions to it, which we'll get into later on. But as a general understanding, that's what you're supposed to do. Everyone has the day off. You don't put anyone to work. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. Exodus 16 verse 23. And he said unto them, this is that which the Lord hath said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto the Lord. Bake that which ye will bake today, and seethe that ye will seethe, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to keep until the...
Don't forget that system, what you're waking up in the morning to go to, is trillions in debt. Don't believe me? Grab your phone, quick. You got your phone? You got your phone? Right. Just say to your phone, you don't have to type it, just speak it. Just say US debt clock. You know when you're in debt, US debt clock, and you get a treat. You get all the countries. Right? Pick your choice, because they're all trillions in debt. Oh, and then they're coming up here and showing you that nonsense. That nonsense when they're all trillions in debt. So the question is, how are you going to pay back what you owe? And there's another question. Who are you in debt to? Which fool is going to supply the whole country of these sons? Sorry. The whole world. The whole world. Who's going to supply them this money? Because the whole world is trillions in debt. And the US debt clock says that. Right? And that is Satan done. They're all connected. They wouldn't all be trillions in debt. Think about it. Come on. It's not hard to work out now. And then he won't be writing stuff like that about what you can do to your women and what you can do to your children. He won't be writing that without you saying, you can't do that, and beating him up. But you can't, because you signed a deal with him. And the deal was, here, I'll give you the materials. And you got to hurt the brown children. Don't answer it. We didn't realise he was going to turn against you as well. He's a devil, that's why. He's a devil incarnate. Damn tramp.
Morning. So the Most High says, bake what you will bake today. This is the day prior to the Sabbath day, which in today's term would be the Friday before the evening. Bake what you're going to bake today, and seethe, that means to boil. Boil or cook whatever you're going to cook today, because the next day is the Sabbath of rest. So what is this telling you? That you're not supposed to be cooking food on the Sabbath day. The Sabbath day is a day that you're not supposed to be cooking food. Why? Because that's a form of work that the Most High doesn't want. He doesn't want his followers to be doing. So that day, you're supposed to cook up everything you're going to cook up the day prior, and then the next day, which is the Sabbath day, that's when you just eat everything that you've already cooked and baked. Nehemiah 13 verse 15. In those days saw I in Judah some treading the wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and lading asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. So this is Nehemiah seeing Gentiles coming to exploit the children of Israel on the Sabbath day, coming and make money off the children of Israel on the Sabbath day. And the Gentiles knew back then that the Sabbath day was a holy day unto the children of Israel and a holy day to the Most High. Just like they know today, they were coming, trying to set up shop in Jerusalem, and Nehemiah was there, and this is what's going to happen next. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Judah and in Jerusalem. So the people from Tyre, and there was other Gentiles amongst them, came with fish, all type of other goods of food, and were selling to the children of Israel. They were selling to the children of Israel on that day. The same way that they set up shop on the Sabbath day, the stores, 24-hour stores in the neighborhoods of the children of Israel, they were doing the same thing back then. Nothing has changed. They came and set up shop on the Sabbath day, came from far countries all the way to Jerusalem to come set up to make money off the children of Israel, which they knew they weren't supposed to be doing. Then I contended with the nobles of Judah and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus? And did not our God bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel by profaning the Sabbath. Nehemiah is talking to the nobles or the leaders of Judah. And he's asking them, what are you doing? Letting these people come in here and sell and profane the Sabbath day, letting you know that buying and selling is something that is prohibited on the Sabbath day. We're not supposed to be buying and selling things on the Sabbath day. So this is Nehemiah contending with all of the leaders and asking them, what are you doing? You're profaning the Sabbath. Don't you know what just happened? And the evil that the Most High brought to the children of Israel because we were profaning the Sabbath in times past? Because at this time we had just came back into the land and we were getting the land built up again. And Nehemiah's like, what, don't you get the hint on the Most High just had us in slavery? And now you're doing the same thing that got us put in slavery. And now you're profaning the Sabbath, continuing the cycle. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath. And some of my servants set I at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So Nehemiah came up with a plan. He says, the gate coming into Jerusalem, I'm going to have that shut so these Gentiles and other people don't come in here selling foods and other goods to the children of Israel. So his plan that he devised was to close the gate so no one can enter into the city. So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. So the Gentiles were coming with the gate closed, waiting outside of the gate. They did this 1 or 2 times, waiting outside the gate. Obviously, we were spending a lot of money for them to sit outside and waste time and money trying to find a way to get into the city. They looking over the gate, trying to find little holes to get in, trying to get the children of Israel to spend money, because we did the same thing back then. We spent money the same way you get money today. You get your check on Friday, Saturday the whole check is gone. The money was that good that the Gentiles came and needed to get a piece of that action. They needed to come and get that money. Obviously the money was that good if they stood outside the gate waiting to get the children of Israel to purchase the good. Obviously we were spending money the same way we spend today. Can't keep $1 for 10 seconds. The dollar's gone. And you ask any of the people who own the 7-Elevens or any mom and pop restaurant in a neighborhood that's filled with the children of Israel, they all tell you that the so-called black people, we all spend money like crazy. They know that we spend money. We spend money with everyone else and we don't keep it amongst ourselves, but we'll spend money quick. So the Gentiles, they knew the same thing back then. That money was good. So it was worth waiting outside the gate. Then I testified against them and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If ye do so again, I will lay hands on you. Nehemiah said, what are you sitting here waiting outside the gate for? You're not about to come in here and find a hole to get in here and have the children of Israel buy your food. What are you doing? He says, if you do this one more time, I'm going to lay hands on you. Letting you know, a sidebar, letting you know that the prophets wasn't some marshmallow guys, some soft guys like they want to try to depict today in the movies. Like he was walking around, Lord thy God help us. That's not what the prophets was. The prophets was regular dudes going on back then. They were regular guys, regular grown men. There wasn't some soft guys. Nehemiah says, if you do this one more time, I'm going to lay hands on you. Meaning somebody, you come in here, one of us going to have to go. We're going to have to get busy. We're going to have to get busy. Somebody going to have to go, man. Somebody going to have to leave with black eyes, bruised ribs. Something going to happen if you come in here again. And another side note, we talk the same way as we talked back then, we talk today. We say the same thing about laying hands on people. Like somebody about to get into a fight, we say, if this man touch me one more time, I'm going to lay hands on him. We talk the same exact way. The same slang is in the Bible. But back on track, Nehemiah says that he's going to lay hands on these people if they keep coming around the gate, trying to sell to the children of Israel and have us profane the Sabbath day. Because Nehemiah understood the curses written in Deuteronomy 28, that we would go right back into slavery if we keep profaning the Sabbath day, which eventually what we did, which is why we ended up in America, all the islands, Europe, and all around the world, from profaning the Sabbath and worshiping other gods. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. Obviously, they knew Nehemiah was something serious, because after he told them he would lay hands on them, they didn't come back around trying to sell their goods. They knew that if they came back over there again, they knew they was going to have to get down. And they had to weigh their options. Is it worth it? I know this guy Nehemiah is something serious. Him and the rest of his servants, I know they're something serious. So we got to weigh the options. Is it worth going back over there and getting busy and getting down? Because Nehemiah wasn't playing no games, man. Nehemiah said, you come over here again, he laying hands on you. They was going to have food flying up, tables flying everywhere. Nehemiah wasn't playing. Apples flying all in the air. That's what Nehemiah was serious. And they knew that. So they didn't come anymore around the city once he told them that. Isaiah 58 verse 13. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of the Lord honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words. So the Most High says that we're not supposed to be doing our own pleasures and finding our own ways on the Sabbath day. So whatever it is that is your pleasure, you have 6 days to do that. The Most High wants his attention, your attention, to be on him on the Sabbath day. It's supposed to be a day of learning and a day of worshiping the Most High, and a day of just resting your mind. So all of your pleasures that you like to do, watching your NFL sports or your NBA basketball, any type of pleasure that you do throughout the week, he says to put that aside for that day. So this is subjective. So you have to decide what your pleasures are. I can't tell you all your pleasures. I can't tell you that. I can only talk for myself on what the pleasures are for myself. That's something subjective. So you're going to have to find out what your pleasures are, and then you're going to have to say, I'm going to put that to the side for the Sabbath day for the Most High, and I'm going to rest. Then thou shalt delight thyself in the Lord, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father. For the mouth of the Lord have spoken it. The Most High says, if you do this, then he's going to feed us with the heritage of Jacob. All the blessings that the Most High promised in Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, all the blessings that he promised will come to pass if we keep the Sabbath day. If we keep the Sabbath day, that's the beginning. That's the first thing that that people that come back to the truth need to understand and need to practice, is the Sabbath day. The Most High says that's when he'll begin to pour out the blessings. Matthew 12 verse 1. At that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were an hungered, and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. So this is Christ, Yahushua, who you call Jesus Christ. He was going through with his disciples on the Sabbath day. Remember, in the law, this is where we get into the exceptions. It says that there shall no work be done on the Sabbath day. So according to the law, Christ right now is doing work. But I told you that there was exceptions, which is what the Messiah is about to show us. He's about to give us the understanding on keeping the Sabbath day. So he's going through with the disciples and they're plucking the ears of the corn because they're hungry right now. So keep that in mind. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. And the Pharisees was like, look, that's what the Pharisees were doing. They was quick to point it out. The Pharisees were the ones that were the what you would call the authoritative source over the law during this time. So they were dictating what was lawful and what was unlawful, as we're going to keep reading and get the understanding on. So they were like, look, your disciples are doing something that's unlawful to do on the Sabbath day. They're doing work. They're picking corn. And that's unlawful. Why are they doing that? That's what the Pharisees want to know, because they were just wanted to accuse the Messiah anyway. They wanted to accuse him. So they found the smallest thing that they can find to point out. But watch how the Messiah dealt with it. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was an hungered, and they that were with him? How he entered into the house of God and did eat the shewbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priest. So Christ is saying, don't you remember that David went into the priest and ate the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, because the law says that the showbread is only for the priest to eat. David is not a priest. The priests come from the tribe of Levi. David was from the tribe of Judah. It was unlawful for him to eat it, but David was starving at that time, and the priest knew that, okay, I don't have any other common bread, but I do have the showbread, and the priest gave David the showbread. And it was not unlawful for him to do that because of the circumstance that David was in. There was no other food around. So common sense tells you, if there's no other food around, even though the law says it's only for the priest, common sense and loving thy neighbor as thyself trumps that, so you give him the showbread. That's what you have. That's what Christ is breaking down. Sometimes human life and loving thy neighbor as thyself, sometimes that's going to trump what the written law says. That's what he's explaining to him right now. Or have ye not read in the law how that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath and are blameless? Now he's bringing them back to the law again. He says, have you not read that the priest on the Sabbath day profane the Sabbath? Because the priest, remember it says, you shall not do any work on the Sabbath day. The priest's job is to work on the Sabbath day. They had to go in and do burnt offerings, sacrifices, sin offerings. Their job was to operate on the Sabbath day. So he's like, what do you not understand? Don't you understand that they profane the Sabbath and they're blameless? Because remember I told you that there are exceptions. Sometimes you have to work on the Sabbath day depending on the circumstance. That's what Christ is breaking down. Depending on the circumstance, sometimes you have to do things that would be classified as work. The priests did this and were blameless. The law says no work. It didn't say, it says 7 days shall thou work. It didn't say except the priest. The law says, it was talking to the children of Israel across the board. So Christ is giving them the understanding right now, which they should already have because they're supposed to be masters in the law, but Christ is breaking it down. But I say unto you that in this place is one greater than the temple. But if ye had known what this meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, ye would not have condemned the guiltless. Because the Most High is going to have mercy in certain situations. He's going to have mercy depending on the circumstance. Like if they're starving, like Christ was giving the example, and they're picking corn so they can eat. Or like David, when he was hungry and it was unlawful for him to take the showbread, he was able to the priest gave him the showbread. The Most High is going to have mercy in those situations. The Most High is going to have mercy. He's a merciful God. He's not some robot up in the sky. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day. And when he was departed thence, he went into their synagogue, And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered. And they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? That they might accuse him. So Christ went into the synagogue and saw a man with his hand withered. He had a handicapped hand. And the Pharisees asked the Messiah, Is it lawful for you to heal somebody on the Sabbath day? Because they were trying to trip him up and find a way to condemn him. Is it lawful to heal somebody on the Sabbath day? Because remember, the law says you shall not do any work. That's what the law says. Any work. So somebody without any understanding is going to try to hold you to that, which is what the Pharisees was doing. They was trying to hold him to not doing any work.
Tell me, is it lawful to make love to Misha'el on a Sabbath day? He said, not the way you do it. You're damn right, Dad. I said, Misha'el, are you ready? She said she's ready. I read else do the rock and the roll. Tutu. What we got now? British, the British. The good British. Oh, here we go. Women screaming and shouting tonight. Here we go.
Where a huge fire continues to burn around the town of Portiamano. This is it seen from the air, a wall of flames moving across the landscape, accelerated by gale force winds. 500 firefighters are battling this fire alone, with dozens of helicopters and planes offering support from the air. Just hours before the crash, the country's prime minister said the intense winds meant aircraft were struggling to operate safely. In a statement last night, he said the deaths filled him with grief, saying, I express my deepest sorrow for the tragic accident that claimed the lives of 2 frontline firefighters in the war on wildfires under very adverse weather conditions, especially for our aerial vehicles. Fires continue to burn across large parts of Greece, including Kefalonia and Crete, where 2 firefighters died last week. The exact cause of the crash is now under investigation, but lays bare the danger faced by those on the front line of Greece's wildfire emergency. Caroline Lewis, Good Morning Britain.
More than £1 million of fuel is being stolen across the UK each week since the war in Iran started, according to new figures. Anti-theft group Forecourt Eye said the rising cost of fuel and a rise in the number of people doing it has led to the increase. Well, Will Tullis is at a forecourt in Worcester for us this morning. Good morning to you, Will. So smaller operators are saying this is affecting them, particularly in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. Good morning. So we may be 3,000 miles away from Iran, but British businesses are still feeling the impact of that war in the Middle East. As you've said, there's been a 20% increase in cases of people taking fuel from petrol stations like this one and driving off without paying, and around £200,000 worth of fuel is being stolen from petrol stations across the UK every day. Well, I'm joined now by Adam Marsh, who runs this petrol station in Worcester. Adam, how has fuel theft impacted you and your business?
Yeah, since last year we've seen 3 times the amount of fuel theft. We're about £500 a week, and we're looking to lose around £30,000 a year.
So that's a huge hit for you. How's that been for you and your family that run this fuel station?
A real struggle, on top of the cost of living crisis as well, and for the consumer and customers as well. It's just really difficult times.
So you're a small family-run business, as I've said. This isn't a victimless crime, is it? What would your message to people who want to drive off without paying be?
Yeah, that is the difference. What are you doing? What I'm doing now is, because they don't know about, they keep hiding this. So I'm written this out, and it's written here, right? Shem. It's written here, right? That we code and hot. But I've just written this. I'm gonna put it all together now. But this is explaining to them who these children are and what qualities they have, and that there is Elam. Now today you call that Iran, that place there, and that is all ours. All that money stuff, everything belongs to us. Yeah. Right, and they've stolen it. So I'm showing them this is not how it works.
And you know what this is?
No, I don't.
Have you heard of the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah. That's there as well. See?
Yeah.
Where we are, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
See?
That's it, yeah.
That is it?
Yeah. Because this is Elam, this is Iran.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Then this is United Arab Emirates,
See? Look at you.
Saudi Arabia.
Look at you.
So this is the Strait of Hormuz.
You know
the one that they are contesting right now.
Yeah. What, you travelled, yeah?
Well, it's through studying geography, basically.
Right. Have you got a passport?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I had to travel from Zim to here, right?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
No, that's fine. Yeah, we should travel and go to this
we
place
are.
and see them.
Yeah, but I want to go to the Great Zimbabwe.
Oh, definitely.
I definitely want to go there. But that's the Strait of Hormuz then, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that. And tell the people then.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. See, that's Father how he works, bro.
Exactly.
Because I was just about to make the video now.
Ah.
Right?
Okay.
So they told me that now. So thank you. You caught it. You caught it, yeah?
Yeah.
You say a word. I am. Put it there. Put it there. Put it there. Right?
Harvests are down 20%.
Now I've been told, right, the Strait of Hormuz, right, is this. That's what he told me. That's Strait of Hormuz. Where Shem is, guys. This is what Father is. This is all ours. Shem. You see that? I've been told today the blue bit is the Strait of Hormuz. And where is it in? It's in Shem. Nothing to do with them desert boys at all. It's not theirs at all, what they're all fighting over. It's all ours. It belongs to Shem. You can move it all you want to move it, you little stinking tramp. You can move it all you like. Because you're a little wank. Right, let me show you one more. You know Elam? Elam is just at the top of it. Elam is there. Elam is there, right at the top of it. Elam. See that Elam? Right there. Right there. You see that Elam? That's today's modern Iran. That's today's modern Iran. So you can see they're all where we live. Shem, and we're going to tell you about who Shem is. He's the brown boys. And that's what he's coming to do. Beat them up and take it. Because it's his and he's higher than them. And he's getting us ready to take back what's ours. I didn't even know that was the Strait of Hormuz. You damn tramp. You damn tramp. And then we're going to do the other documentary there to show you the map. I'm going to show you the map. And then we're going to do the other documentary there to show you the map. I'm going to show you the map. And I want to bring you here as well. He's brilliant. I'm going to bring you here as well. He's brilliant.
Yeah, very friendly little chap as well. There's a few different reasons for this, Sean. Summer is peak breeding season for cats, but also it's a time during the summer months that people just aren't thinking about adopting. They've got other priorities going on in their lives. It's something they're just not really considering doing. And that's why the centres are absolutely chock full. A lot of kittens coming in here just over the last 10 days, 16 kittens alone. So the staff really have their hands full. Let's have a chat with Lauren from the centre. Lauren, what's increased the numbers quite so much this year?
Well, due to the lack of neutering, that's one of our main reasons, but one of the other ones we have is the multi-cat households.
Right.
So last year we had at least 5 multi-cat incidents per day, which obviously leads to thousands and thousands of cats coming into our care. We can only take so much in our centres, so we're having to use private boarding establishments, which obviously cost a fair bit of money to us. But adopting or even fostering just to get them out of here is great.
I'm just going to pop this little fella back in with his pals. Just before we go, I want to show you another little cat here called Dory, who came in 4.5 months ago, really poor health, but is doing absolutely fine now. Had to lose one of her eyes because of those health conditions, but eager for a new home, like many of the cats here.
Oh, Nick, hopefully someone will adopt Dory there. But great that looking full of beans, Dory. That's great. Thank you very much indeed, Nick. There we are. It's always cute to see cats, isn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely, and sad to see they're in that plight as well, and feeding dogs. Thank you very much indeed. Now, still to come this morning, we'll have the news, travel and weather where you are at 7:30. Also, Reform UK says it would deploy the largest military operation since World War II. They want to use the Royal Navy to intercept illegal small boat crossings and return them to France or Belgium. But is this a serious suggestion? Not least because they'd have to get into power first. Well, we'll speak to the party's Home Affairs spokesman, Tia Youssef, next.
Yeah, he's told the Daily Mail this morning that he would be happy for the Navy to use lethal force to stop the boats coming. So we'll ask
So
him
are we
about
going
that.
to war over this?
Well, a lot of questions for him after the break. You're watching Good Morning Britain.
Because you want to see everything in all its glory. Because you've always had an eye for goal. Because you want to make a great first impression. Because we focus every innovation on you. Because we can help you find your perfect style. Because of all these things, there's only one choice. Boots Opticians. The all-new, all-electric Toyota CHR Plus. With over 25 years of electrified experience and a battery warranty up to 1 million miles. Get that Toyota electric feeling.
When toilet cleaning gets tough, use Harpic Power Plus. It gets to work instantly, dissolving the toughest stains. Harpic Power Plus. It's not magic, it's Harpic.
Give love to your dog every day. An Advantage Chewable every month.
Milo!
One tasty Advantage Chewable tablet eliminates fleas and ticks for a whole month. Advantage Chewable. Easy to love, easy to protect.
Advantage Chewable.
So how was the cruise? It was incredible. Kev did lose his hat though. Such a mystery.
So what'd you get up to?
We ate and drank really well.
It's all inclusive.
Lovely people.
So much to do as well.
We even went kayaking.
That was unnatural.
What was your favourite part? It's hard to say, really.
Set sail on your next story on board an all-inclusive Morella cruise. Atoll and APTA protected.
Big wins start with small changes.
Miss Ravikant, a game changer on and off the court. What grace! Good heavens! Emma knows what they need. It's wild, refillable deodorant. Single-use plastic free.
This is my kind of change.
Powered by natural ingredients. Served with a side of style. To win, one must be a touch wild.
That's wild.
Attention, Vanish Pitch crew. Great incoming. My son's favourite shirt. It used to be white. Can you make it bright again? Vanish Crystal White can. And fast.
Its new formula restores whites. Impressive, right?
Simply add a scoop of Vanish Crystal Whites.
To a 30-minute quick wash, Vanish has a unique accelerator and brightens whites fast.
And the stain as well. Can't believe you did that on a quick wash. Grey in, white out, fast.
Trust Vanish, forget stains.
Heart was racing because I needed one number and it just, won. I just could not believe it because I don't ever win anything. I think it was £75, but to me that's quite a lot of money. Yeah, I was over the moon.
Search for Happy Tiger Bingo, a fresh and fun way to play online bingo. Happy Tiger!
Bask in savings this summer with the hottest Super 6 prices on Aldi's award-winning fresh fruit and veg. Like over 50% off sweet-pointed bell peppers.
This is where my story starts. So coming back here is an emotional thing.
Remarkably, he wasn't left on the front porch or just inside the foyer, but up on the second floor corridor, outside one of the flats. Long lost family, born without trace. Tonight at 9 on ITV1 and ITVX.
You're watching Good Morning Britain now. More than 2,000 people have crossed the English Channel illegally. That's since Prime Minister Andy Burnham stepped into number 10. Reform UK are calling for the biggest military operation in the Channel since the Second World War to tackle this.
Well, Reform says that the Royal Navy should stop every unauthorised crossing. The government says that its tougher enforcement measures are already making a difference. Reform's Home Affairs spokesperson Zia Youssef joins us now. Good morning, Mr. Youssef. Thank you for making time for us this morning. Now, you're quoted in this morning's Daily Mail as saying that you are prepared to authorise the Navy to use, I quote, lethal force to stop these boats. What does that mean? Shelling them? Ramming them? Sinking them?
Okay, so I'm not sure what quote you're referring to there. Firstly, let me lay out what our plan is, and then I'll direct that. I'll directly answer.
As told the Daily Mail, the Navy will be permitted to use lethal force if intelligence agencies confirm the presence of known terrorist or smuggling gang leaders. That's a direct quote.
Yeah, so specifically, we are aware not only of over 200,000 people arrived on our beaches illegally under Tory and Labour governments over the last 8 years. We know some have gone on to murder British citizens. We know some have attempted mass casualty terror attacks in Britain. And there are well-cited reports in this country that IRGC fighters, terrorists, operating at the behest of the Iranian regime, which of course is currently at war and recently attacked our sovereign territory, are using the channel to enter Britain illegally. So that's why
how it's going to
security
look.
emergency.
What we need to hear
I'm
from
about
you,
to answer
Mr.
your question.
Well, you're not answering the question. How would it actually practically work? Would you ram these boats? Would you shell them? How would you actually confront them?
With respect, the only scenario in which our armed forces would be permitted, if they felt it was necessary to protect innocent life, would be to neutralize confirmed terrorists or people smuggling gang leaders.
How would you know they were on board? How would you know they were on board? And how would they identify that?
They would be able to know that they were on board because we're going to, again, this is why it's important you let me explain the plan. Step one of the plan is to turn the English Channel into the most surveilled maritime border in the world, something we're more than capable of doing. The problem is our space satellite footage, for example, and surveillance data is completely siloed from, for example, our infrared and radar data. It is not being used to surveil the channel. So number one, you ramp up surveillance. We will have the most surveilled maritime border in the world under a reform government. That's step one. Step two, any vessel, any illegal migrant attempting to cross the English Channel will not be met with a free taxi service and free hotels. They will be intercepted by Royal Marines, who will conduct a humanitarian mission, take them on board and return them back to France as part of their rescue obligation.
Pause there. Just give us a second. No, because we've got to break down what you're saying, otherwise people don't understand it. Okay, so more surveillance, and then you're going to intercept and return them. How are you going to intercept? How are you going to know who's on board, and how are you going to return them, and to whom?
Okay, so our armed forces, not just our Navy, but our armed forces generally, have incredible capabilities of surveillance. The problem is they're siloed. So we created an integrated surveillance command. That is a new consolidated surveillance capability, bringing together all of those assets. That's step one. In terms of how which vessels will be used, we'd use things like the Bay class ships. We will use the offshore patrol vessels, which are our river class ships. And on board those, you have rigid hulled inflatable boats, RHIBs, which will be deployed with Royal Marines on them. These are highly maneuverable, very small boats that Marines will use to go right up alongside these dinghies and take these people on board. And I would just want to add, sorry, the reason why...
Just pause. So they will go up in these rubberized things. Sorry, but it does come down to the detail. So you're going up into...
making this journey.
Yeah, I know, we know that. We've talked about this many times, even you and I, haven't we? Let's deal with the new stuff. So you're going to go up alongside...
You are advocating for a status quo that is resulting...
I'm not advocating for anything. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So practically speaking, you're going to come up alongside. You're going to then what? Take the people off those boats onto the reinforced ribs that you said exist on these ships. You're going to then take them back to the ships, and then how get them up onto deck, because that's quite challenging, isn't it, with the Royal Navy?
So it's really important, again, that your viewers understand there is precedent for this. There's extensive precedent for this. Our Navy are exceptional at these very humanitarian missions, and even choppier waters than the Channel. It happened frequently in the Horn of Africa, for example, as part of the Somali piracy missions. It happened extensively during the Troubles. And as you'll see in the document we're about to publish at our press conference at 11, a very significant document, not only was this plan devised by former senior members of our armed forces, it is endorsed publicly and by former senior members of our armed forces, including and especially our Navy.
Okay, so you've got a plan for getting them on board. Sorry, let's do it step by step. Because, you've got a plan to getting them on board, you say, which we'll see more detail at 11. Then you're going to take them back to France or Belgium, I think, are the two countries primarily. What if they say, we're not taking them back? What are we going to do then?
Okay, so the first point is, once anyone sees one of these vessels in the Channel, they are obliged under every possible international treaty which is relevant, including SOLAS, the UN ones, etc., to rescue them. Because it is such a hazardous journey, these boats are wholly unsuitable and are generally heavily overcrowded. That's the first point. So this is a humanitarian rescue mission. We are fulfilling our legal obligation. Secondly, the French government's official position is that they do not want these boats to leave their shores. One of the points is that the British taxpayer is sending them £1 billion, thanks to the Tory and Labour governments, to ostensibly stop the boat. So what we are actually doing here is assisting the French to adhere to the contractual obligations as part of those agreements.
Sure. And what if they say no?
Sorry, can I just ask you a couple of questions here? You get these people on board, you take them back towards the French coast, and as Kate says, what if the French Navy says, you're not coming into our territorial waters? Do we go in anywhere and just drop them off on the beach? What do we do?
Okay, so the instructions given to, the orders given to our Navy, to our Marines, will be to escort. Remember, this is a humanitarian mission. They're on a small boat, a small Royal Navy, highly maneuverable boat. Their instructions will be to drop them off in France. If the French take a posture that they're unhappy with this, nevertheless, they will drop them off on their beaches. With regards to your question about France deploying its Navy in response, I put it to you, the notion that President Macron would order its Navy to threaten, let alone attack, a boat full
I
of
didn't
innocent
say anything
civilians,
about the
a couple of
Navy
Royal
coming
Marines
out.
on board when
I
they are a
didn't say
NATO
that,
partner,
Mr.
when
Yusuf.
they're a
You're not
NATO
listening to
partner.
me.
It's not
What
a
we're
hypothetical
asking is
word
what
considering.
happens when nobody's mentioned the Royal Navy, nobody's mentioned the French Navy. We're talking about your proposal of the British
Respectfully, your
Navy.
colleague literally
So
just
we
mentioned the French Navy.
No,
we
didn't. He said whether they're allowed to go into the port.
What I was saying, Ms. Yusuf, was that you have a situation here where you're escalating confrontation possibilities between the British and the French, aren't you? You've clearly not consulted the French about this. You're simply assuming that the French would be content for British ships, British vessels, to come into French territorial waters and return these people to the shores. What I'm asking you is, if the French were to say, no, we're not putting up with that, what happens then?
Okay, so our document, which we published at 11 a.m., explicitly lays out two scenarios, one in which the French completely are happy and consent, the other one in which they are unhappy and do not consent. So we have envisaged both scenarios. In either scenario, the first point to make is our Royal Navy Marines will take these civilians, these people who have attempted that journey back to the French shores. A really important legal point too here is that France was obliged to process their asylum applications under the UN Refugee Convention because they are a safe country. And Article 2 of the ECHR expressly requires our Navy, and in fact anyone conducting such operations in the sea, to protect life. That is what we're doing. I'll reiterate, 170 people have already died making the journey.
What would your instructions to be, were you to be in government and enacting this policy? You haven't answered the question. What would your instructions to the Navy be, to the Marines be, to deal with a French attempt to repulse them coming on to French shores? What would they do? Would they fight?
Okay, so what would a French attempt to repulse it look like?
Sorry, would you say that again, Mr. Yusuf? Somebody was talking about
So just to use your phrase, what do you envisage? What would a French attempt to repulse or repel the boat coming onto their shores look like?
I have absolutely no idea, because these are quite literally uncharted waters. And it's not for me to consider that. It's for you to consider those possibilities.
Yeah, we have. I was just asking so I could answer your question as accurately as possible. In the document, we lay out a specific scenario in which the French say that they do not consent. Now, in order for them to repel a boat, which I reiterate, for them to do that, they are effectively endangering the lives of innocent civilians at sea in distress, let alone our fine Royal Marines. That is a huge breach of international law. It is a crime against humanity. And I do not believe, I'm not President Macron's biggest fan. I do not believe he would ever do such a thing.
This Trump, 1 minute he was with reform, and then next minute he goes away from reform. Is an idiot, man. These sons. You ain't got no money, Rasta. You're an idiot. You're a proper speng, and you're all getting exposed. You didn't even know where we lived. Is where the Strait of Hormuz is. You stupid idiots. And that's all where the money is. And you're fighting over our stuff. Hear about these foreign Jewish who think they're Jews. They've been exposed now, ain't they? DNA. Listen to this.
Jews have never been white. That's why they've always been distinct from white Europeans. Do white Europeans get to claim anti-Semitism? Why not? Because we're not seen as part of the same ethno group as Jews, correct? Now Drake, for instance, is a Jew. Does he look white to you?
What is a Jew?
No. You see, Jews are an ethno-religious group.
Hi.
What did you say to me? You said you read Deuteronomy 28 and you said what?
I read the whole Bible. I started when I was 5 because my mama was either going to make me sit there and listen to her read it for an hour a day, taught her to let me read it for myself. Took a while. I was a kid, King James Version. I prayed for understanding, and maybe because I was a child and I really meant it, I was able to get it. Because I started reading, everything I was reading was not lining up with what they teach you on Sunday. And I kept reading, and it kept being different. And I was a kid, so I thought maybe I was reading something wrong or I didn't have some understanding. It took me a while for me to realize it wasn't about me being right or wrong. It's the Word is right. And what the Word says is completely different from what they're going to teach you. I'm not going to teach you what's in that book. Got to read it. I was 5, started. By the time I was 8, I made it to Deuteronomy 28. At the end of Deuteronomy 28, I remember it clearly. I read it. I looked up and I said, wow, really? Wow, this is awesome. I was like, I know the only people that fit what's in this book of who it says that the true house of Israel is, the lost tribes of Israel. They're lost. They say they're scattered. We don't know who they are. I know who they are. It's clear. It's you guys.
What do you mean by you guys?
The folks that were sent through the transatlantic slave trade. The folks that are still in the lands of their captivity. Israel is in the lands of their captivity. There is no creation of the so-called Jewish state of Israel in 1948. That does not fit prophecy. There's people over there that call themselves Jews. They call their own selves Ashkenazi. If you go look at Genesis chapter 10, 1 through 5, it tells you Ashkenaz is descended from Japheth, Noah's son Japheth, not Shem. That means he's a Gentile. I'm a Gentile. Noah's son Japheth, not Shem.
Not Shem. Shem. Everybody wants to be Shem. Now you're talking about Shem, yeah? Now you're talking about Shem, but you are Japheth, and African is Ham, and brown people are Shem. Where the Strait of Hormuz is, and where Iran is. You can see it? That's what fathers come to beat you up for. Smash it all up and start again. And it belongs to Shem. Give it to the middle. It's not yours. I'm going to show you now in the documentary.
It tells you Ashkenaz is descended from Japheth, Noah's son Japheth, not Shem. That means he's a Gentile. I'm a Gentile. We're Gentiles.
Gentile, you're damn right. Everybody's a Gentile apart from us. We're the only people that are not Gentiles. And Satan knew that. He made a deal with you to come and get us. And that's why he talks about you the way he does.
They call their own selves Ashkenazi. If you go look at Genesis chapter 10, 1 through 5, it tells you Ashkenaz is descended from Japheth, Noah's son Japheth, not Shem. That means he's a Gentile. I'm a Gentile. We're Gentiles. And I mean, like...
The tribe of Japheth is out of... Japheth. The tribe of Ashkenazi is Japheth. That's very true. I didn't think of that. The son is Ashkenazi. I didn't see that, miss. I didn't see that.
Ashkenaz is descended from Japheth, Noah's son Japheth, not Shem.
It is. If you go and look at the birth rates of the sons, in Japheth, which is who you are, gave it to the north, Japheth had a son, and it's Ashkenazi, the son's called. Very true. And that's the seed of Japheth. And then he's going around calling you Gentiles. Go and have a look, right, at the how do you call it, the tree. I'm going to print the tree. I'm going to go and get the tree and print it for you of Japheth, Ham, and Shem. And you can see the generations of the sons. And in Japheth, there's a son called Ashkenazi. And Ashkenazi are these Jews. But Ashkenazi comes out of Japheth. Have a look yourself. So Japheth is a Gentile. So how can they now be coming and telling you that you're a Gentile when they are Japheth? The children of Japheth, they are Japheth. And there's a son called that, and that's who they are. Ashkenazis. Go for Japheth, the son, and look at the sons, what they've had. And there's a son called Ashkenazi there. And that's who they are. So if they are Ashkenazi, the son of Ashkenazi, which the son is, then where did they come out of? They came out of Japheth. And Japheth is who you are. He gave Japheth to the north, which I'm going to do this documentary now and show you. See? So that means Ashkenazi came out of Japheth, and Japheth is a Gentile. But he's telling all you lot, you're Gentiles, and You need to know the book, Rasta. They're lying to you. There's only one set of people that are not Gentiles, and that's Shem.
Israel is in the lands of their captivity. There is no creation of the so-called Jewish state of Israel in 1948. That does not fit prophecy.
Israel is in the last state of their captivity, meaning Yasharel, us. This is the last of it. I told you, that's done. The dance done, and all these troopers coming out now. And you Ashkenazis, you come out of Japheth. You're the son. There's a son called Ashkenazi, and that's who they are. They come out of that son there, and that son come out of the bull seed bag of Japheth. And there's Japheth there, honey. Japheth. We keep to the north. Check this one here. And this are the sons. Go and have a look at the sons of Japheth, and you'll see Ashkenazi in there, and that's who the modern Israel is. And they come out of the top here, Japheth. So they're Gentiles. So they're telling you that you're a Gentile and you're this and that. You need to know this thing that and reverse the curse they got on you, right? Because they're Gentiles just like you, right?
This book of who it says that the true house of Israel is, the lost tribes of Israel. They're lost. You know, they say they're scattered. We don't know who they are. I know who they are. It's clear. It's you guys.
What do you mean by you guys?
The folks that were sent through the transatlantic slave trade. The folks that are still in the lands of their captivity. Israel is in the lands of their captivity. There is no creation of the so-called Jewish state of Israel in 1948. That does not fit prophecy. There's people over there that call themselves Jews. They call their own selves Ashkenazi. If you go look at Genesis chapter 10, 1 through 5, it tells you Ashkenaz is descendant of Ashkenazi. There's people over there that call themselves Jews. They call their own selves Ashkenazi. If you go look at Genesis chapter 10, 1 through 5.
Genesis chapter 10. Genesis chapter 10. Genesis. Come here, darling. Come here, darling. Yahuwah's word. Yahuwah's word. Come here, darling. Take that out of my mouth because I want to smoke. The lady said Genesis chapter 10. I've done it right. I just got to doctor it up and I print it, Barbara. I just want to see where I can find this because I was just explaining the tree, but the lady said it's in Genesis chapter 10, so we'll have a look. Genesis chapter 10, okay. Go on, right. What verse did they say? It's long. It's long.
They call their own selves Ashkenazi. If you go look at Genesis chapter 10, 1 through 5.
1 to 5. There it is. Yeah, Goma. Where's Ashkenazi? There it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah, she's right. Let me underline it. She's right. She's right. She's right. Ashkenazi. There it is right there. The sons of Goma were Ashkenazi, Riphat, and Chugha. The sons of there's loads. But yeah, she's right. Now, this is the history of the generations of the sons of Noah. Noah and Shem and Ham and Ephit. Now the sons born to them after the flood. The sons of Yefit, which is you, Japheth, were Goma, Moog, Madar, Taban, and there's some more. The sons of Goma now, right, were Ashkenazi to them. So it's sons of Goma. Right, chapter 10. Just go to chapter 10, guys. Chapter 10, verse 3, you'll see it. Or chapter 10, verse 3, you'll see it in there. Just go to chapter 10. Yeah, just because you need to read it. Go to chapter 10. There it is there. She's very right, miss, yeah. Chapter 10. And it will show you Ashkenazis. So then, and don't forget that Yefit has got it in there, but you'll know it as Japheth. Japheth is a Gentile. Because you are Japheth. So that just shows you he comes out of you. Right? Ashkenazis over there who call themselves modern Israel. Right? They are Ashkenazis. And if you go to Genesis chapter 10, read it and you'll see them. You see them in there. They come out of Goma. See? Telling lies about you, this and that. You're Ashkenazis, Rasta. That is what it is. Yes, sir. Right, what was I reading? I was reading Matthew, innit? Nearly finished where I was here. Yes, miss, come on.
It tells you Ashkenaz is descended from Japheth, Noah's son Japheth, not Shem. That means he's a Gentile. Right. I'm a Gentile. That's right. You know, we're Gentiles. Right. And I mean, like, I wasn't brainwashed. I got the Bible before they do the brainwashing of the programming and try to make you think Egypt is white, which is ridiculous because it's Africa. So, you know, all that's Africa. So, you know, I'm thinking clearly because I'm reading, I know what's going on, you know. And, like, I was a weird kid. I thought a lot. I thought about things. And, you know, my mom, she was really cool because she never taught me no kind of hate. She taught me to respect.
So what you say about the 1/3?
Okay. that Bible that's told me the truth about the fake Jews, in Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9, you know they run everything. I gotta throw this in there. They run everything. The media, the entertainment industry, the banking, the world, pretty much. All the wars we fight is because they tell us to go kick ass. That's what America is. We are the Satan's military arm. And why I say Satan, Revelation 2:9, Revelation 3:9. I know those who say they are Jews, but do lie, and are of the synagogue of Satan. We done read they Ashkenazi, they Japheth. I mean, it's clear.
So what you say that about the 1/3 ruling the earth?
Okay, well, here's how I know that that's true. 1/3, because that's true, so the rest of it's true. You got stories in there, and it's all true. Lines up perfectly. It's all thing that makes any kind of sense. 1/3 of all nations will be left at the very, very end.
You said
and
of
1/3,
Israel, right?
1/3 of Israel. You guys are going to be on top, y'all.
Hi guys, welcome to my channel, and this is what's happening on this video. Jewish Americans are upset that their DNA proved that they are not the true Israelite, and this makes them to be furious and about the hidden truth that has been exposed. And let's watch the video and see what's happening.
The tribe of Dan. But again, applying modern constructs of race onto ancient peoples is the problem. The concept of race itself is only 500 years old. We made it up 500 years ago. To the extent that race and ethnicity can be acknowledged through DNA is also made up. Scientists and sociologists both agree that there is no basis for uncovering race or ethnicity with DNA. The best that DNA can show you is
doing, guys? I'm just so over the moon. I've just been talking to Ice next door. I'm just so over the moon, guys. Why? Because all these troops coming out and Daddy's coming out. And guess what I just found out? Guys, you know, here, this is straight up our moves. I can't believe it. Right? Yes, sir. Look, here. This is the straight up our moves. I was told. I'm gonna write it in there, then obviously you can see it. Right, I'm doing this documentary. You're gonna understand about the 3 sons when we post this. You're going to understand. I'm gonna do it properly so you understand.
Similarities between specific groups of people that live in a specific place, which is more related to ancestry. We're looking at familial connections as if they're racial, ethnic connections. And yes, people have different experiences of the extent to which blackness is relevant or irrelevant in their day-to-day life. I'm telling you, as a black person living in the United States who is a Jew, my blackness is not irrelevant. It deeply impacts the quality of my life. The only reason a person would believe that the tangible impacts of race are irrelevant to everyone is because they don't experience the tangible impacts of race, which likely means that they're perceived as part of the dominant racial group. And let's talk about why we even tested Ethiopian Jews in the first place, because Jews of European descent decided that they couldn't possibly be Jewish because they were black, only to find out that they carried similar genes. How do you look at the practices and recognize them as your own and say, these people can't possibly be Jewish, we must confirm through DNA? The only reason why that's seen as normal and legitimate is because of racism. Also, let's not forget that Ethiopian Jews who were airlifted to Israel in Operation Solomon and Operation Moses were forced to convert to Judaism in order to obtain citizenship, even though they were already Jews and it was proven through DNA. So tell me again, please, how racialization is irrelevant to somebody's lived experience.
I'm gonna make this video. I don't know if they're gonna delete it or not. I put it in a comment and it was deleted in a matter of seconds. So we'll see. What the comment is I was addressing the African American community. She's telling them the truth that I had found. I didn't know the truth, and a lot of white people cannot accept it because it truly does cut like a knife. It truly does cut. And I myself ran away from the truth and faced Yah's wrath for running away from that truth. And he brought me to my knees into repentance for what my ancestors have done and what they are doing today. I mean, to the point I was losing.
If you knew what it felt like to have a family member deleted in the way that my family member was,
You're condemned.
My brother was.
Wicked man. Like
You wouldn't want to hear, oh, it doesn't matter. It does matter. It matters to know the truth, and it matters to know who I am, and it matters for the so-called blacks to know who they are. So don't lie to me or a black person by telling them, oh, it doesn't matter. We all get to be engrafted in. No, it's a lie to say that it doesn't matter, because everything matters to God. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the Bible, would it? So we're supposed to ignore all the other scriptures and just say, oh, we all get to be engrafted in. That's wonderful. But it matters for me to know the truth. And it matters to people who have been mistreated. A person who says it doesn't matter is because they haven't been treated the way that I have or a black person has.
And you don't want to address it either. You want to go like, oh, that happened back then.
You have no idea. No idea. The trauma.
That you caused.
The oppression.
That you caused.
Yes.
That you caused.
I'm not hanging from a tree. Yes, I'm not on a plantation. Yes, I'm not out picking cotton. I understand that my life is very different. However, how would you feel if that is your history? If you are not a black person, it doesn't feel like complete liberation. It doesn't feel like complete liberation. Because the reality is, a black person versus a non-black person, their experience in life is different, whether you have God or not. It's the reality. And the people who are black, who says that it isn't, they're lying. They're lying. They're lying. Now, we have better experiences now than we did in the past, but the fact of the matter is, the truth is the truth. And I want liberty in knowing my identity. That's a part of salvation. People say, oh, all that matters is salvation. Okay, information is also helping with salvation too. That's why people say knowledge is power, but people also say ignorance is bliss. It's whatever you choose. If you want to choose to live in ignorance and you think and you perceive that as being bliss, that's also a lie. Because yes, it may be bliss for a moment, but it can lead you into destruction. And that's also the deception of the enemy too. So be not deceived. And please don't tell somebody, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's such a, like, I can't stress that enough. That's so ignorant to say. That hurts me to hear someone tells me after all these years of me thinking that I'm nothing because of what society has told me.
Yeah, because society, what society
and my personal experiences. And when I finally know the truth, oh, it doesn't matter. Are you kidding me? After hundreds of years of my ancestors being oppressed and the things that I've experienced in my personal life, it does matter. And the truth shall set you free.
Bashabi is not vendors. Bashabi is the black Jews who came from Israel, landed in Yemen, and then spread all over the world. They are found in Zimbabwe, they are found in Kananaland, in Zambia, they are found everywhere else. But because they come from Israel, everywhere else where they settle, they assume the language of those people. So because they came from the north, they ended up, majority of them, in South Africa, being in Venda. So because they are found in their majority in Venda, a lot of people assume they are vendors, but that is not the case. Oh, yes. So just tell us where you find Bashabis in the Pedis, Bumatale, Burameti, Bumalema. So Kasal Matale, the deputy minister of police, is a Mishabi as well, but is a Pedi speaking person.
So does that explain your close relationship?
Yes, we are relatives because as the black Jews, wherever we find each other, we embrace one another, support each other, defend each other, and share a lot of ideas together. So that's what brought
Hey everybody, I've had a number of people ask for sources to support the claims that I made in that video where I refuted the ludicrous conspiracy theory about Jewish people today, and particularly Ashkenazi Jewish people today, not being real Jewish people. But before I get to those sources, I want to highlight one of the main claims to which I was responding, and that was this notion that Ashkenazi Jewish people are descended from Ashkenaz, one of the names mentioned in the Table of Nations in Genesis 10, and are therefore not Semitic peoples, not real Jewish people. That is a recent reinvention of what's known as the Khazar hypothesis, which is something that was developed in the mid-70s. And this is the notion that Ashkenazi Jewish people are not descended from populations that were located in Palestine and in the Middle East, but are descended from Khazars, groups located in and around Turkey, and that they are only converts to Judaism and are not pure-blooded, so to speak, Jewish people. Now, converts to Judaism are Jewish people, so that doesn't really matter at all. However, this is a heinous conspiracy theory, an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that has been roundly refuted by DNA scientists, by linguists, by archaeologists, by historians, by scholars of all kinds. So the Khazar hypothesis is nonsense, and what was shared in that video to which I was responding was equally nonsense, and I'm going to share some of the sources that support that. I also want to point out that people taking you on a dictionary chase through the different ways to try to define what anti-Semitism is and who real Semites and Jewish people are committing a whole raft of fallacies about which they are not even aware. So you don't have to take that kind of stuff seriously, because dictionaries do not adjudicate meaning and are fundamentally distorting when it comes to conceptual categories anyway. So anyway, here are some sources.
You smelly tramp. You think it's just easy where you can just do what you want? And Father just says, oh, ain't you? You can just do what you want. You smelly tramp. That's their Bible, look. Mama's showing you their Jewish Bible. Look, black and slave. Look at all this, man. Race and slavery in the early Judea. Whoa, stop. Whoa, 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 whoa. That needs to go up. I can't see it, thank you. The blessed of whiteness in the curse of Ham. What the hell is all this? This is their Bible. The blessed of whiteness in the curse of Ham. But Ham are African. So what are you on about? What's this one? That's written in some nonsense. I don't understand all that. I don't understand all that. That's Jewish nonsense, man. Oh, these people are dark. Look at these people are dark, man. These people are dark. Trying to change our...
I was talking to my Christian friend who's very pro-Palestine.
Yo, man, tell you the truth now. To be that complexion is danger now. To be pale complexion is a dangerous stuff. That's what he's showing you. Ashkenazi, come out of Goma. So that means you're Jephid. That's what that means. You're not Shem. You're damn Jephid, you little tramp.
And then I asked her, how do you reconcile that with your faith? Because I've heard some Christians say that they believe God gave the land to the Jewish people and they have to stand with God.
You're going to get killed if you're in that religion, because they stole it from us. I showed you earlier on the real king, King James, in his kingly character. Black man. His Bible. He wrote that Bible. Even though I don't use that Bible. Because they doctored it to make it fit white people. And you can't find white people in there at all. You can't find Christmas, Easter, Boxing Day, nothing in there. You can't find take the children of Christianity, show the children of Christianity, teach the you can't see that in there at all, because they hijack everything, right? But the thing what they hijacked here will kill them, because Father don't like them. You've got to do it Father's way. And they don't even know Father. I got my man in here, he's a proper, he knows this Christian proper. And he knows Emmanuel proper. But when he come here, he said, see, I've never heard that name Yahuwah before. So you're in a religion and you don't even know about the Father. And the Father is the religion, well, meant to be. You're a joke, man. They lead you up a garden path, that Christianity. You don't even know Yahuwah's name. And you're in that thing there and it doesn't teach you Yahuwah's name. You're mad, Rasta. Because the books what you got took his name out. Because his name's in there nearly 5,000 times. This name's in there nearly 5,000 times. And they took it out to put Lord and God. Well, Lord is Baal, is that idiot Baal, and God, pick your choice. They got multiple gods. But if you say God of Israel, then
standing high. An Igbo man who kills somebody by accident.
Yes.
If a man in here like killed by accident, he runs from this particular community to another town. And we never come back to this town until after 7 years because we have no standing high priest. Wow. Yes. Just like he said, the city of refuge.
Yes. Yeah, I understood.
So we do that.
I didn't know that, Father. I didn't know. Well, we're scattered everywhere, mate. You've got to think about that, son. We're scattered everywhere, and there is loads of children who are Israelites. There's loads of us, bro. But what Father's showing you over there, you are the most specialist out of all of them. You children, you Shem. And it just showed you over there. I put you before all of them. When he was in problems with Palestine, when he was in problems with Syria, when he was in problems with, he's mentioned somewhere up there, who come and got you? I have never come and got none of them. I've never shown my face to come and get none of them. I put you before all of them because you're my children. But I didn't realize that we're everywhere. You are. There's this as Israelites everywhere, and we're now seeing it and joining up. But you're just thinking it's just Shem. That's Israelite. No, Shem is the favorite Israelite. But they're just showing you there, look, these are African, no, it says Israelite tradition. These are the Africans that were there. Don't forget, we were scattered everywhere. We even went to Africa, don't forget. And that's where they got us from. So we had to have been there, you know what I mean? And people are still there. And these are the original ones out there. But you are the one that's going to be taken forth now, because it says here, the beginning, no. And Jacob, sorry, Father, then. I went to this one, Father said, no. And Jacob is the beginning of the one that follows. Jacob is the beginning of the one that follows. Go up one. Okay, Father. For Esau is the end of this age. A bell squeaks as well, the birds. For Esau is the end of this age. You hear the birds going? This year. Right? And Jacob is the beginning of the one that follows. And this is what you're seeing is happening, guys, whether you like it or not.
Yes. If a man in here like killed by accident, he runs from this particular community to another town. And we never come back to this town until after 7 years because we have no standing high priest. Just like he said, the city of refuge.
Yeah, I understood.
So we do that. I have told you that a man who hanged himself, who died by hanging, never buried. Like in my own area where I came from, in Ngwaland, also in Abia State. Yes. We don't.
Right? How not? And you create everything. Whether you want to see it or not, you damn tramp. This is what done your nostril. This is what done your nostril. No one else. How come you don't even know that and you've been going to church all the time? And you reckon you're this, that, what not, and you're this, that. Nothing's going to work for you if you don't even know the basics. And that's the basics. Yahuwah. No one else. Forget Emmanuel. Forget Emmanuel. Forget his son. There's no way you're going to go through if you don't even know about the Father. Forget the Son. You damn tramp. Forget him. Don't worry about him. Forget. If you don't know the Father, forget the weirds.
Then we go to invite people from our folk.
Yes. Yes, it says, when you love Emmanuel, I speak his name because I don't want to call him your name. When you love Emmanuel so much with your heart, so then and only then, the love of Yahuwah will open up in you because you love Emmanuel, the name, man. You love Emmanuel, right? You love him so much, Yeshua. And your love so much for him then opens up a love for Yahuwah. It automatically comes with it because it says, Elohim is with you when you call his name. When you call his name, it means Elohim is with you, right? So when you love him the way I love him and the way other people love him, then that opens up automatically the love for Yahuwah. And then with that, you walk into a fellowship. And that fellowship is the Ruach Kodesh. So yes, you can go through that way. But because you don't know of him, and you may claim to love Emmanuel, but because you don't know him, then when you love Emmanuel so much with your heart and soul, it won't open up to them, bring you in to Yahuwah, because they're showing you the wrong names, right? And the wrong people, so you're not going to get this love that goes with it. Because his name means Elohim is with you. So when you call his name, it means Elohim is with you. So when you love him properly with all your heart and soul, Elohim's love then envelopes you. His love. And then you walk into a fellowship of the Ruach Kodesh. And that's how it works, guys. And I tell you, pretty children, beautiful children. This is how it works. But you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, and everybody is different in their learning, and everybody's different in their truth. Everyone's at different stages, so you need to be gentle with people, right? But firm, but fair, because you've got too many idiots coming in there trying to disrupt this thing and all that nonsense. But you know, you can't come to me, you know that anyway, because I don't deal with idiots. Right? I don't suffer fools gladly at all, especially idiots who don't know what they're on about. Just like, well, it says here, there, and this bit says that, and just go and read the thing. And if a spirit comes in, you're nice. If not, keep quiet, because you don't even know Father's name, right? And he's the one who created everything, right? So don't tell me about the Son, because he created the Son, meaning his Son, the one that you call Jesus. That's not his name. That's Hail Zeus, you call it. That's why when you call it, nobody answers you. No one at all. No one. You've been lied to, beautiful people. It's a damn lie, and you need to break out the lie down. Right? Because if you get the two of us here, and one says, let there be light, and the other says, let there be light, you'd only see light with one person, and the other person would be no light. Because Hebrew is the dance, not English. You speak English, you speak and change everything to it. No. That's Esau. No, that dance is done. Going back to Hebrew, going back to real books. You know, books that you take out the Bible. You know, the poor children don't even know about Adam and Eve. Do you know what happened to that? There's a book about Adam and Eve. They committed suicide back 3 times and then came back. The father said, get up. You don't tell you about these books? After what happened to them when they disrespected the one command? Don't tell you about these books? They're not in your 66 books, are they? No, they ain't. You tell me nothing, Christian. You don't know nothing. You don't even know Father's name, Christian. So you know nothing, here, sir.
They go to the bush where he hung himself, dug a pit under that bush, under that tree, and somebody will climb and cut the rope. He will fall into the pit. They will close.
They've kept you blind and dumb. That school of Christianity. They've kept you blind and dumb. And I have the audacity to ask you for money as well. And I have the audacity to ask you for money as well.
The pit and
you know what you are?
How'd you give them?
You are an ancient Israelite.
Stop it. And that's why they went to put you in jail. You know what I mean? Because we're ancient. They're a prince, done. I'm a prince. They keep telling me. They keep telling me to go to Daniel, chapter 10, verse 21. Misha'el, Michael. You damn tramp. A Hebrew name, not Michael, Misha'el. Damn tramp.
An area where I came from in Ngwaland, also in Abia State. Yes. We don't bury them. We go to invite people from Afo. They go to the bush where he hung himself, dug a pit under that bush, under that tree, and somebody will climb and cut the rope. He will fall into the pit. They will close the pit and return.
You know what you are? You are an ancient Israelite.
Ancient Israelite. That's what you are. Give me time. If you give me time. All that he said.
No. We don't have
so many years.
I know. Look at this. This is pages and pages of notes. And I promise we'll give more teaching. But here is my challenge to you.
All right.
I'm hearing some of your traditions. It's like the days of the Bible.
Yes.
Do you want to remain ancient Israelites? Or you want to be Jews? That is the question I have for you.
Thank you. I will answer that question. Go ahead. I will help you. After the demise of Solomon, we now have the northern and southern kingdom of Israel.
Yes.
So when we talk about Jews, Jews are Israelites, but all Israelites are not Jews. The 10 tribes that got lost are not Jews. They were Israelites.
Well, it's depending.
Minority cannot swallow the majority. We are here. We are the majority down here. So you are minority, and we are older than you. All right, that's wonderful.
White people, man, and they know who you are. Just don't want you to know you're an Israelite.
Something changed in British supermarkets in 2021, and it's the reason your fresh food now rots in days instead of weeks. A former cruise...
Well, you can't see that with different set of children. You can't see it. Open your stinking smelly eyes, man. You can't see it with different children. Huh? You can't see it. Why can't you see it? We're different now. And you want to come and put pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure and pressure on us. And we're still shining. And we're still shining. And we're still balanced. And we're trying to help you. But you know what the greatest thing is? Man, tell you the truth, man. Right? Go and get your Bible. Because I love you guys. I know you love me too. And you always coming on the platform and saying morning, hi, and just watching and seeing, you know, what's he going to do now? What truth is he going to give us now? You're damn right, guys. You're damn right what truth I'm going to give you. Because one day you're going to thank me, right? Because you've just been horrible to me, right? But not the spirit. The spirit of yours has been nice to me, but your flesh has been horrible to me. But we can handle that. But your spirit has been absolutely nice to me. That's why I can do what I'm doing. I always say hello to you. Now, where are we going? We're going to the Bible. Go get your Bible quick, guys. Go get your Bible. Bible story. Bible story. Bible story. All right, we've got our Bibles now, yeah? Where are we going? We are going to Genesis, right? Now, come on, guys. Work with me now. Let's go to Genesis. Which chapter, T? Chapter 10, guys. Chapter 10. Now, don't need to read all of it. You just have to go up to maybe number 5, right? Because what we want you to see is Gomer, right? The son Gomer. All right, let's start again. Sorry. Right. Gomer is Japheth. Now, Japheth is a son, and Japheth was put up in the north. And I've just written, typed it all out, so I'll show you. But listen to me. Japheth, this one up here, is from the north. I'm not going to kill you, it says. And they don't want you to know all this information. Why not? But they want you to know that we're Nick and Connie were going to keep hurting us. And it's these, right? It's these Ashkenazis, right? Who are getting you to do that. And that's who they are. You can see it in the Bible. And then go and have a look who Ashkenazis are. And you'll see them. And you'll see them. And then it will start making sense to you. Beautiful children. And it's all Bible, as you can see. All of it. Nothing about Christianity at all in there. That's made up nonsense, done. Nothing at all. They're not worthy enough for this thing. At all. At all, at all, at all. And they're going to get killed, bro. They're wicked children now. Wicked, wicked, wicked. Always lying. Right, how am I going to write this in there, guys? I need something to lean on. I can lean on this one. Lean on that. Do it like that, innit? Alright. Do it like that. Come on in. Sexy boy. What's all this now? These people.
It's not going to happen. Let's dive into this.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe. Make your browser Chrome.
By believing them that they are the real Jews, but actually...
Look at him, man. Just look at him. How dare you insult Father? How dare you insult Father and say that they're the children? Have you got the same woolly hair as Father, have you? Are you proud to wear woolly hair? Because the system tells you not to wear it. I said, where's the African? Where the African there? Weird. Weird. You know, I'm a prince in the making, right? Ain't no scrum. I'm a prince in the making, then, right? Well, that's what Daniel chapter 10, verse 21 keeps telling me, and there's many other places done. I mean, is there places where they come and show you those sort of things? No, come on, I'm being serious. Is there places in the Bible where they come and show you them sort of things with your name on it? Tutu, huh? Huh? Your name is sanctified, done. In this thing. You're just a liar. You're just stealing people's identification, done. And then with that pale complexion. And then want to say you're us, damn tramp. You're not us. We're too different. We've got too much style and grace. Do you know how to cook food from scratch? Do you know how to clean a house? Do you know how to make love to a woman? Do you know how to bring her to an orgasm? Huh? What's that, he says? What about squirting? He says, what's that? Move, man, you damn tramp.
They are not the Jews. They are not real Jews. And unfortunately, we are stuck in this place. We know with no possibility to leave this place. But we really, really have...
Right, what he's saying, he's a Jew as well. And he's stuck there into that lie. And they want to get out. There's some Jews in there, converted Jews, sorry, because they're not Jewish at all. There's some converted Ashkenazis, that's better, who want to get out of that right? But they can't. They're not allowed to. So he's pleading to the world. We ain't going to help you because when times was good and all that, you was loving it. But now you know times is coming to the ends now. You want to come out of there. You stay where you are. You hear, sir? You lying people, converting all the time to save yourselves, and then watching us be brutalized by your say-so. And then now people are finding out that you're, wait for it, that you're not a Jew, that you're an Ashkenazi. Right? So that means you're a Gentile, just like everyone else. And then they tell everyone else, we're going to do this and that to Gentile women, we're going to do this and that to Gentile kids, and you're a Gentile. And I'm just quiet. I'm just proving it. Chapter 10, verse 3 or 4, and you will see their name, Ashkenazi. And that's who they are. So that means they come out of Japheth. So that means they're a Gentile, right? So leave the other Gentiles alone, you damn tramp, because you're no different from them. And I hope they use the pogrom and run you back in Carcass Mountain and reverse the curse you got on them and start loving the children of Father. Because that's what you was meant to do. You was doing that in the 80s and 70s. So don't see why you can't go back and do it now and put these people back where they belong. Tramps.
By believing them that they are the real Jews, but actually they are not the Jews. They are not real Jews, and unfortunately we are stuck in this place. We know with no possibility to leave this place, but we really have by our faith to leave this place and go to out of Israel, what they call Israel. Yeah.
You don't know what tribe you're from?
No, sir.
But you're Jewish.
Yes, sir.
I've been raised
Jewish.
You've been raised
from Israel, yes, sir.
Okay, so which tribe?
I don't know that.
So how can you be Jewish and not know your tribe?
That's bullshit, man.
Okay, what? You see that right there? Look over there. Have you ever seen those names before? Judah, Benjamin, Levi?
Of course.
Okay, so which one belongs to you?
I don't know.
Because you're not a Jew.
Yes, sir.
The proof is right there. You don't know what tribe you're from.
Absolutely not.
What tribe are you from? Hey, what tribe are you from?
I'm from the Levi tribe.
Levi?
Yeah.
What the hell is...
There's no such thing as a Levi tribe. And he's trying to run, he's trying to get his mate and run off. There's no such thing as a Levi tribe. It's called Levi. And then when you take the L, and you put it where the I is, it says evil. Because he defeats evil. And then we take the I and put it back down where the E is, and then it says Levi. Because Levi defeats evil. Right? Anytime you see him on an evil mission, he just takes the L off and puts it where the I is, and then it says evil. And then he takes it back with his mashura and puts it back there, and it says Levi. And that little boy there has no idea. He's calling it Levites and all that nonsense. They have no idea. They are Ashkenazis. It's in the Bible who they are. And they come out of Japheth. So I don't even know why even having any more conversations with these boys, because they've just been proved who they are biblically as well. Biblically, right? Genesis chapter 10, verse 3 or 4, or even 5, says it, Ashkenazi.
By believing them that they are the real Jews, but actually they are not the Jews. They are not real Jews, and unfortunately we are stuck in this place. We know with no possibility to leave this place.
He's stuck in there with no possibility to leave.
By believing them that they are the real Jews, but actually they are not the Jews. They are not real Jews, and unfortunately we are stuck in this place. We know with no possibility to leave this place, but we really have by our faith to leave this place and go to out of Israel, what they call Israel. Yeah.
You don't know what tribe you're from?
No, sir.
But you're Jewish.
Yes, sir.
I've been raised Jewish. You've been raised
from Israel, yes, sir.
Okay, so which tribe?
I don't know that.
So how can you be Jewish and not know your tribe?
That's bullshit, man.
Okay, what? You see that right there? Look over there. Have you ever seen those names before? Judah, Benjamin, Levi?
Of course.
Okay, so which one belongs to you?
I don't know.
Because you're not a Jew.
Yes, sir.
The proof is right there. You don't know what tribe you're from.
Absolutely not.
What tribe are you from? Hey, what tribe are you from?
I'm from the Levi tribe.
Levi?
Yeah.
What the hell is Levi?
You don't know Jewish history. That's
why.
why.
Are you from the tribe of the priests? Are you a Levite? Is that what you're saying? You don't know. Prove it. You don't fucking know. Let me tell you, the white man is a liar. And they don't know where they're from. They are so confused
Israelites are. There's enough messages and teachings out there on it. And if you go read your Bible, you'll clearly know who they are. You can't hide a white Jesus in Egypt and expect him to blend right in. He ain't going to happen. You ain't going to mistake Paul for an Egyptian and Paul's a white person. You ain't going to have Moses be able to walk right, or be carried right into the house of Pharaoh and pass as one of his sons if he's a white baby. It ain't going to happen. So let's just get to the bottom line here, okay? They're brown-skinned people. Simple. But then you got the Christians out here that they went, and the Catholics had changed that. They whitewashed the whole thing. And then you got people who are supposed to be getting back to the book, back to the truth. They're still trying to whitewash it.
I know. They're not seeing. Move away from them, bro.
There's no genealogy linking their families to the people of this land 3,000 years ago. They're not.
For centuries, nations have attempted to erase the people of God. I'm talking about our people, the Israelites. What did they do to us? They scattered us, they renamed us, and they rewrote our history. As it is written, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. That's Psalm 83, verse 4. However, we're still here because God already answered them. He said, if those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Lord, meaning the sun and the moon, the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever. That's Jeremiah 31:36. So you better believe it. The moon and the sun, you might as well count those out. The sun is still rising today. The moon still shines. The stars still fill the heavens at night. So as long as God's ordinances remain, his people remain. You can hide a nation, but you cannot erase what God has ordained.
I keep telling them that.
And that's why we're still here today. Shalom.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. So you know what's sad about that entire scripture? That a lot of people will read that and not understand the context. Like they will sit there and read that and deny that African Americans are the true Hebrews because of that one scripture. DC, it says nobody shall buy you. How can it be y'all? Y'all remember that movie Django with Jamie Foxx in it? It was Django and Dr. Schultz. They were bounty hunters running around shooting up people, collecting a check. Y'all remember that movie? Remember when Django tried to go back to Candyland to get his wife? Because remember, Django was a free man.
Thank you. Right. Thank you for the Bible, what you've given us today. Thank you. And no, thank you to you, son, because you really put things together. You really do put things together with the help of you, obviously. But yeah, thank you for that chapter 10. Wicked, Ashkenazi. Right there. And I got it from a white person as well. I know. A white person giving that just about half an hour ago. And it's right there. So that can free the rest of the people. Because they are also Gentiles. You can see it now. You see the DNA of who they are. By name as well. And they come out of Jeffid, and then they want to come and go out, they're better than you. So they're talking about themselves. Because they're a Gentile. But they're trying to go out, they're better than you. Because you signed a contract with them. Just because they got the materials. Because they use their head to get the materials. So then you go after who? Only one set of people. Us. 2 twins, remember? One hairy and red. It's the same story, darling. Same story. But all now, Father just showed you who they are, because he's coming to kill them guys, like I told you. Ashkenazis, and showed you where they come out of. And we've been telling you a long time they're Ashkenazis. Now go and have a look who Ashkenazis are. And then you'll see clearly, you'll see them. When you see Ashkenaz, you'll see them. And then go right back and have a look at their cars, their cars empire, what they used to be before. And that's who these people are. They're not godly people at all. They're children of Satan, then. As you know, because they've got you thinking that you're Gentile and they're not. Now we're about to go to the DNA to show you that they also are Gentiles. So do not fear them. Beautiful children. And the bird tweets as well. Thank you. Don't fear them. Damn tramps. They're getting dismantled, as you can see. This is how you dismantle something. This is how you do it. And this is how Father does it. Dismantles them slowly. So, they're embarrassing themselves first as you dismantle them. Because they're calling you Gentiles. You do this to your women, do that to your sons. And then all of a sudden, you're finding out they're a Gentile. But you're finding the DNA of them. Not just, you're a Gentile. DNA, which is the Bible, which is Genesis chapter 10. Right? Just read it. You'll see it on the third or second line. So it's 3 or 4 or 5. And you're looking for that name. Right? Gomer is the first one, and they came out of Gomer, right? Go and have a look. Ashkenazi, the second. Right, there's nothing biblical in Ashkenazi at all. You hear me? Ashkenazi are called drifters, nomads, who go around from town to town having sex with everyone, right? And just plotting in people's land. And then you've given them the okay so they can go to whatever land, and wherever land they go, they read the Talmud, and this is how they get treated, like royalty, because you're to gringos, but now you know Gentiles, but now you know it's a lie. Now you know they themselves are Gentiles, and they come out the same place as you, Jeffy. And the Bible shows you that, so it's not a lie. And the Bible's got their name there, chapter 10. Their name's there. Their name is there. And you can't argue with that when you see your name there. Cannot argue with it. Right? So you're a Gentile as well. There's only one who isn't a Gentile. And that is proper. The Israelites. The proper Hebrew Israelites. They're damn true.
However, his wife was not. She was still a slave. She was still enslaved. Meaning that she was somebody's property. And last time I checked, how can you just pull up to somebody's plantation, take their property without compensating them for it? Wouldn't you be labeled as a thief? So in order for them to free Django's wife had to be bought. And that's where Dr. Schultz comes in. Remember at the end, before the hell shootout, Dr. Schultz was going to buy Django's wife. He had to buy her first in order for her to be free. Because once she became his property, he can do what he wants with his property. So God ain't stutter. Last time I checked, nobody came and bought us. We stayed enslaved.
A Gentile's
when
confession.
we think about the Messiah and we think about the books that he had the scrolls that made up, he had the Torah and the prophets. And of course, the teaching of the time was, if you teach against the Torah and the prophets, there's no light in you. So the Torah and the prophets were everything to the Messiah and his followers. And of that work, I think that Deuteronomy 28 in particular, that chapter 28, is one of the most underestimated, misunderstood chapters in the book, because when you know just that chapter, the whole word comes to life. And the history that we see, the prophecy that we see that has been fulfilled in recent history and is being fulfilled right now. So let's just talk about what we're taught. So many people are taught that the so-called black people in the Americas are simply Africans who were randomly captured and sold into slavery. But when we search the scriptures and the historical record together, a different picture emerges. One that reveals that these people were not just Africans, but exiled Israelites fulfilling the curses of the law. So let's take it back to 70 AD. What was 70 AD? So 70 AD was roughly 37 years after our 33-year-old Messiah was lynched on a tree and resurrected.
Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Was lynched on a tree.
After our 33-year-old Messiah was lynched on a tree.
Thank you, miss. Was lynched on a tree. I do like women who speak truth. A nice, righteous white lady. You can tell she's come over to us, innit? She's got the right look. She's got the right scarf, and now she's learning her trade. She's learning her trade. Go on, miss, because then you can help a lot of your own good white people, right? Because we're not going to use that term Gentiles with white people, because everybody's a Gentile. So we're just talking about white people, and we're glad that we can help you, man, right? Because I'm going to put this in the documentary I'm going to make in a minute. We're going to put chapter 10 in there, because you have to know that these people are Ashkenazis, see, and they come out the same place as you. So they're no different from you. All it is that they're connected to Satan. That's all it is. Right? And you need to break away from them and come back home to your Father. That's what you need to do. So to get that, because they're not going to let you go that easy, so you need the spiritual power now. We're in the spiritual zone now. We're not in the flesh. Right? And I'm telling you how to beat them. First, you've got to take the poo-poo off Emmanuel. And you've got to go with the Torah. Now, those are the power that they can't handle. This is why they tell you in that stupid book, right? If you do this, we can do that too. How? Why? Because you're a Gentile, but they're a Gentile as well, right? And the Bible proves who they are. The Bible, not me saying it or not someone else saying it, the Bible. And they go by the name of Ashkenazis, and the son of Ashkenazi is there. They are he is the lion seed, you know, the lion bulldog, right? Well, the Ashkenazi, that's something in the Bible. He created all that nonsense there, right? And he comes out of Japheth, right? And in this documentary, you're going to see now who Japheth is and which part Father gave him. He gave him the north, the cold part, right? So I don't see how he can be different from you with that complexion, because that complexion is for the cold, and he is no different from you. So he has no right to go around and call you this, that, and say we can do this to your women, we can do this to you because you're that, and the dog's this, and the animal's better than your women. Just some wickedness, right? But this is what Satan does when they'll deal with him, and that's just his children. The Father's giving you a way to break away from these Egypts, and they've got no power, these tribes, and they're going to die. But you ain't going to die. If you stick with them, you will, guys. The Ashkenazi. Your name's in the Bible, Dan. All right, you're a Jew. Quiet tribe. You're an Ashkenazi, right?
Different picture emerges. One that reveals that these people were not just Africans, but exiled Israelites fulfilling the curses of the law. So let's take it back to 70 AD. What was 70 AD? So 70 AD was roughly 37 years after our 33-year-old.
Yo, modern Israel. Do you wipe your backside 4 times a day? Huh? I've done mine twice already. Do you wipe your backside with a white flannel so you can see what's going on? Huh? Here they go, batty for yourself.
Messiah was lynched on a tree and resurrected. So the Messiah was crucified, died, lynched, and resurrected, and approximately 37 years later, the Roman armies destroyed Jerusalem and scattered the children of Israel that were there. Now, the children of Israel that were there were the tribe of Judah. They were known as Judah. There were Benjamites there, and there were Levites there, and the southern kingdom was made up of Judah and those people. The northern kingdoms, remember, fell about 750 years prior to his birth. So we're, almost, there's, 800-900 years between the scattering of the northern kingdom and the scattering of the southern kingdom. And I want to apologize now because I know people are going to talk in the comments. I don't know much about the tribes of the northern kingdom. I'm going to dig into that. But right now, I'm just really trying to learn how to live a righteous life and try to build something of substance for a good life here. So I don't know much about the northern kingdom and where they ended up. But we're talking about the tribe of Judah specifically and their trip to America. How did America take God's chosen? And how do we know it's America? How do we know America's Babylon? When the Roman armies took the city of Jerusalem and the Israelites were forced to flee, some were taken into captivity and many fled into Africa. Over generations, these Israelites migrated through northeast Africa and into West Africa. This migration is documented by the impact of their culture. What does that mean? Their language, tribes that are called by Hebrew names, Levitical priestly traditions that were taught and picked up and now practiced still to this day. We know that they were living there and that they carried their Israelite laws and customs with them. We find Hebrew customs and Levitical priestly traditions and Israelite names among the West African tribes. These were not strangers to the Bible. They were actually the living descendants of it. But the Bible warned that exile would not end in Africa. In Jeremiah 16:14-15, we read, "It shall no more be said, the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel out of Egypt. But the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north." So something bigger than a 400-year captivity of Israelites in Egypt is going to happen. And we're not talking about what happened in Egypt anymore. We'll be talking about the Lord bringing his chosen out of Mystery Babylon. The land of the north that is mentioned in this piece of scripture, where it says we won't talk about what happened in Egypt, but the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north. The land of the north is not Africa, it is North America. Scripture shifts the focus from Egypt to the new captivity that will be greater than the captivity seen in Egypt. This leads us to the transatlantic slave trade. From 1500s to 1800s, millions of Israelites mislabeled as Africans were kidnapped from West Africa and brought into the Americas in chains. This was not random human cruelty. It was the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28:68, which says Israel would be taken by ships
into a land that did not know, into a land they did not know, and they would be sold as slaves, and no man would save them. No other people in human history fit the prophecy the way Black, Latino, and Native descendants of Americans do. The people that were dispersed among North America, South America, and the Caribbean. America is not just any land. According to Scripture, there's a mysterious Babylon, and it's spoken about in Revelation 17 and 18. A powerful nation. This mystery Babylon will be a powerful nation built on stolen labor, stolen wealth, and blood. Now, for those of you who know my face, Babylon, and it's spoken about in Revelation 17 and 18. A powerful nation. This mystery Babylon will be a powerful nation built on stolen labor, stolen wealth, and blood. Now, for those of you who know my Facebook, I'm constantly demonstrating things that highlight curses. And my thing is, this is America, lowercase a, blood, white.
When you try to see the way each and every time these Jewish Americans, they always look away, try to come for Black Americans, try to challenge them about the history. This is something Black people has been always saying, that no matter how we could push so hard to show that you are priority, you are the native of that land, you are trying to erase our history, it's not going to happen. Let's dive into this episode. Drop your thoughts in the comment section, then you come back with more commentaries.
Many times they try, and they don't like it.
Summer heat is here, and having a cup of iced coffee is absolutely the best choice to cool down. But if your cup doesn't retain the cold,
there is nowhere written where you are a prince. There is nowhere written where it says you are a prince. Nowhere at all written where you are a prince. Nowhere at all. You're Ashkenazi, right? And modern Israel, are you become right? Modern Israel. We saw the video, right? And show the people who we all come from. Don't worry, I'm going to explain it to you. Don't worry. You're going to know who these people are. And even the Strait of Anus would even show you where that is. That's in Shem, right? That's Shem's property. And you notice everything goes through that way. No, it did before. But when they sold everything, they've got to rely on one set of people. And that's ours, Shem. I'm going to join it all up for you soon. Don't worry.
Says because you all are deceived, you're not Israelites. You're not Jewish. Spoken by a true heathen.
True heathen.
Y'all hate so bad that we wake up, that we have waken up to our true biblical nationality, which we are Israelites. But it's crazy when we're calling ourselves a color like Black or Negroes or African Americans or Afro Americans. There's never an issue. Like, it's okay to call, it's okay that we call ourselves that. But the moment we call ourselves by our true biblical name that the Most High gave to us, now it's a problem, right? We are Israelites, whether you like it or not. We are not Black. We are not African American, which are two continents. We are not Afro Americans, okay? We are not Negroes. We are Israelites. And you are absolutely right. We are not Jewish. You know what Jewish is? It's the fake Jew. It's pertaining to ish, greenish, nightish, orangish, ish. That means it's not the exact thing. It's something that's pertaining to. It's a fraud. So you're absolutely right. We're not Jewish. And then when it comes to the children of Israel, a Jew is just one tribe. Those that descend from the tribe of Judah would identify as a Jew, and it still won't be Jew because there's no J in the Hebrew alphabet. We know that J just got invented 250 years ago, so it would be Yahudah. Yahudah. And that is only for those that descend from the tribe of Judah. That don't identify all 12 tribes of Israel. With that being said, we are the Israelites. We're not all Jews because we don't all descend from the tribe of Judah. And we're damn sure not Jewish because we're not fake. We're not counterfeits. We are the real deal, whether y'all want to accept it or not. Okay?
Now, for the people who think those
people over there in Israel now, if you think they are the real Jew that the Bible speak of, brother, you lost. And listen to this and you shall be found. In the book of Deuteronomy, before the true people went to slavery, you know what I'm saying? For God foretold them that they shall not see their homeland no more again. So, who are these people over here now in the land of Israel saying they are Jew-ish? Are y'all smart or y'all dumb? Because ish is a what? Suffix. You got Jew and you got Jew-ish. Ish is a damn suffix. That means pertaining to. Not is. Convert. Red, reddish. White, whitish. Brown, brownish. Bruh. Real, fake. Real, fake. Let me pull you a scripture so I can fully grasp this and hopefully understand this. You know, because my message is only to wake up my people. I don't give a damn about any other damn specimen on here. Damn running their mouth. You understand? My job is to wake up my people. My people. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Me too.
Good.
And make sure it's the grandchildren. You got to get the little grandson. The little grandson. That's my thing. The grandsons, them. That's my thing. Right? Come here. Have something for the grandson. They went, wait, yeah. Come here. Come here. I can show you what I have for the grandsons. The little grandson. You don't see me have the kid in me. You don't see me the kid in me. I got the kid in me, miss. Right? So the grandson. Grandson, come here. No, something for you. This is what, see? What's, come here. And me and you do this together. The grandson. Right? This is for me and you. The grandson. You ready? Drum roll. Here we go. The grandson. This is for you, grandson. Right? This is for the grandson alone. Don't forget it now.
Now let me get you right quick now. Let me get you. Let me get you.
Don't panic over a loose balcony railing. Stop paying $500 for a repair pro. Achieve a perfect fusion.
Here we go. Y'all gonna learn today. Y'all gonna learn something today. No church today. Right here. You hear me? Understand? I'm gonna go. Revelation 2 and verse 9. It said, I know. He said, I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich. Who? Who are rich? Who you speaking about, Father? And I know the blasphemy. That means a filthy, wicked lie. A filthy, wicked lie. I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not. Understand, man. But are the synagogue of Satan. What's your damn mouth?
Let's deal with something that people hate to talk about. When Europeans first encountered Jews in Africa, the Middle East, and the islands off of West Africa, they constantly described them, or consistently described them, as black people. Not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally black. Source after source confirms it. One record says Catholic missionaries in Luango found.
You know the stuff you done to my ancestors? I know we found out that it was you, Ashkenazi. You know the stuff you done to my good white people, right? And you telling them that they're Gentiles. And yeah, they are. They are Gentiles. They are. But so are you. You're tramp. And you got all this stuff to make them hate themselves. Like my good white friends turning against me because of you. Because they made a wrong choice. But we don't hate them for it. I'll tell you what would make us love them for it is if they turn around and say, Father, we made a mistake. We made a mistake. We want to come back home because we're hearing from T every day how this thing is nice. And I heard that you're very forgiving and you would forgive us if we just say, we're sorry and we want to learn from you. And we're going to put down all that nonsense that we do, the strangle. You can't come if you're doing the strangling and you're eating the pork and you can't come down, forget it, stay where you are. But the greatest thing what's been born today, guys, right, is Genesis chapter 10. That is the great, you have no idea. That there what Father's given me. Murder. Because that releases your luck, what they got on you. Because they are the same as you. They're Gentiles. Ashkenazi. Says it in there who they are. And I'm going to show you in a minute. I'm going to put this documentary together in a minute and show you. Right, so that should release the cause. Because you can't have Gentiles fighting, saying that Gentiles can bully Gentiles. Right? I don't know who you think these fools are. But if you go to Pogrom, just say that to your phone. Pogrom. And you will know who they are. Because we all turned against them and chucked them in the Caucasus Mountain. Right? And then when Esau went in there, because he didn't get no birthright, then that's when they met. That's when they met. That's when they met. The Ashkenazi. And that's what the Bible says you are. You're an Ashkenazi. That's what you are. And then you're going around Ashkenazi. So you're an Ashkenazi in a Kabbalah years. How about you're a Jew? You're not, you're an Ashkenazi. Right? You're an Ashkenazi. So that means you're a Gentile. Because Ashkenazi comes from where? It comes from Japheth. Comes from Japheth.
They kept the laws, circumcision, Israelite customs
So how can you
that Africans around them didn't practice.
Their women, their children, 3 years.
Another historian writes that in the 15th century, Jews expelled from Portugal were taken to the coast of Ghana and to the island of Saint Tome, and their descendants were described as mulattoes, descendants from Jews, meaning the original group was already dark-skinned.
Did you know that?
Another source reports Jews still lingering in the Jordan Valley, described by trustworthy travelers as black as any of the Ethiopian races. Further documentation mentions the black Jews of Ondo Forest, tracing their ancestry to the Israelite tribe of Ephraim. Their own traditions said they came through Morocco, maintaining the law and their identity. Other books state plainly the descendants of a colony of Jews, originally from Judea, settled on the coast of Africa, are black. And historians emphasized something important. These Jews remain physically distinct from surrounding African people, meaning their blackness wasn't from African mixing, it was their original phenotype. So here's the logic. Multiple independent European observers across centuries from the Middle East, West Africa, and island colonies all describe Jews as black skin. And with no motive to promote black identity, and describing cultural and religious practices matching ancient Israelites, not African tribes. This is what we call converging testimony. Different sources, different locations, same consistency, same description. The only reason this history was buried is because it contradicts modern narratives. But the documents speak for themselves. Ancient Jews were black, and history proves it. And guess what? That's okay.
If my neighbor hadn't told me, I would never. And all your family and all your friends who were connected to it, you'd die. You'd die the same night. I promise you. I told you this years ago when I was next door. I told you this years ago. I was like next door because you're a little pum pum, right? And we are ready to die, bro. We're ready to die, as you can see. But you're not ready to die because you're a little pussy hole. Sorry for my language. And that's why Satan's got you so weak, you little tramp. Nothing.
That one is a fake name for Israel.
You don't even stick up for women.
He's real.
And you let these fools
European
curse you like that.
Because he's not a Jew.
It's terrible. You don't even stick up for your women. You're a joke, man. You're a joke.
So, okay, let's talk about white people. Because there is no question that they are the origin. That the mentality that I'm talking about originates with those people from Europe.
Yeah.
So let's talk.
Where do we start?
Where do we start?
I suppose the first thing that you have to do is actually relocate the conversation about so-called white people into some semblance of reality. And see, this is what you always have to do, subhanAllah. This is what you always have to do with Americans and with Westerners generally. You always have to state the obvious. They make you state the obvious. There's no way whatsoever to talk about anything within their frameworks. Within their frameworks, you can't talk about anything because the starting point of all of their discussions always is far off from anything like reality, anything even resembling reality. They start from a point of hallucination. They start from a point of fiction. They start from...
And the attention span is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. There's a 3-second attention span. Couldn't teach you anything.
A point of fantasy, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting because they've got you always having to argue your way back to the obvious. You always have to argue your way back. There's never been a people, subhanAllah, in history that I know of that is so contentious about basic factual reality. They waste everybody's time and they derail any intellectual or any serious discussion always by just the continuous litigation of things that are actually common knowledge. The litigation of things that are actually common sense, self-evident truth. This is part of what I mean about why no normal people in the world can ever usefully engage with Americans or with Westerners generally. You can't. Because you enter every single interaction, Westerners, you enter every single interaction by insulting our intelligence. I've said this before. This is one of the things that you really need to know about them. This is something that you really must know about Americans and about Westerners. Every interaction is always and only used by them as an opportunity to validate themselves and validate their fabricated frameworks.
I agree.
This is literally the only thing that they're interested in, always, at all times.
I totally agree.
This is why you hear me using the caveat or using the qualifier so-called so many times when I talk. So-called civilization, so-called white, so-called black, so-called race, so-called enlightenment, and what have you. Because none of these things are real things. These are all things that are just elements in their frameworks. And those frameworks are intended to obscure reality. They're false claims. You understand? So whenever I use those terms, or whenever I refer to those things, I always try to remember to add that qualifier or add that caveat. Because we do have to try to anchor our conversation as much as possible in actual reality. And that includes denying the reality of their unreality, because they always occupy an intellectual position of unreality on every single issue. The so-called rational, so-called reasoning, scientific method following West. So we have to start with the reality. We have to start with the reality. And even with that, there are layers. There are layers in this reality, okay? So there's no such thing as white people. Physically, I'm saying. Physically. You know, I remember reading the transcripts of Stephen Biko's trial, and no one said it better than him. White people, physically, are generally pink more than anything else. Or beige, maybe. So-called black people are just different shades of brown. I mean, I know it might seem pedantic or what have you to mention something like this. It might seem petty to mention this, but again, let's try to bring things back to reality. Actual black and actual white, black and white are opposites. So there's an embedded implication when you talk about people being white and black. You understand me? So again, I mean, I'm sorry, but this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Their frameworks are layer upon layer upon layer of dishonesty and unreality. I wouldn't have to pick apart so much if there wasn't so much to pick apart. You understand me? So physically, white is not a real category. Humans don't come in these colors. We're not birds or something, cats or dogs or what have you. Human beings don't come in those colors. So let's dispense with that false construction from the outstart. It's moronic. And it only exists for political and economic reasons.
Thank you.
For ideological functions in service to political and economic reasons. Now again, I'll repeat, because you did invent these categories, and this method of compartmentalization and discrimination, and because your society actively treats people according to these categories, so-called black and so-called white, they exist as real things in these terms. Because you act like any of this is real. Because you act like it's real.
I just got a prayer. My man's going into prayer now. Did you hear me? I said, pray for me. He said, I always pray for you, son. I said, thank you. He's nice and happy, you know, I'm content. I know, because the Bible said, make sure you're both content. Whatever you have, share it with him. And next month, you know, he's back on. He's a computer man, and he does all this computer stuff. And he's on. So it only took him, say 3 months to help him out. And now, bam, look at this. What's going to be happening? Ain't no father. It's beautiful. I'd have helped him anyway, regardless of all that. I'd have helped him anyway, regardless of what was coming. I'd have helped him anyway, because he's a beautiful child. And this is his home, bro. Like, you see how it works, innit? This is a big room. There's like 1, 2, 3 sections here. And that one's too big, and he's a big boy, so take that. And Father loves you for that. Because Father had to strip that down and take everything out of there, put you in jail, stop you drinking. And that all happened, guys, on the 17th of November. That's when Father, because I used to be next door. I used to play music daily, Dan, as you know, and drink Guinness daily, 7.5, and just do my thing in there. And then Father stripped it, got them not to come and arrest me on the 17th of November and took me into jail. Then they took that. But that was Father, because he wanted to get this child ice in there, and that's why he did it. And I didn't argue, I just went with it. And took everything away from me, took it all away. I had nothing for 7 months. I just had to go without and suffer. But look, okay, it's working. Beautiful.
So now you have created very different experiences for people, which means different histories for people, different communities, different identities, and so forth.
They are not community people around here. They are wicked, wicked. The stuff they've done to me, guys, is absolutely wicked and cruel. Real cruel. Right, and spiteful. Yeah, there's another one. And spiteful. Real.
All on the basis of your fabricated categories. So we have to make that distinction.
White people.
In reality, in actual reality, so-called black and so-called white do not exist among humankind. But because you treat them like they do, because you classify human beings this way, now you force this to become an experiential reality for people. You understand? Now it is an experience that people have in this world, have in their lives, in their minds, in their psyches, in their identities. All based on a completely warped and entirely unjustifiable framework. See, you created this problem for mankind. You created
this for mankind. This problem of this white rubbish. You change everything of what people are meant to be. You. Just to fit your nonsense in. And now everything's money, money. We don't even have to grow crops. We gotta go to you for pretend food and all that rubbish, and I refuse to eat them. And cook my own damn food, as you know.
Categories. So we have to make that distinction.
Right, I've done it now.
In reality, in actual reality, so-called black and so-called white do not exist among humankind. But because you treat them like they do, because you classify human beings this way, now you force this to become an experiential reality for people. You understand? Now it is an experience that people have in this world, have in their lives, in their minds, in their psyches, in their identities. All based on a completely warped and entirely unjustifiable framework. See, you created this problem for mankind. You created this problem for mankind. Because before you created this problem, people just came from different places. People just had different physical characteristics. People had different backgrounds, different heritage, different lineage, different cultures, and so forth. Different languages, different customs, different practices, different beliefs, and what have you.
Shahid Bosen, a scholar, is trying to tell us a lot of the way white American system has been always there trying to hide the error things from black people because they had in mind to keep oppressing them forever, to show them that they are nothing. They need to bow down for each and everything they tell them. They never knew that.
Whatever we need, we've got to bow down for it. You're damn right, Mr. No, hell no. I never have done in my life. I've got to go and steal it.
American system has been always there trying to hide the error things from black people because they had in mind to keep oppressing them forever, to show them that they are nothing. They need to bow down for each and everything they tell them. They never knew that there will be a time these people they started to realize that they have value, they are powerful, they are capable of doing each and everything. And without these people, these American people,
these Europeans. I said the reason why you can't rise. These wicked, wicked Europeans.
They can't function, they can't move forward because these black people has been useful to this land. This America great we are see, this great nation each and everyone see. If it was not for black people, they couldn't achieve all this. But they always deny the truth. They always show black people, no, you need to go there. You need to stand there. You need to understand what we tell you, not what you hear from here and there. Guys, let's dive into this episode. Drop your thought in the comment section. Then we'll come back with more commentaries.
And human beings all around the world just acknowledge the obvious reality that people who come from different places and come from different environments and come from different climates, they have their own qualities. And generally speaking, it was inconsequential to most people how people looked. That wasn't considered a particularly interesting aspect of any home, of any folk, of any nation, of any people. I mean, do you understand, as a so-called racial category, as an identity, as a thing that means something, that's supposed to mean something about who you are and about who you're supposed to be loyal to and about what group you belong to, the so-called concept of whiteness is only about 350, 400 years old. That's it. That's the whole lifespan of this supposedly fundamental, self-evident category of human beings. 350 years, maybe 400 years or so. I mean, in the full scope, in the full sweep of recorded human history, that's nothing. I mean, yes, of course, like I said, people would notice lighter or darker complexion. They would notice that for as far back as people had lighter or darker complexion and eyes to see it with. But it wasn't a source of identity. It wasn't a source of categorization or a reason for categorization. And certainly not anything hierarchical. It was not a racial, so-called racial concept. Like there was no pan-European white race or something. That didn't exist. It was just an incidental feature, a superficial feature, believed by most people to be climate-related or location-related or so forth. See, you didn't even come up with this foolishness until your so-called enlightenment. That's when you came up with this foolishness, when you got enlightened. You had this racial epiphany, and it just happened to coincide with colonization and the transatlantic slave trade. What a coincidence. Before that, Europeans didn't think of themselves as white. Not once, not ever. The English thought of them, believed by most people to be climate-related or location-related or so forth. See, you didn't even come up with this foolishness until your so-called enlightenment. That's when you came up with this foolishness, when you got enlightened. You had this racial epiphany, and it just happened to coincide with colonization and the transatlantic slave trade. What a coincidence. Before that, Europeans didn't think of themselves as white. Not once, not ever. The English thought of themselves as English. The Irish thought of themselves as Irish. The Germans thought of themselves as German, and the French thought of themselves as French, and so forth. There was no white brotherhood, no shared white culture. They despised each other. They detested each other. Genuinely, deeply, violently, generationally, they despised each other.
Want to end your tiring days with a breathtaking, dreamy visual feast? Meet the 5D holographic projector that turns any ordinary space into a magical deep sea or a vast starry universe in just one.
There was no such thing as pan-European solidarity. There was no white fraternity. That never existed in history. There was centuries upon centuries of tribal hatred, border raiding, religious slaughter, dynastic warfare, and the systematic exploitation of every neighboring group whenever the opportunity presented itself. The 100 Years' War, that was England and France on and off for over a century, for 100 years. The 30 Years' War, it was so the 30 Years' War was so destructive that it killed somewhere between 25% to 40% of the entire population of Germany, what's now Germany. Europeans doing that to other Europeans. So-called white people doing that to other so-called white people. The War of the Roses, butchering each other for a crown, for the throne. The English occupation of Ireland. That happened centuries before they ever went to Africa or anywhere else. With the same logic of extraction and displacement and engineered famine, they perfected that on the Irish people, white people, so-called. White people being colonized by so-called white people. There's your Aryan brotherhood. So let's get clear. Let's get clear on what Europe actually was before the concept of whiteness was invented. Because it is a completely invented concept. For most of recorded European history, the overwhelming majority of Europeans lived in abysmal squalor. Absolutely abysmal squalor. You can't imagine the conditions. You would recognize it today as extreme poverty if it even exists anywhere today. I'm talking about a level of destitution that's difficult to comprehend from a modern point of view, from a modern vantage point. Medieval European peasants, and peasants was most of them, the vast majority, about 4 out of every 5 people was a peasant. They lived in a one-room hut. Dirt floors. They shared it with their livestock. Literally. Their animals slept in the same space that they slept in for warmth. Sleeping with your goats and sleeping with your pigs. That's your history. The average life expectancy at birth was in the mid-30s. Half of all children died before the age of 5. 1 in 5 women died in childbirth.
Your history. This is your nasty history.
And from a modern point of view, from a modern vantage point. Medieval European peasants, and peasants was most of them, the vast majority, about 4 out of every 5 people was a peasant. They lived in a one-room hut. Dirt floors. They shared it with their livestock. Literally. Their animals slept in the same space that they slept in for warmth, sleeping with your goats and sleeping with your pigs. That's your history. The average life expectancy at birth was in the mid-30s. Half of all children died before the age of 5. 1 in 5 women died in childbirth. Famine was absolutely common. It was routine. The Great Famine of the early 14th century killed 10 to 15% of all of Europe's entire population. Then the Black Death came, the bubonic plague. And that took out another third, or some say up to a half of the population of Europe. This are the conditions that they came from. So understand the real history of the people that we're talking about here. Okay, there was never in history some kind of block of so-called white unity or white fraternity. Nobody ever thought like that. Nobody had anything even remotely like that in their minds. And during all that time, by the way, the church, your church, they owned up to a third of all the land in Europe. The aristocracy owned almost everything else. And the peasants worked the land. They couldn't leave the land. They had to pay tithes to the church. They had to pay taxes to the feudal lord. They couldn't leave the land. They couldn't even get married without permission. Children died before the age of 5. 1 in 5 women died in childbirth. Famine was absolutely common. It was routine. The Great Famine of the early 14th century killed 10 to 15% of all of Europe's entire population. Then the Black Death came, the bubonic plague. And that took out another third, or some say up to a half of the population of Europe. This are the conditions that they came from. So understand the real history of the people that we're talking about.
Conditions that they came from. These are the people that were dealing with them. These are the smelly people that we're dealing with. Don't forget that, bro. These are the nasty, horrible people we're dealing with. Right? This is where they're coming from. These. And this is why Esau treats them the way he treats them.
Squalor. You can't imagine the conditions.
Squalor. You know what I mean? That's why Esau treats you like that. You come out squalor. And then you want to come tell us that you're better than us. You can just tell by the way you walk, talking the way you do stuff, that you're better than no one, man.
For the throne. The English occupation of Ireland. That happened centuries before they ever went to Africa or anywhere else. With the same logic of extraction and displacement and engineered famine.
And you all say that you're not. It says that you come out some nastiness. But then you want to be horrible to people. This is Father showing you who you are before he comes now and murders you.
They perfected that on the Irish people, white people, so-called. White people being colonized by so-called white people. There's your Aryan brotherhood.
Exactly.
So let's get clear. Let's get clear on what Europe actually was before the concept of whiteness was invented.
Please do.
Because it is a completely invented concept. For most of recorded European history, the overwhelming majority of Europeans lived in abysmal squalor. Absolutely abysmal squalor. You can't imagine the conditions.
You hear that? You hear that? Right, 9:30. I got it. 9:30.
Centuries before they ever went to Africa or War of the Roses of the entire population of Germany. What's now Germany? Europeans doing that to other Europeans. So-called white people doing that to other so-called white people. The War of the Roses. Butchering each other for a crown, for the throne.
Butchering each other for a throne. And you killing each other like savages for a throne. I mean, these people, man. But it's just good to know your history and know who we're dealing with now, because all the cards are coming on the table and Father's showing everybody who everybody is. That's what Father's doing now. And praise you, yeah. Praise you. See it? And praise this Muslim guy as well. Because don't forget, we're brothers. And I hope there's some way, Father, that you can get these good brothers, man, out of that Muslim thing and bring them back home. Because I know you're going to murder them. Because that is that Ishmael nonsense, bro. And they killed 25 million of their own people. They're Muslims. 25 because they wouldn't join it. So they murdered all their people. You know what I mean? Now, and this is Muslims, right? This is that Quran, what they're trying to tell people. No, you murdered your own people. 25 million is a lot of people, bro. A hell of a lot of people to have that round around your neck. And then your leader married a 6-year-old child. 6 years, and given to him by his wife. Right? So tell me where the holiness is in that. You killed 25 million of your own people, and your leader, Muhammad, married a 6-year-old child. Given to him by his wife. And that is the truth of that. That is the truth of it. It's not a lie, it's the truth.
They despised each other. They detested each other. Genuinely, deeply, violently, generationally. They despised each other. There was no such thing as pan-European solidarity. There was no white fraternity. That never existed in history.
Yeah.
There was centuries upon centuries of tribal hatred, border raiding, religious slaughter. dynastic warfare, and the systematic exploitation of every neighboring group whenever the opportunity presented itself. The 100 Years' War, that was England and France on and off for over a century, for 100 years. The 30 Years' War, it was so the 30 Years' War was so destructive that it killed somewhere between 25% to 40% of the entire population of Germany. What's now Germany? Europeans doing that to other Europeans. So-called white people doing that to other so-called white people. The War of the Roses, butchering each other for a crown, for the throne. The English occupation of Ireland. That happened centuries before they ever went to Africa or anywhere else. With the same logic of extraction and displacement and engineered famine, they perfected that on the Irish people, white people, so-called. White people being colonized by so-called white people. There's your Aryan Brotherhood. So let's get clear. Let's get clear on what Europe actually was before the concept of whiteness was invented. Because it is a completely invented concept. For most of recorded European history, the overwhelming majority of Europeans lived in abysmal squalor. Absolutely abysmal squalor. You can't imagine the conditions. You would recognize it today as extreme poverty if it even exists anywhere today. I'm talking about a level of destitution that's difficult to comprehend from a modern point of view, from a modern vantage point. Medieval European peasants, and peasants was most of them, the vast majority, about 4 out of every 5 people was a peasant. They lived in a one-room hut, dirt floors. They shared it with their livestock, literally. Their animals slept in the same space that they slept in for warmth, sleeping with your goats and sleeping with your pigs. That's your history. The average life expectancy at birth was in the mid-30s. Half of all children died before the age of 5. 1 in 5 women died in childbirth. Famine was absolutely common. It was routine. The Great Famine of the early 14th century killed 10 to 15% of all of Europe's entire population. Then the Black Death came, the bubonic plague. And that took out another third, or some say up to a half of the population of Europe. This is the conditions that they came from. So understand the real history of the people that we're talking about here. Okay, there was never in history some kind of block of so-called white unity or white fraternity. Nobody ever thought like that. Nobody had anything even remotely like that in their minds. And during all that time, by the way, the church, your church, they owned up to a third of all the land in Europe. The aristocracy owned almost everything else. And the peasants worked the land. They couldn't leave the land. They had to pay tithes to the church. They had to pay taxes to the feudal lord. They couldn't leave the land. They couldn't even get married without permission. They were literally legally bound to the soil, not metaphorically, legally bound. You were a serf. You were a serf. You came with the property. You understand? You came with the property. If the land was sold, you were sold with it. That's your history. You weren't human beings. You were farm tools. You were instruments. Instruments for other people who you would later classify as white, but who did not see you and who did not treat you in any way whatsoever as equals. They didn't even treat you as human beings. They didn't treat you as people. White on white subjugation. White on white predation. That's the history of Europe. That's the history of Europe. White on white violence. White on white war, conflict, and strife. And if you're paying attention, that's Europe's future too. That's their future too. That's where they're going. And if you're paying attention, you'll notice that not much at all has changed. Even after they started calling themselves so-called white instead of calling themselves English, or calling themselves white instead of French or German or what have you. The same system is essentially what you have right now in America. That's the feudal system. Europe's great civilizational achievement. The feudal system, before they went out and colonized everyone else. And that's still what you have today. In fact, it's the only organizational approach that you have to your societies, centuries later. Now, I've talked before about how in Europe, across Europe, before Christianity, these people were pagans.
See?
They worshipped the jinn.
Before Christianity, these people were pagans. They worshipped the jinn, and jinn is Satan. Before Christianity.
Europe. Before Christianity, these people were pagans. They worshipped the jinn. They had relationships with the jinn, with the shayateen. That's not me saying so. This is the historical record. This is the historical record. The Germanic tribes, Odin, Thor, they had blood sacrifices. Yes, blood sacrifices. They did that. They did animals mostly, but they also did human sacrifices, and that is documented. They sacrificed human beings. The Norse people too. Seasonal ritual offerings, that included humans. The Vikings and whatnot. We all know they used to hurl old people off of the mountaintops. When they got too old, they'd throw them off a cliff. You had the Druids among the Celtic people. They had these large wicker structures into which they would put human beings, and they would set them on fire, burn them alive as offerings. Oh, these were brutal people. The devils that they worshiped commanded them to do all sorts of heinous things. This is the history. The days of the week in English still carry the names of their pagan gods, the Germanic false gods. Wednesday is Woden's Day. Thursday is Thor's Day for Thor. Friday is Frigg's Day. Saturday is the Saturn, the day for Saturn. Your calendar is an artifact of your mushrik satanic history. You can't deny it. And Christianity, when it came to Europe, it did not actually displace any of this. It adapted to it, or rather it got adapted by it. European Christianity is very foreign to what they practice in the region where Nabi Isa, where Prophet Jesus actually lived. I mean, calling their religion Christianity is like saying that Pat Boone's version of Little Richard songs sounds the same. You still had idol worship. You still had polytheism, praying to Mary, praying to saints and whatnot. Your pagan festivals got Christian names. Your pagan sacred sites got churches built on top of them. And the folk traditions, the charms, the hexes, the magical beliefs, the nature worship and whatnot, all of this persisted for centuries underneath the official religion. And in fact, they still do persist. You have to take note of that. It's very important to take note of that. I told you before, you know, people talk about China, people talk about India or Egypt or what have you, but Europe probably has the longest continuous congruent culture on the earth. They have been incredibly resistant to changing or developing. It's astonishing. Whatever comes to them becomes like them, or else they'll fight tooth and nail against it. This is a culture that cannot be reformed. It cannot be reformed. It can only be papered over. That's all they've ever done. They rebrand, but they don't change. There's only ever been cosmetic changes to that culture. And this is extremely important for you to understand, because it's a serious mistake to think that so-called Western civilization is a modern thing. People think of it like that. People think of it like that, as if Europeans just suddenly sprang forth as a totally changed people after the Dark Ages. You know, they sprang forth as these great enlightened, rational, scientific, humanitarian thinkers or something out of nowhere. You know, they like to partition their history like that. They like to partition their history. There was the before and there's the after. That's this sort of partitioning. That was then, this is now. Let's not talk about the then. But no, understand, this is an ancient people. This is an ancient people, and they are more resistant to change and more resistant to reform and rehabilitation than any other people on the face of this earth. You think industrialization changed them? Like, as soon as they got machines and as soon as they got gunpowder, somehow that caused a sudden, rapid maturation process, a refinement and advancement in their character? No, not at all. You know how like the West, the term the West is synonymous with modernity, as if some highly advanced, you know, intelligent life forms, some extraterrestrial life forms landed in Europe in the 1800s, and they have no other history before that. No, this is a people, the European people, this is a people who are ancient, and whose ways and whose culture has remained absolutely consistent for the last 10,000 years. I'm telling you, things that they were doing and ways that they were acting 10,000 years ago, they were doing those same things 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, 10 years ago, and this morning.
Just stop it, please. I'm telling Miss, did you hear it? Miss Stark Giggle.
Ended in Europe in the 1800s, and they have no other history before that. No, this is a people, the European people, this is a people who are ancient, and whose ways and whose culture has remained absolutely consistent for the last 10,000 years. I'm telling you, things that they were doing and ways that they were acting 10,000 years ago, they were doing those same things 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago, 10 years ago, and this morning. They're pre-modern in the modern age. It's 2026, but they're still prehistoric. I'm telling you, in their minds. So you understand, I'm talking about the origins of the culture, the origins of the system that you're all in over there in America right now. The origins and the originators. And that's the culture and that's the system that all of you have absorbed, that all of you have been affected and infected by. No matter where you sit in the social and economic hierarchy of that country, it doesn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter. You're seeing the world through a prehistoric lens.
Yes, sir.
And it's not even the lens of your own original culture.
No, it's not.
The original lens of your own actual people. If you're a so-called minority in America, a member of the
people. You're right. I agree.
Global majority in America.
I totally agree.
That lens has been grafted onto your perspective. Now you can't even see through your own natural eyes anymore.
Right.
You only see through their eyes.
Through their eyes and what they say and what they see.
Everything that Europe was about for the last 10 millennia, they brought that over to America when they started that mess. except that they honed it, they streamlined it, they whittled it down to its core base components. America is the concentrated version. And with every single year,